Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The car was packed to the roof with all the joyful junk a family of 4 and 1 big dog needs for a week in the woods, and the noise inside was our own special kind of music. My wife was navigating from the passenger seat, pointing out clouds that looked like dinosaurs to our 5-year-old in the back, while our 8-year-old had her nose buried in a book, expertly ignoring her little brother's attempts to poke her. And right between them, taking up most of the back seat, was our big, goofy Labrador. He was more than a pet. He was the kids' furry sibling, their first guardian, a pile of warm, panting love we all trusted with our lives. The trip to the new state park took hours, filled with sing-alongs, "Are we there yet?" and the rustle of snack bags. We finally pulled into our campsite, a perfect little clearing surrounded by tall pines with a creek babbling nearby. The kids exploded out of the car, running in circles to stretch their legs. I started unpacking, calling out for my son to stay away from the creek's edge. That's when I saw it, the first tiny crack in our perfect world. I opened the back door to lift my youngest out of his booster seat. Normally, the dog would have barreled past me the second that door cracked, a blur of joyful energy desperate to sniff every new tree. But he didn't move. He was sitting perfectly still on the seat, his body stiff. His eyes weren't on the exciting new world outside. They were locked on my little boy. A low, unfamiliar rumble started in his chest, a sound I'd never heard him make before. It wasn't a playful growl. It was a warning. "Whoa, easy boy," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sudden quiet. My wife laughed from behind the car, her arms full of sleeping bags. "He's just disoriented, honey. All the new smells. He'll settle down." She was probably right. She was usually the practical one. But as I lifted my giggling son into my arms, that cold needle of unease pricked right through the warmth of the afternoon sun, and it wouldn't go away. We started setting up camp, and the normal chaos returned. The kids fought over who got the hammer which tent peg, my wife directed traffic, and the dog, well, he just watched. He followed my son like a dark, silent shadow, staying a few feet behind him everywhere he went. His tail wasn't wagging. It was held out straight and low. We brushed it off, blaming the long drive, the strange place. We got the tent up, a lopsided but sturdy dome that the kids immediately claimed as their castle. My son, buzzing with excitement, tripped over a root and fell onto the soft pine needles with a little oof and a startled cry. It was the kind of fall that happened 10 times a day. Normally, our dog would be there in a heartbeat, licking his face, nudging him with his wet nose, his whole body wiggling with concern. This time, he did the opposite. He took 2 stiff steps backward, his lips curled up just enough to show a thin line of white teeth. The boy, seeing his friend, reached out a hand from the ground. "It's okay, boy," he sniffled. The dog let out a single sharp woof that cut through the forest calm. It wasn't a bark of greeting. It was a shout of "stay back." We all froze. My wife recovered first. "Maybe the boy stepped on his paw earlier and he's sore," she said, her voice tight. "Or it's a new animal smell on his clothes from the car," I offered, grasping for any sane explanation. We called him over, using our happiest voices. He came slowly and lay at my feet, but he didn't relax. His body was a tense rod pressed against my leg, and his eyes never left my son, who was now happily roasting a marshmallow he'd dropped in the dirt. The warm, crackling firelight painted everything in cheerful orange, but it couldn't reach the cold spot growing in my gut. That night, we all climbed into the tent, the kids wriggling into their sleeping bags, the dog following. He had a specific spot, right by my son's sleeping bag, where he'd curl up and sigh like a contented furnace. Tonight, he refused it. He walked over, sniffed the spot, and then deliberately turned around and planted himself firmly between my wife and I and our son's sleeping bag. He lay down facing the boy, his head on his paws. In the dark, I could just see the faint gleam of his eyes, wide open and fixed. And then I heard it, or maybe felt it more than heard it, a continuous, low hum vibrating from him. A growl so quiet it was just a tremor in the air of the tent. My wife whispered, "He's just unsettled. It's the raccoon smells. We are not letting a dog's weird mood ruin our first night." She was the pragmatic one, and her logic was a life raft I wanted to cling to. I agreed with her, mumbling something about giving him time. But I didn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, watching our dog watch our child. I saw the fur on his shoulders rise when the boy shifted in his sleep, I saw his ears twitch at the small, sleepy sounds my son made. This wasn't the dog I knew. This was a sentry on high alert, guarding us from something only he could see. And that's when the unasked question formed in my mind. A question so terrifying I couldn't give it words, because saying it out loud would make it real. What does he know that we don't? The night stretched on, long and tense. Just as the deepest part of the darkness settled in, around maybe 2 a.m, my son sat up in his sleeping bag. His eyes were closed. He was still asleep. He began to whisper, his small voice flat and monotone, saying nonsense words that didn't sound like any language. The stones are not for listening. The creek has a dry mouth. At the sound, our dog rose silently to a crouch. The low hum in his chest sharpened into a clear, unmistakable snarl. But he wasn't looking at my son's face. He was staring, teeth bared, at the empty space just above my little boy's head. My blood turned to ice. I held my breath, not moving a muscle. After a minute that felt like an hour, my son lay back down and went quiet. The dog slowly relaxed back onto his paws, but his eyes never left that spot. The rest of the night passed in a sweaty, fearful haze. When the gray light of dawn finally seeped through the tent fabric, it felt like a mercy. My son woke up with his usual sunny smile, bouncing and asking for pancakes. The dog, seeming exhausted, wagged his tail tentatively and licked my hand. My wife and I shared a long, relieved look over the camp stove as the smell of coffee and bacon filled the air. See, we told each other without words. It was just first night jitters. Everything was going to be okay. The relief was a physical weight lifting from my shoulders. We were a normal family on a normal trip. The nightmare of the night before was just a weird blip, a story we'd laugh about later. We sat at the picnic table for breakfast, the sun warm on our backs, and for a beautiful, simple moment, the world was whole again. Then my little boy, humming to himself, picked up his crayons and a fresh sheet of paper. He always drew suns and smiling dogs and lopsided houses. Today he started drawing dense, spiraling black scribbles that coiled and crashed into each other, covering every inch of the white page. He concentrated fiercely, his small tongue poking out. Our dog, who had been lying in a patch of sun, got up and slunk over. He didn't growl. He sniffed the paper, let out a high-pitched, miserable whimper that sounded like his heart was breaking, and then scrambled to hide under the picnic table, where he lay trembling. My wife's smile froze. My own relief evaporated, replaced by that familiar, deeper chill. I looked at my son's peaceful face, then down at the chaotic, dark storm he'd drawn on the paper. The crack in our world wasn't mended. It was getting wider, and we were all standing on the edge, trying not to look down. I took a slow sip of my coffee, the warmth doing nothing to stop the cold fear spreading in my chest, and I knew the real trouble was just beginning. We blamed the new place, the long drive, maybe a hidden burr in his paw we hadn't found. We crafted a dozen sane, reasonable explanations over that strange breakfast, our words sounding hollow even to us. Our dog, with every low growl he'd offered and that terrible whimper under the table, was trying to tell us we were building our excuses on a foundation of sand. After we ate, my wife, the practical one, decided action was the best medicine. "A good hike," she announced, her voice too bright. "Shake off the weird vibes. Fresh air for everyone." So we got our shoes on, filled water bottles, and put the dog on his leash, which I held tightly. He didn't pull ahead like he usually would, a locomotive of joy on the trail. He stayed right by my side, his body a tense line, his nose constantly working, sniffing the air, the ground, and most often, the space right around my little boy who walked ahead with his mother. The forest was beautiful, dappled with sunlight, but the peace I usually felt out here was gone, replaced by a watchful tension. The trail narrowed, winding between thick ferns and tall, mossy trees. My son up ahead suddenly stopped and pointed. "A butterfly," he said, his voice full of wonder. It was a flash of blue, fluttering near a patch of wildflowers. At that exact moment, our dog went berserk. He didn't lunge at my son. He strained past him, the leash going taut in my hand, barking furiously at a dense thicket of bushes just behind where my child was standing. His barks were sharp, panicked, the same sounds he made when he'd once cornered a raccoon under our deck at home. My wife scooped up our boy, her eyes wide. "What is it? What does he see?" I moved forward, my heart hammering against my ribs, and peered into the thicket. There was nothing there. No movement, no animal tracks in the soft earth, not a single snapped twig. Just still, shadowy leaves. But the air in that specific spot felt cooler, and the hair on my own arms stood up. "Nothing," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There's nothing there. The rest of the hike passed in a blur of forced cheer. My wife's anger had definitively shifted from confused concern to outright frustration with the dog. "This is unacceptable," she said on the walk back, her arm protectively around our son. "He's becoming a nervous wreck. When we get home, it's a vet visit, maybe a trainer. A muzzle if we have to." I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I saw the problem differently. She saw a behavioral issue to be corrected. I saw an alarm bell no one knew how to turn off. That afternoon, back at camp, my son ran to give the dog his usual hug, throwing his small arms around the furry neck in a daily ritual of love. The dog stiffened, and as the arms wrapped around him, a full, rolling growl erupted from deep in his chest, a sound of pure threat. My son jumped back as if shocked, his little face crumpling in hurt. My wife swooped in, scooping him up and shooting a look of pure fury at the dog. "That's it. He sleeps outside tonight. I am not having this near the kids." I didn't argue, but my reason was different from hers. I needed to see if the dog's behavior changed when my son was out of sight. I secretly, desperately hoped that with the tent wall between them, our old dog would come back, would settle down and sleep. As dusk fell, I tied his long leash to a sturdy tree close to the tent, giving him plenty of room to move, but keeping him secure. I filled his bowl with water and gave him a pat. He licked my hand frantically, a series of quick, desperate swipes, then stared straight into my eyes and let out one short, sharp bark. It wasn't the warning to stay back from before. This was a plea, a clear, urgent request to listen. I went into the tent with my family, my heart aching. The night inside felt fragile. We played a card game by lantern light, and my son was quiet, more subdued than usual. He kept looking toward the tent flap. Outside, we could hear the dog pacing. The soft shush-shush of his paws on the pine needles was constant. Then the whining started, a low, anxious sound that seeped through the nylon walls. Then a scratch at the fabric, right near where my son's head lay on his pillow. My wife put her hands over her ears. "I can't take it," she whispered. My daughter, our oldest, finally spoke up, her voice small. "Why is he so scared of my brother?" No one had an answer. Eventually, exhaustion won, and my family fell into a fitful sleep. I lay awake, listening to the dog's vigil. The pacing and whining went on for hours. Just when I thought the night would never end, everything outside went still. No pacing, no whining, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. A wave of relief, sweet and warm, washed over me. He'd finally settled. He was sleeping. I closed my own eyes, letting the tension in my shoulders unwind for the first time in 2 days. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe it was just stress, and a good night's rest was all he needed. That's when I heard the new sound. It was a rustle, different from the dog's movements. It was lighter, careful. Then a click, the sound of his leash clip being nudged against the tree trunk. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears ached. Then came a soft, wet sound. A sniffing. But it wasn't the dog's loud, enthusiastic snuffles. This was delicate, inquisitive. It was close to the ground, moving slowly along the edge of the tent, right past my head. A raccoon, I told myself. A possum. Something small and curious drawn by our smell. The sniffing traced the entire length of the tent wall near my son's side. Then it stopped right by the tent flap. There was a pause, long enough for me to consider waking my wife. Then a new noise. A slow, deliberate scratch. One single drag of something against the tent's nylon floor. Not from the outside, but from inside the vestibule, the covered space just outside our door where we kept our shoes. Something was in there with us, or was right outside the door. My blood went cold. I slowly, silently, reached for the heavy flashlight beside my sleeping bag. The dog outside had not made a single sound through all of this. No warning growl, no bark of challenge. That was the most terrifying part of all. I clicked the flashlight on and unzipped the tent flap in one sudden motion, the beam of light spearing the darkness of the vestibule. It was empty. Our shoes were undisturbed. I shone the light out toward the tree where the dog was tied. He was lying down, but his head was up, his ears pricked forward. He was staring not at the tent, but off into the blackness of the woods beyond the fire ring, his body rigid. He looked at me for a second, his eyes reflecting the light, full of a fear I now understood completely, then turned his gaze back to the darkness. I zipped the tent back up, my hands trembling. I didn't tell my wife what I'd heard. There was nothing to tell, nothing to show. Just a sound in the night and a dog's fearful posture. But as I lay back down, the flashlight clenched in my fist. The old, simple trust one had in the world was gone. Something was out there, Our dog knew it, and whatever it was, it had come right up to our door, and the dog, our brave protector, had been too afraid to make a sound. The rest of the night passed with me staring at the tent ceiling, the flashlight like a weight in my hand. When morning came, it was gray and damp, a mist clinging to the trees and muting all the colors of the forest. The atmosphere in camp was strained, a pot about to boil over. My wife made oatmeal in a stony quiet. The kids were feeling it too, eating without their usual chatter. The dog was a statue of anxiety, sitting by my feet, his eyes tracking my son's every move. The tension was a living thing, and it needed to break. My wife finally spoke, her voice flat. "We're leaving. Today. Pack up. This trip is over." I opened my mouth to agree, to say yes, let's just go home and forget this horrible place. But before I could speak, my son looked up from his bowl. His eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a sudden, bright excitement. "But we didn't see the old fire tower on the hill," he said, pointing up through the trees to where a rusty metal structure was just visible through the mist. "The ranger said we could climb it. Please, just one thing before we go." It was a normal kid request, a last adventure. My wife looked at his pleading face, her resolve softening. She let out a long breath. "Fine. One quick thing. Then we pack and we go. All of us." It felt like a compromise, a way to end the trip on a slightly better note. We decided to make the short walk to the base of the fire tower. It was a clear, defined goal. Something normal. The path was steep and slick with damp leaves. The dog stayed on his leash, walking behind everyone, his head swiveling constantly. The higher we climbed, the thicker the mist became, until we were walking in a soft, white cloud that swallowed the trees just a few feet away. The world shrank to our little family on a dirt path. Then, through a sudden break in the mist, I saw a man. He was standing among the trees, maybe 50 yards off the trail, perfectly still, just watching us. He was tall, wearing dark clothes. I felt a jolt of human alarm, the kind you get when you realize you're not alone in a remote place. I squeezed my son's hand and muttered to my wife, "Don't look, just keep walking straight." She tensed but followed my lead. When I glanced back a few seconds later, the man was gone, dissolved back into the mist. But our dog wasn't looking in that direction at all. He was straining at his leash, not toward where the man had been, but snarling at a patch of empty, swirling fog right beside my son, his teeth bared at the nothingness. We reached the base of the rusty fire tower, its metal legs disappearing up into the gray. The view was just a wall of white. "Well, that's that," my wife said, her voice echoing in the muffled air. "Let's go back down." My son, however, was already grabbing the cold railing of the stairs. "Just a little bit up. Please? I can't see anything anyway." It was a silly request, but before we could stop him, he took 3 quick steps up the open metal staircase. The dog let out a choked whine, and pulled so hard I almost dropped the leash. My son laughed, a sound that seemed too loud, and went up a few more steps, his small form getting fainter in the mist. "That's high enough, come down now," I called, starting up after him. My wife stayed below, her face pale. I climbed to where my son stood, about 20 feet up. The world below was just a sea of white. "See, Daddy? It's like we're in the sky," he said, smiling. I took his hand. "It is. Now let's go down." As I turned to lead him back, the metal grid of the step under my foot shifted with a loud, groaning creak. A bolt, rusted through, gave way. My foot slipped through the opening, and I stumbled, my grip on my son's hand tightening reflexively. I caught myself on the railing, my heart in my throat. That's when I looked down, through the gap in the steps, to the ground below. My wife was looking up, her hand over her mouth, and our dog was beside her, staring straight up at us, or rather, at the space around us. But from this angle, I could see it clearly. The mist wasn't just swirling randomly. Around my son and I, it was curling back, moving away, as if there was something solid there, something the fog itself was flowing around, something I couldn't see but that occupied the space right next to us on the tower. A shape in the mist that wasn't mist. The dog saw it too. He let out a long, howling bark that was ripped apart by the damp air. I didn't breathe. I just pulled my son close and started down the stairs as fast as I could, my bad ankle screaming in pain. We reached the bottom, and I didn't stop. "We're leaving. Now. Don't stop walking," I said to my wife, my voice leaving no room for argument. We half walked, half jogged back down the path toward our camp, a frantic, silent retreat. The hook was set now, deep and undeniable. It wasn't just the dog. It wasn't just my imagination. There was something with us, something that followed my son, something that even the air moved around, and we were taking it home with us. The packing was a frenzied, silent operation. We threw everything into the car, not bothering to fold, just shoving it in. The dog jumped into the back without being asked. My wife finally spoke as I slammed the trunk shut. "What did you see up there?" I looked at my son, who was already buckled in, looking out the window at the trees. "Nothing," I said, and it was the truth. I had seen nothing at all. And that was the problem. We drove away from the campsite, the tires crunching on the gravel road. The further we got, the more the knot in my chest began to loosen. We were leaving. We were going back to our bright, safe house, with its streetlights and neighbors. The forest nightmare was behind us. In the back seat, my son fell asleep, his head lolling against the window. My wife reached over and put her hand on mine. "We're okay," she whispered. "It's over." I nodded, wanting to believe her more than I had ever wanted anything. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Our dog wasn't sleeping. He was sitting up, staring intently at the back of my son's headrest. And as I watched, his nose twitched, and he let out a small, troubled huff of air, his eyes fixed on a point just above my sleeping boy, a point where there was nothing to see but the empty space of the car. The ride was smooth, the road straight, and home was only a few hours away. But as I drove, a new and terrible certainty settled over me. We weren't leaving it behind. We had packed it up, and it was in the car with us, riding quietly in the back seat. And the only one who knew for sure was the trembling dog who couldn't tell us what he knew. The drive home felt like moving through a dream, the kind where you're trying to run, but your legs are made of wet sand. Every mile we put between us and that misty fire tower should have been a relief. But the air inside the car was stiff, like the world was holding its breath. My wife stared out her window, her hand still on mine, but her grip loose, far away. The kids were quiet in the back, our daughter back to her book, our son now awake and just looking at the passing trees with a blank expression that was wrong for a 5-year-old. And our dog, he lay on the back seat, but his head was up, his nose twitching every few seconds as he stared at the back of my son's head. He wasn't growling anymore. He was just watching, like a soldier on a wall waiting for the enemy to show itself. We pulled into our driveway hours later, the familiar sight of our white house with its blue shutters looking like a painting of somewhere safe. Unpacking the car was a silent chore. We carried bags inside, the normal sounds of homecoming, the hum of the fridge, the tick of the hall clock, sounding strangely loud. My wife took the kids upstairs for baths, eager to wash the forest off them. I stayed in the living room with the dog. He didn't run to his water bowl or his favorite squeaky toy. He stood in the middle of the rug, turning in a slow circle, sniffing. He went to the foot of the stairs, looked up, whined once, and then came back to sit at my feet, leaning his weight against my leg. That night, we ordered pizza, a tradition for the first night back from a trip. We ate on the couch, a movie playing for the kids. My son sat between my wife and I, a slice of cheese pizza untouched on his plate. He was usually a vacuum cleaner for pizza. "You okay, buddy?" I asked, ruffling his hair. He looked up at me and smiled, but it was a slow, careful smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm tired, Daddy." His voice was flat. After the movie, we got the kids ready for bed. The rituals of home, brushing teeth, reading a story, felt like we were all acting in a play, pretending everything was normal. I tucked my son in, pulling his dinosaur comforter up to his chin. "Good night, champ. Love you." "Love you too," he whispered, and then he closed his eyes. I turned off the light and left the door open a crack, the way he liked it. Our dog, who always slept on a rug in the hallway, immediately got up from where he'd been lying outside the door and pushed his way into the room. He walked over to the bed, not jumping up like he sometimes tried to do, but just standing there, looking at my son's face in the dim light from the hall. Then he did something he'd never done before. He turned around and lay down with his back against the bedroom door, blocking it. He was facing into the room, his head on his paws, his eyes 2 points of reflected light in the dark. I left him there. I didn't have the heart to move him. I went to my own bedroom, where my wife was already in bed, reading a book with a fierce concentration that told me she wasn't seeing the words. "He's blocking the door," I said softly. She didn't look up. "He's confused. He'll settle in a day or two." But he didn't settle. The next morning was Saturday. I made pancakes, trying to force the normalcy with syrup and butter. My son ate a few bites, then asked to be excused. He went into the living room and turned on the TV, not to his usual cartoons, but to a nature show about deep ocean creatures. He sat cross-legged, inches from the screen, watching the weird, glowing fish drift through the black water. Our dog lay on the couch behind him, not watching the TV, but watching the space between my son and the screen. My wife decided we needed to get out of the house to break the strange mood. "The library," she announced. "The summer reading program kickoff is today. Music, puppets, ice cream. It'll be good for them." It sounded blessingly mundane. The library was a bustling, bright place full of kids and parents. The noise of laughing children and upbeat folk music from a guy with a guitar should have been a tonic. We found seats on the floor in the children's section. My daughter ran off to see a friend from school. My son sat between us, his body rigid. He didn't clap along to the music. He didn't smile at the puppets. He stared at the performer with an intense, unsettling focus. Our dog was on his leash at my side. For the first time since the trip, he seemed almost relaxed, lulled by the crowd and the noise. Then the performer started making balloon animals. He twisted a long blue balloon into a poodle and gave it to a little girl up front. The crowd of kids oohed and awed. The performer made a sword for a boy. Then he looked out, pointed at my son, and said, "How about for you, young man? What would you like?" My son didn't answer. He just stared. The performer, trying to be funny, said, "Cat got your tongue? How about a parrot?" He started twisting an orange balloon. My son stood up. He took a step forward, away from us. He spoke, but his voice wasn't his own. It was lower, flatter, with a weird rhythm. "The strings are the same," he said, clear as a bell in a momentary lull in the music. "The man is full of hot air, and the strings are the same." A few parents nearby chuckled awkwardly, thinking it was a strange kid joke. My blood went cold. The performer's smile faltered. He finished the balloon parrot and held it out. My son didn't take it. He reached out a hand, not for the balloon, but for the limp, untwisted end of it dangling from the performer's fingers. He touched it, and then he said, "It's empty. Just like you." My wife moved then, fast as a snake. She grabbed his arm, her face white. "I'm so sorry," she blurted to the performer, and she pulled our son back through the crowd, me following with the dog, who was now alert and pulling on the leash, a low rumble back in his throat. We didn't stay for ice cream. In the car, my wife was shaking. "What was that? What did he say?" "I don't know," I said, but I was lying. It had felt like a performance, but not my son's. It felt like something else was using his voice, trying out the controls, and deciding to be cruel. We got home. The incident at the library had broken the last of my wife's rational resistance. She paced the kitchen. "We're taking him to the pediatrician on Monday, and the dog to the vet. There's something wrong. Maybe a virus. Maybe he picked up something in the woods that's causing a fever, affecting his behavior." I nodded, but I was thinking about the fog on the tower, the space it flowed around. I was thinking about strings. That night, after the kids were in bed, I found myself standing in front of the hall mirror, just staring at my own tired face. Our dog padded up and stood beside me. He looked at my reflection, then turned and looked at the real me, then back at the reflection. He did this twice, a confused look in his eyes. Then he turned and looked down the dark hallway toward my son's bedroom. He looked back at the mirror and let out a soft woof. Not at me, but at the reflection of the empty hallway in the glass. A prickle went up my spine. I remembered how he'd stared at the mirror in the campground bathroom. I knelt down beside him, putting a hand on his back. "What is it, boy? What do you see?" He licked my hand, then looked back at the mirror and growled, just once, a short, definitive sound. He wasn't looking at my reflection. He was looking at the reflection of the space behind where I was kneeling. I stood up fast and turned around. There was nothing there. Just my hallway, the pictures on the wall, the door to my son's room at the end. But in the mirror, for just a flash, had the light been wrong? Had the reflection of that doorway looked darker than it should? I shook my head. I was seeing things now, chasing shadows. The next day, Sunday, was overcast. My son asked if he could draw. We got out his big box of crayons and a stack of paper. He sat at the kitchen table and began to draw the same spiraling, frantic black scribbles from the campsite, page after page. The only sound was the scratching of wax on paper. My wife and I watched from across the room, not speaking. Our dog lay under the table, his head on my son's foot, something he hadn't done since before the trip. He wasn't growling. He just lay there, his eyes open, watching us watch our son. It felt like a terrible, fragile piece. Late in the afternoon, my son said he was thirsty. My wife went to the fridge to pour him some milk. The carton was empty. "I'll run to the corner store," I said, grabbing my keys. It was a 5-minute drive. I needed the air. "I'll come," my wife said quickly, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She didn't want to be alone with him. I understood. "Okay, kids, we'll be right back. You guys hold down the fort." Our daughter was on her tablet in the living room. Our son was still drawing at the table. He didn't look up. Our dog looked at us, then got up from under the table and went to lie down in the hallway between the kitchen and the front door, right in our path. He was blocking us from leaving. "Move, buddy," I said gently. He didn't. He looked at me, then at my son, and whined. "It's okay," my wife said, her voice strained. "We'll be 5 minutes." We stepped over him. He let out a single, sharp yelp as I closed the front door behind us. The trip to the store was a blur. We bought the milk and hurried back, not speaking. We pulled into the driveway just 7 minutes later. The house looked quiet. We went inside. Our daughter was still on the couch. "Where's your brother?" my wife asked. She shrugged. "He went to the bathroom." I put the milk in the fridge. My wife walked down the hall toward the bathroom. "Sweetie, you okay?" There was no answer. She pushed the door open. It was empty. A cold fist closed around my heart. We checked his room. The backyard. He wasn't there. "He has to be here," my wife said, her voice rising. We started calling his name, moving from room to room. Our dog was frantic, running ahead of us, sniffing the floors, whining. Then he stopped in front of the closed door to the basement. We never let the kids play down there. It was unfinished, cluttered with storage boxes. The door was always latched with a hook too high for my son to reach. The hook was undone. The door was closed, but not latched. I pulled it open. The stairs went down into darkness. "Oh God," my wife whispered. I flipped the light switch at the top. A single bulb lit the bottom of the stairs, leaving the rest of the large basement in deep gloom. "Hey, buddy," I called, my voice echoing. "You down here?" No answer. We started down, the dog pushing past me, taking the stairs fast. At the bottom, the concrete floor was cold. The air smelled of dust and old laundry. The bulb lit a small circle near the washing machine. Beyond that, the shadows were deep and full of the angular shapes of stored furniture and stacked boxes. And then we heard it. A small, quiet sound. The sound of humming. A tuneless, wandering melody. It was coming from the darkest corner of the basement. The dog took off toward the sound, a bark caught in his throat. We followed, my wife gripping my arm. As our eyes adjusted, we saw him. My son was sitting on the floor in the corner, behind an old rolled-up rug propped against the wall. He was facing the corner where the two concrete walls met. He was just sitting there, cross-legged, humming to himself, rocking slightly back and forth. In front of him, on the floor, were 3 of his drawings, the black scribble pages, arranged in a triangle. And he was not alone. Sitting across from him, also facing the corner, was a shape. It was the size of a large cat, but wrong. It seemed to be made of the same deep shadow as the corner itself, a lumpy, indistinct form. It was perfectly still. My son reached out a hand and placed it on top of the shape, like petting a dog. The shadow did not move. The dog stopped a few feet away, his whole body shaking. He didn't growl. He didn't bark. He let out a low, continuous moan of pure dread. My wife screamed my son's name. The sound broke the spell. My son's head snapped around. The humming stopped. The shadow in the corner seemed to melt, not moving, but dissolving into the existing darkness of the corner until there was nothing there but wall. My son looked at us, his eyes clear and confused. "Daddy? What's wrong?" he asked, his own voice small and scared. I rushed forward and scooped him up, holding him tight, feeling his small heart pounding against mine. My wife was crying, her hands over her mouth. The dog crept forward, sniffing the spot where the shadow had been, then backed away, his tail tucked between his legs. We carried our son upstairs, away from the basement, into the bright, safe light of the kitchen. We hugged him, we checked him over. He seemed fine, just scared by our reaction. He had no memory of going downstairs. He said he was drawing, and then he was in the corner, and we were there. We didn't mention the shape. We couldn't. We put on a cartoon for both kids, something loud and colorful, and we sat with them on the couch, the 4 of us huddled together under a blanket, the dog pressed against our legs. The incident had a perverse effect. It shattered the last of the weird tension and replaced it with a raw, shared fear. My wife and I were on the same page now. Something was very wrong. We talked in hushed tones after the kids were finally asleep that night, in our bed with our dog lying across the doorway. We made a plan. First thing Monday, we would call the pediatrician. We would tell them everything, the behavior changes, the strange statements, the sleepwalking to the basement. We would demand tests, referrals, help. It was a solid adult plan. It made us feel like we were back in control. As we drifted off to sleep, the plan a comforting blanket in our minds, I heard my son's door open down the hall. I sat up. A small figure padded to the bathroom. I heard the toilet flush, the sink run. Normal sounds. Then the footsteps came back down the hall. But they stopped outside our door. I could see his shadow under the crack of the door. He stood there for a long moment. Then his voice came, a soft whisper through the wood. "Daddy." "Yeah, buddy," I said, my voice thick with sleep. "The quiet man in the basement says the doctor's toys won't find him. He says he lives in the little spaces now, in the quiet between the ticks of the clock." Then the footsteps moved away, and his bedroom door clicked shut. My wife was awake beside me, her body frozen. We didn't speak. We just lay there in the dark, listening to the clock in the hall tick, and for the first time, I heard the space between each tick, a tiny, endless void where anything could be waiting. Our plan for Monday felt like building a sandcastle at the edge of the rising tide. Monday morning arrived with a brittle, sunlit normalcy that felt like a lie. We moved through our routines with robotic precision, getting the kids dressed, feeding them breakfast, all while avoiding each other's eyes. The plan was our lifeline. We would take our son to the pediatrician, a good man named Dr. Evans who had seen the kids since they were babies. We would explain, we would get help. It was the logical, sane next step. My wife made the call, her voice carefully calm, saying we needed an urgent appointment about some new behaviors and possible night terrors. They squeezed us in for 10 a.m. Our son was quiet during the car ride, looking out the window. He wore his favorite t-shirt with a rocket ship on it. He looked small and vulnerable, and my heart ached for him. Our dog whined as we left him at home, scratching at the front door. The pediatrician's office was its usual cheerful chaos of crying babies, rattling toys, and bright murals of animals on the walls. The noise was a relief. It was real-world noise. We checked in, and were called back quickly. Dr. Evans was a kind man in his 50s with a gentle manner. He smiled at my son. "Well, hello there, astronaut. Ready for a checkup?" My son didn't answer. He just stared at the framed diploma on the wall. The appointment started normally. Height, weight, ears, throat. Everything was physically fine. Then Dr. Evans sat back. "So, Mom and Dad, what seems to be the trouble?" My wife took a deep breath and began, her words spilling out in a nervous rush. She talked about the camping trip, the dog's strange behavior, our son's quietness, the incident at the library, the sleepwalking to the basement. She left out the shadow shape and the words about the quiet man. She stuck to the observable facts. Dr. Evans listened, nodding, making notes. He asked my son a few simple questions, which he answered in monosyllables. Then the doctor did a few neurological checks, following a light with his eyes, touching his finger to his nose. Our son performed them perfectly. Dr. Evans put down his pen. "Okay, I hear you. This is clearly very distressing. What you're describing could be a few things. Sometimes, after a period of high stress or a change in routine, children can exhibit regression or new anxieties. The dog's behavior could be feeding into that, a feedback loop. The sleepwalking is not uncommon. The strange statements, well, kids have vivid imaginations, especially when they're processing something unsettling." He suggested a child psychologist for an evaluation. He offered to run some basic blood tests to rule out any physical cause, like a deficiency. It was all reasonable, measured, and sane. It was exactly what we had come for, and it felt completely useless. I found myself speaking, my voice sounding strange. "Doctor, what if it's not in his head? What if he's perceiving something? Something real that we can't see?" Dr. Evans gave me a look of professional sympathy. That's a very common feeling for parents when their child is struggling. We want to find a tangible cause. The mind is a powerful thing, and a child's mind can create realities that feel incredibly vivid to them. He meant well. He was following his training. But he was speaking a language of psychology that had nothing to do with the cold, creeping dread in our basement or the intelligent malice in the words whispered through our bedroom door. We left with a referral slip and a slip for a blood draw at the lab downstairs. My wife held the papers like they were priceless. I felt numb. We took our son to the lab, where a friendly phlebotomist took a vial of blood from his small arm. He didn't even flinch. He just watched the dark red fill the tube with a detached curiosity. "All done, brave guy," the phlebotomist said, putting a blue superhero bandage on his arm. On the drive home, my wife said, "It's a start. It's a process. We'll get him the help he needs." I nodded, but I was thinking about the quiet between the ticks of the clock. We got home. Our dog greeted us with frantic relief, but he immediately went to our son and sniffed him all over, especially the bandage on his arm. He whined a high worried sound. The rest of the day was a waiting game. We tried to engage our son in normal play. He built a few blocks, then lost interest. He asked to watch the deep ocean documentary again. We let him. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the results, waiting for the next strange thing to happen. That evening, after dinner, my wife was giving our daughter a bath. I was in the living room, pretending to read the news on my phone. My son was on the floor, drawing again. This time, he wasn't scribbling. He was drawing our house. He drew the square shape, the door, the windows. Then, very carefully, he began to draw small, stick-like figures in each window. Mommy in the kitchen window. Sister in the bathroom window. Daddy in the living room window. And in the window of his own bedroom, he drew a stick figure, but it was black, completely filled in with a dark crayon. And next to it, he drew another shape, a form that was just an oval with too many lines coming out of it, like a crude sun or a spiky bug. He pointed at the black stick figure. "That's me," he said. Then he pointed at the spiky shape. "That's my friend. He lives in the walls." He said it plainly, like stating the color of the sky. I put my phone down. Can your friend talk?" My son looked at me, and for a second his gaze seemed to sharpen, to become older. "He doesn't use my mouth anymore. It's tired. He likes the wires better. The hum is a better voice." He went back to coloring. I sat there, my skin crawling. The wires. The hum. Like the electrical wires in the walls. The pediatrician's referral slip on the coffee table seemed to mock me. My phone rang, making me jump. It was Dr. Evans. His voice was warm but concerned. "I got the preliminary blood work back faster than expected. Everything looks completely normal. No markers for infection, no deficiencies." "That's good news." "It is," I said, my mouth dry. "So, the next step is that psych evaluation. I can recommend." I interrupted him, something I never would have done before. "Doctor, thank you. We'll look at the list." I hung up. Normal. Everything was normal. That was the most terrifying result of all. It meant the tools of my world had nothing to grab onto. The enemy was not a germ or a chemical imbalance. It was something else. Night came. We put the kids to bed with extra vigilance. Our dog resumed his post, lying against my son's closed door. My wife and I went to bed early, exhausted not from work, but from fear. I must have fallen into a deep, hard sleep, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound. It was a hum. A low, electrical hum, like a transformer on a pole or an old refrigerator. It was coming from the baby monitor on my wife's nightstand. We still used it for our son's room. The screen was dark, showing the empty, grainy gray of his unlit room. But the hum vibrated from the speaker, a steady, pulsing drone. My wife was awake too, clutching my arm. "What is that?" she whispered. I got up and went to the monitor. I turned the volume knob down. The hum got quieter, but didn't disappear. It was coming through even on the lowest setting. Then a voice cut through the hum. It was my son's voice, but distorted, stretched and crackly like a bad radio signal. "Can you hear the house breathing now?" The words were followed by a burst of static. My wife gasped. I grabbed the monitor and walked out into the hall. Our dog was standing now, hair on his back up, staring at my son's door. The hum was not just coming from the monitor. It was in the air, a faint vibration I could feel in my teeth. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves. I put my hand on my son's doorknob. The metal was warm. Not hot, but unnaturally warm, like it had been sitting in sunlight. I pushed the door open. The room was dark. The hum was louder here. My son was in his bed, asleep, or he seemed to be. The night light, a soft globe of stars, was pulsing in time with the hum, dimming and brightening. And on the wall above his bed, where the glow from the night light reached, the shadows were wrong. They didn't lie still. They rippled like heat haze off asphalt, or like something was moving just beneath the surface of the paint. The dog pushed past me into the room, growling, staring at the writhing wall. My son's eyes snapped open. They reflected the pulsing light. He didn't look at me. He looked at the wall. And he smiled. It was a wide, peaceful smile that did not belong on his face in the middle of the night, with that awful sound filling the room. I rushed forward and scooped him out of the bed. He was limp in my arms, still smiling. "Wake up," I said, shaking him gently. "Buddy, wake up." His eyes focused on me. The smile faded. The hum from the walls dropped to a faint buzz, then stopped. The nightlight steadied. The shadows on the wall became just shadows again. "Daddy," he mumbled, sleepy and confused. "Why are we up?" I carried him out of the room, past my weeping wife in the hallway, and took him to our bed. The dog followed, his nails clicking on the hardwood. We all spent the rest of the night in our room, the kids nestled between us, the dog on the floor. No one slept. In the morning, in the clear light of day, my wife looked at me, her face etched with a new determination born of sheer panic. "We can't stay here," she said. "We have to go. Now. Today." I agreed. The house was no longer safe. It was becoming an instrument. We packed suitcases with a frantic energy, throwing in clothes, toiletries, the kids' favorite stuffed animals. We told the kids we were going on a surprise trip to a hotel, like an adventure. My daughter was excited. My son just nodded. As we carried bags to the car, I saw him pause in the front hallway. He looked up at the ceiling vent. He waved a small, casual flip of his hand. Then he got in the car. We drove to a chain hotel on the other side of town, a bland, clean place with a pool and free breakfast. Checking in felt like crossing a border into neutral territory. The room had 2 double beds, floral prints, and the faint smell of carpet cleaner. It was wonderfully, boringly normal. The kids were thrilled by the novelty. They jumped on the beds. We ordered pizza to the room. We swam in the pool until they were exhausted. That night, as we all lay in the dark hotel room, the only sounds were the distant hum of the ice machine and the steady breath of my sleeping daughter. My son was asleep between us. The dog was curled on the floor at the foot of the bed. There was no pulsing hum, no warping shadows. For the first time in days, I felt a genuine flicker of hope. Maybe it was the house. Maybe something in the old wiring, a frequency, a mold, was affecting him and the dog. Maybe getting out was the cure. I closed my eyes, letting the steady rhythm of my wife's breathing lull me toward sleep. And that's when the tapping started. It was a light, rhythmic sound. At first I thought it was the ice machine, but it was too close. It was coming from the headboard of the bed. Tap, 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 tap. A pause. Then again. Tap, 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 tap. It was the same pattern. The pattern from the basement drawings. The pattern from the campsite door. My wife's breathing had stopped. She was awake too. I slowly reached out my hand in the dark and touched the headboard. I could feel the tiny vibrations. The tapping was coming from inside the wall, or inside the headboard itself. My son stirred between us. In the dim light from the crack in the bathroom door, I saw his eyes open. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the blank hotel room wall across from us. His lips moved, whispering something I couldn't hear. And then, on that smooth, painted drywall, a shape began to form. It wasn't a shadow cast from anything in the room. It was as if the wall itself was darkening in one spot, the beige paint turning a deep gray. It spread, forming a familiar, spiky outline, the same shape he had drawn next to the black stick figure, the oval with too many lines. It hovered on the wall for a moment, a stain of pure wrongness in the safe, normal hotel room. Then it slowly faded away, like ink dissolving in water, until the wall was just a wall again. My son closed his eyes and went back to sleep. The tapping stopped. My wife's hand found mine under the sheets, her grip bone-crushing. We lay there, frozen, staring at the spot where the shape had been. We had run. We had done the logical thing. We had moved to a clean, anonymous, new place. And it had followed us. It hadn't needed the wires in our old house. It needed him. Our son was the conduit, and we could no more outrun it than we could outrun his own shadow. The hope I'd felt earlier withered and died, replaced by a cold, absolute certainty. The doctor couldn't help us. Running couldn't help us. We were not dealing with an illness. We were dealing with a passenger, and it had just shown us its ticket. The hotel room, which had felt like a sanctuary minutes before, now felt like just another box it had already unpacked in. We were trapped, not by walls, but by the thing living inside our little boy. The question was no longer how to escape it, but how we could possibly fight something we couldn't even see, something that spoke through the walls and slept in our child's skin. The rest of that night in the hotel was a long, dark stretch of staring at the ceiling, listening to the ordinary sounds of the building, a door closing down the hall, the elevator ding, the hum of the air conditioner, and wondering which, if any, were just sounds. My wife finally fell into a fitful sleep near dawn, but I stayed awake, my mind circling the terrible truth. It wasn't the house. It was my son. He was the door it was coming through. The thought was so big and awful I could barely hold it in my head. When the gray morning light finally leaked around the edges of the blackout curtains, It felt like a reprieve, however small. The kids woke up, excited for the free hotel breakfast. We went down to the lobby, a bright, noisy room full of families and the smell of waffles and coffee. Normal people doing normal things. We loaded plates for the kids, found a table. My son ate a bowl of cereal, quiet but seeming present. My daughter chattered about the pool. For a little while, sipping bad coffee, I could almost pretend the horror on the wall had been a shared nightmare. Almost. After breakfast, we went back to the room. We needed a plan, but planning felt impossible. How do you make a plan against a thing that lives in the shadows and uses your child's voice? My wife sat on the edge of the bed, her face pale but set. We can't go back to the house. I know, I said. We could my sister's place. She's out of state, but she has that cabin up north by the lake. She offered it to us anytime. I said it as a suggestion, but the moment the words were out, I felt a strange shift in the room. My son, who had been coloring quietly with hotel stationery, looked up. He didn't say anything, but he watched me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. My wife considered it. Is it isolated? Yeah, pretty much. Trees, the lake. No close neighbors. She nodded slowly. That might be good. No one around to see anything. We could just be alone, figure this out. She was thinking of privacy, of not having to explain our son's behavior to anyone. I was thinking of containment. If this thing was with us, the last place I wanted it was in our suburban neighborhood, near other kids, near schools and parks. A remote cabin felt like a cage, but maybe we could be the ones on the outside of the bars. Okay, I said. Let's do it. We'll go today. She saw the fresh marks, 3 parallel grooves in the wood, and her face lost all its color. She finally admitted she'd heard something in the night, but thought it was a dream. Her rational world was gone. She looked from the door to our son, who was quietly drawing more spirals at the table, and for the first time, real, unnameable dread filled her eyes. What is happening to our family? She whispered, her coffee mug shaking in her hand. And from the table, our son, without looking up from his drawing, answered in a clear, sweet voice. We're becoming part of the quiet. That was the breaking point. The fear in the cabin was now a thick, suffocating thing we all breathed in. My wife moved through the day like a ghost. I knew we couldn't stay here either, but leaving felt just as dangerous. Where could we go that it wouldn't follow? That afternoon, I was down by the lake, trying to clear my head, when I saw my son on the dock again. He was leaning over, peering into the water. I walked out to him. See any fish? He didn't turn. It's easier to hear him down there, he said. His voice had that flat, older tone again. The water makes the words clearer. I knelt beside him, my own reflection wavering next to his on the dark surface. Who are you hearing, son? He finally looked at me, and his eyes were like the lake, surface calm, but hiding depths I couldn't see. The quiet man. He says you're loud. He says you fight the quiet, and that makes you tired. He reached out a hand and trailed his fingers in the water, breaking our reflections into swirling pieces. He says if you let go, you could hear it too. It's peaceful. I grabbed his shoulder, gently but firmly. Look at me. That's not you talking. Fight it. I know you're in there. Squeeze my hand if you can hear me. I held out my hand. He looked at it, then up at my face. For a fleeting second, I saw a flicker in his eyes, confusion, pain, a glimmer of my real boy. His hand twitched. Then his expression smoothed over, blank as polished stone. He placed his small, cold hand in mine, but he didn't squeeze. He just let it lie there limp. He doesn't want to come out right now, Daddy, he said, using that dual-layered voice, his own over a whisper that seemed to come from the water itself. He's scared of the dog. I pulled him into a hug, holding him tight, feeling the small, familiar shape of him. I'm not scared of the dog, I whispered into his hair. I've got you. I'm not letting go. He didn't hug me back. He just stood there, stiff, until I released him. He walked back to the cabin, leaving me kneeling on the dock. I looked down at the water. Our reflections were gone, but for a moment, I thought I saw something else just under the surface, a darker shape that was not a log or a fish, something that watched from below before slowly sinking out of sight. I stood up, my legs weak. The hopelessness was a physical weight. We were losing him. Piece by piece, word by word, we were losing our son to the quiet. That night, after another tense, silent meal, my wife put the kids to bed. I went outside with our dog. I sat on the porch steps with him, the vast starry sky overhead feeling cold and indifferent. I put my arm around him. What do we do, boy? How do we fix this? He leaned into me, licking my cheek. then stared out at the black line of the trees. He let out a small huff, then rested his head on my knee, his eyes fixed on the darkness. He had no answers either. He was just as lost as we were. Back inside, I checked on our son. He was asleep in his bed. For a moment, he looked so innocent, so peaceful. I bent down and kissed his forehead. As I did, his eyes opened. They were clear blue and full of a terror that was purely, wholly his own. His small hand came up and grabbed the front of my shirt. "Daddy," he whispered, his voice choked and desperate, the voice of my real son, trapped and screaming from inside. "It's so cold in here. And he's so loud. Make him stop. Please." Then his eyes fluttered shut, his hand went limp, and he was asleep again, his face relaxing back into that blank peace. I stumbled out of the room, tears streaming down my face. That was the hook, the fragile thread of hope. He was still in there. He was fighting, and he was asking for our help. We had heard him. Now we had to find a way to answer. The sound of my son's own voice, that tiny, desperate plea from the prison of his own body, changed everything. It was a spark in the suffocating dark. We weren't just fighting for him anymore. We were fighting with him. He was still in there, and he had just handed us a message. My wife had heard it too, standing in the hallway, her hand over her mouth. That shared moment, that proof, welded us back together into a single unit with a single purpose: get him out. The problem was, we had no tools, no knowledge, no weapons against something like this. The next morning, we moved with a new, grim energy. We stopped pretending everything was normal. We spoke in low tones when the kids were distracted making plans. My wife, the practical one, started researching. She used her phone when we drove to the nearest town for supplies, 30 minutes away, to get a signal. She looked up everything she could think of: childhood dissociation, rare neurological disorders, even with a furtive, ashamed look, local folklore about the lake and the woods. Nothing fit. Nothing explained the scratching, the shadows, the things he knew that he couldn't know. Meanwhile, I did an inventory of the cabin. It wasn't a home. It was a fortress we were stuck in, and I needed to know what we had. I found tools in a dusty box under the kitchen sink: a hammer, a roll of duct tape, a handsaw, a few rusty nails. In a drawer, wrapped in an oily rag, was an old hunting knife with a bone handle. The blade was still sharp. I pocketed it, not sure what I would do with it, but feeling better having it. I found a heavy-duty flashlight with batteries that still worked. I also found my sister's old cassette player and a few tapes of folk music. It gave me an idea. That afternoon, I took our dog for a walk away from the cabin down the shoreline. I needed to talk to him without being overheard. We found a spot on a flat rock. I sat down, and he sat in front of me, his intelligent brown eyes locked on mine. "You see it, don't you, boy?" I said, scratching behind his ears. "You've seen it from the start. We need to work together, okay? You're the early warning system. You tell me when it's close. You tell me when he's not himself." He licked my hand, a slow, deliberate swipe, as if sealing a pact. He understood more than any of us. When we got back, my wife pulled me aside, her eyes lit with a frantic hope. "I found something. Not an answer, but a method. There are accounts, stories really, about people trying to reach someone who's trapped inside themselves. They use anchors. Familiar things. Smells, sounds, songs. Things that are purely them, that the thing inside wouldn't know or care about. A plan, fragile and based on whispers from the internet, but it was a plan. We decided to try that evening. After dinner, we built a fire in the stone fireplace. The normal, crackling warmth of it was a bulwark against the creeping cold we all felt. We gathered around. My daughter, sensing the gravity, was quiet. My son sat between us, his expression unreadable. Our dog lay at my feet, watching him. My wife started. She brought out a small, worn baby blanket from our son's suitcase, one he'd had since birth. She held it to his nose. "Remember this, sweetie? You called it your soft. You took it everywhere." He sniffed it, his face blank. "It smells like dust," he said. Not a rejection, just an observation from a stranger. My heart sank. I tried next. I had the cassette player. I put in a tape of silly songs we used to sing in the car on road trips, songs we'd made up ourselves. I pressed play. The tinny sound of my own voice, younger, singing a goofy song about a truck made of spaghetti filled the cabin. My daughter giggled, remembering. My son listened. For a second, his foot tapped. Just a tiny, unconscious movement in time with the beat. Then it stopped. "That's a funny noise," he said. Not, "That's a funny song." A noise. The thing didn't recognize the memory. It just processed the sound. Our dog, however, had seen the foot tap. He lifted his head and let out a soft, encouraging whine, looking for my son to me. He'd seen it too. That tiny, reflexive movement was everything. It was a thread. We just had to pull on it. That night, we put the kids to bed with the cassette player left on low in my son's room, playing those familiar, silly songs on a loop. We hoped the sound would seep into his sleep, into whatever place he was trapped. My wife and I sat up by the dying fire, talking in whispers. "We need more," she said. "We need to communicate with it, to bargain." The idea made my skin crawl. Bargain with what? I don't know, but it wants something. It's attached to him for a reason. If we can find out what it wants, maybe we can offer it something else. It was a dangerous thought. Opening a dialogue felt like surrender. But what else did we have? The next day we tried a different tack. We engaged our son in simple, physical activities, things that required his body to remember. We played catch with a tennis ball. At first, his throws were awkward, like he was learning the motion for the first time. But after a while, muscle memory took over. The throws became smoother, more accurate. He even laughed once, a short, sharp sound that was startling in its normalcy. Our dog chased the ball happily, bringing it back, dropping it at my son's feet, tail wagging furiously, as if trying to remind him of this old, joyful game. For a beautiful half hour, it almost worked. We were just a family playing catch by a lake. Then my son stopped. He held the ball, looking at it like it was a strange artifact. "He says this is a waste of energy," he said, the dual voice back. "Energy is for listening." He dropped the ball and walked back to the cabin, leaving us standing in the sun. The setback was crushing, but it taught us something. The thing had limits. It could control his voice, his words, his actions, but it seemed to have to focus to do it. During automatic actions, during sleep, my son's own essence could flicker through. That was our battlefield. We had to create moments where the thing's attention was divided, where my son could push through. That night, I tried the communication my wife had suggested. I waited until everyone was asleep. I took the old hunting knife, and I went outside. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. I walked to the edge of the clearing, near the trees where I'd seen the tall shape. I felt foolish and terrified. I spoke to the dark. "What do you want?" My voice was a dry rasp. Nothing answered. The woods were still. "You have my son. Tell me what you want for him." A breeze stirred the pine needles, sounding like a slow exhale. Then, from the direction of the lake, a sound carried, a loon's call, lonely and piercing in the night. It was a normal sound, but it didn't stop. One call after another, a frantic, overlapping chorus that was not normal at all. It sounded like alarm, like panic. From inside the cabin, our dog began to bark, not at the door, but at my son's window. I ran back inside. My wife was at the top of the loft ladder. My son's door was open. He was standing at his window, his small hands pressed against the glass, looking out at the shrieking loons on the black water. He was whispering, fast and low, words I couldn't catch. As I entered the room, he turned. His eyes were wide, but not with his own fear. With a kind of hungry excitement. "They hear it too," he said. "They don't like it, but they hear it. The old song under the water." He walked past me, went back to bed, and pulled the covers up. The loon calls ceased abruptly, leaving a ringing void. I had my answer of a sort. It didn't want to bargain with me. It was showing off. The following day, a thick fog rolled in off the lake, wrapping the cabin in a damp, white blanket. Visibility dropped to a few feet. The world shrank again. It felt like we were in a cocoon, or a laboratory specimen under a bell jar. My wife was jumpy, starting at every drip of water from the eaves. My daughter complained of being bored, trapped inside. My son sat at the table, drawing again. This time, he wasn't drawing spirals or the house. He was drawing the lake, but from an underwater perspective, looking up at the blurry bottom of our dock. And in the drawing, looking down from the dock, were stick figures of our family. And beside them, a large, dark shape with too many lines, reaching up toward us with tendrils that looked like smoke or roots. He was drawing the thing's point of view. He was showing us how it saw us. It was a gift of terrifying insight. I took the drawing and studied it. "Does it want to pull us down there, son?" I asked gently. He looked at me, and for a fleeting second, his expression was one of profound sadness, his own sadness. Then it was gone. "Down is quiet," he said in that flat voice. "Up is loud. It's tired of the loud." It wasn't malice. It was a desire for stillness, for an end to the noise of living. And it saw my son, with his quiet, receptive mind, as the perfect vehicle to achieve that, not just for itself, but for all of us. The realization was a new kind of horror. We weren't dealing with a demon. We were dealing with a vacuum, a force that wanted to turn out the lights and stop the music forever. And it was using our child to do it. That evening, the fog still pressed close. We were all on edge. During a game of cards, my daughter, frustrated, knocked over her glass of water. It splashed across the table, soaking the cards and my son's drawing. He stared at the spreading puddle, his face tightening. "Stop," he whispered. Not to his sister, to the water. And the water, it stopped. Not the soaking into the paper, but the spread of the main puddle on the wooden table. It ceased its natural flow and simply held its shape, a perfect, quivering circle, defying gravity. We all stared. My daughter squeaked. My son looked at the puddle, then at his own hand. He flexed his fingers slowly, as if surprised by them. Then he blinked, and the puddle collapsed, flowing normally across the table and onto the floor. He had done that. Or the thing using him had. It was a display of power, a reminder that the rules of our world were malleable here. After we cleaned up, my wife took our daughter to the loft early, wanting to shield her. I was left downstairs with my son and our dog. The fog made the world outside the windows a uniform, glowing white. It felt like we were the only people left on Earth. My son looked at me. "You should be scared, Daddy." "I am scared," I admitted, something in his tone making honesty feel necessary. "Good," he said, and it was the thing talking, its voice more prominent now. "Fear is a loud noise. When you are done being afraid, you will be quiet. We can wait." It was patient. That was the worst of it. It had all the time in the world, and we were running out. Our sun was fading. The glimpses were becoming shorter, the thing's control more solid. That night, I had the dream. I was standing on the dock, looking into the water. My son was deep below, not drowning, but standing on the bottom, looking up at me. Bubbles came from his mouth, and they formed words I could hear clearly in the dream. "The dog is the key. He hears my frequency. Use the noise." I woke with a start, my heart pounding. It was just a dream, my frantic mind trying to solve the puzzle. But it felt different. It felt like a message. I looked at our dog, sleeping at the foot of my son's door. He heard my frequency. The dog could sense my son's true self, the thing the entity couldn't fully mask. The silly songs on the cassette player were a noise the thing disliked. What if we could amplify that? What if we could create a noise so specifically tied to my son's real self that it would disrupt the thing's signal, like static on a radio? It was a wild, desperate idea born from a dream. But as the first faint light of dawn touched the fog outside, it was the only idea we had left. We were out of time, out of options, and out of our depth. But we had a dog who loved our boy, a tape of silly songs, and a deep, screaming need to get him back. The next move was ours, and it would have to be loud. The idea from the dream felt insane in the cold light of morning, but it was the only rope we had to grab. Use the noise. Our dog was the key. He could tell when our real son was near the surface. We had to create a moment so loud, so specifically tied to who our boy was, that it would drown out the quiet thing inside him, even for just a second. My wife, when I told her my plan over a rushed, whispered breakfast, looked at me like I'd lost my mind. But the grim set of her jaw told me she was on board. We had to try something. We spent the morning preparing. It was a beautiful day, the fog burned away by a bold sun. The lake sparkled. The normalcy of it was a cruel joke. We acted like a happy family. We swam off the dock, the cold water shocking our systems awake. We built a lopsided sandcastle on the small beach. Our son participated, but it was like watching a very skilled puppet. The movements were right, but the joy was missing. Our dog, however, was different. He was focused, intense. He followed my son's every move, not with fear now, but with a sharp, working attention, like a mechanic listening to an engine. He was listening for the frequency. That was the plan. We would use the one thing we knew was purely, uniquely our son's, his birthday. It was in 2 days, but we decided to have the party today. A surprise. We told the kids we were having a summer fun day, with cake and presents. My daughter was delighted. My son just nodded. My wife baked a box-mix chocolate cake in the old propane oven, the only kind our boy would eat. I blew up balloons we'd brought from town. We wrapped a small gift, a new set of colored pencils. We were building a shrine to his normal self. In the afternoon, we staged the party on the porch. We put the cake, sloppy with frosting, on the table. We sang happy birthday with exaggerated cheer. Our son stood before the cake with its flickering candles, his face blank in the sunlight. "Make a wish, buddy," I said, my voice too loud. He looked at the candles, then at us. For a long moment, he didn't move. The thing was deciding, letting him play along, or shutting it down. Our dog, sitting beside me, let out a low, tense whine. He was staring at my son's hands. I followed his gaze. My son's right hand, the one not holding a plate, was clenched into a tight fist, the knuckles white. The dog saw the real boy, fighting to blow out his own candles. "Now," I hissed to my wife. This was the moment. As my son leaned forward mechanically, my wife turned on the cassette player, placed behind him, at full volume. But it wasn't the silly songs. We had recorded over part of the tape earlier. First, a blast of static from the radio, the loudest white noise we could generate. Then, immediately after, my own voice, shouting over the static, yelling a chaotic, joyful barrage of our son's most personal memories. The name of his first stuffed animal, the secret handshake we had, the lyrics to the spaghetti truck song, the color of his bedroom walls at home, the feel of his dog's fur, the taste of his favorite cereal. It was a wall of sound, a tidal wave of him. The effect was instant and violent. My son jerked backward as if slapped. The blank expression shattered into one of pure, startled confusion. The static was a physical thing in the air. Our dog started barking, not a warning bark, but a sharp, urgent sound as if calling someone. My son clapped his hands over his ears. His eyes darted around, lost, scared. "Turn it off," he screamed, and it was his voice, his real, terrified, 6-year-old voice. "Daddy, make it stop!" He was back. My wife fumbled with the player and switched it off. The sudden absence of noise was almost as shocking. Our son stood there, swaying, his hands slowly lowering from his ears. He looked at the cake, the balloons, at us, at the dog. His eyes filled with tears. "I had a bad dream," he whispered, his chin trembling. "A really long, cold dream." My wife swept him into a crushing hug, sobbing. I dropped to my knees and wrapped my arms around both of them, tears streaming down my face. Our dog pushed in, licking our son's face, whining with desperate relief. For 10 glorious minutes, he was ours again. He hugged us back. He petted the dog and laughed when he got licked. He ate a piece of cake and made a silly face. He was weak, confused, like someone waking from a long illness, but he was present. We didn't ask him questions. We just soaked him in. We played a board game. He cheated, like he always did, with a mischievous grin. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But the dog never relaxed. He stayed pressed against our son, watching him, his body still tense. He knew it wasn't over. The thing had been startled, not defeated. Like a radio signal jammed temporarily, it would clear again. And it did. As the sun began to lower, our son's energy faded. His laughter became slower. His answers became shorter. During a quiet moment, as he colored with his new pencils, he looked up at me. His eyes were clear, but tired. "It's coming back, Daddy," he said quietly, matter-of-factly. "It's really mad about the noise. We won't let it take you again," I said, my throat tight. He gave me a small, sad smile that was far too old for his face. "You have to be louder." Then he blinked, and when he looked at his drawing again, the focus was different. The connection was gone. The thing was back in charge. But we had done it. We had proven he could be reached. We had a weapon, overwhelming, personal noise. The problem was, we couldn't blast him with a cassette tape forever. He'd just adapt, or the thing would find a way to block it. We needed a more permanent solution. We needed to sever the connection. That night, after the kids were in bed, my wife and I talked in frantic, hopeful whispers. "We have to keep him awake," she said. "Keep him engaged. Don't give it a chance to fully take hold again. Tire it out." It was a good thought. Exhaust the possessor. So the next day, we launched Operation No Quiet. It was relentless. We played tag, we had water fights, we told endless stories, we sang at the top of our lungs. We filled every second with life, with loud, messy, human noise. Our son participated, but it was a battle. You could see the fatigue in him, a deep, soul-wearing tiredness. The thing inside didn't like it. It made him clumsy, dropping things, stumbling. It spoke through him less, conserving energy, hunkering down. Our dog was our guide. When our son's movements became truly his own, the dog would play, wagging his tail. When the thing was piloting, the dog would become watchful, still. By afternoon, our son was pale and hollow-eyed. We were burning his own body out to smoke the thing from its nest. It was a terrible thing to do to your child, but the alternative was worse. As dusk approached, we knew we couldn't keep it up. He was about to collapse. We made a decision. We would try to talk to the thing while our son was weak, while it was perhaps disoriented from the day's assault. We put our daughter in the loft with a book. We sat with our son on the couch, the dog between us. He was nearly asleep, his head nodding. "We know you're there," I said, my voice low and steady. "We want to talk." His head lifted slowly. The eyes that looked at me were not sleepy. They were cold and fully aware. "Talk is a noise," the dual voice said, weary but firm. "You have made too much noise." "What do you want?" my wife asked, her voice shaking but clear. "We want our son back." "Your son is a vessel," it replied, using his mouth. "He is a good vessel. He does not fight the current. He lets the deep song in. You fight. You're jagged rocks in the stream." "We'll stop fighting," I said, the words ash in my mouth. "If you let him go, we'll leave. We'll go somewhere quiet. We won't make any more noise." It was a lie, and it knew it. My son's head tilted. "You lie. Your hearts beat a lying rhythm. You are noise machines. You cannot stop." It paused, and a strange curiosity entered the tone. "But the forelegs is different. It hears the true song, but it chooses your noise." "Why?" It was asking about our dog. The question threw me. "He loves him," I said simply. "Love is a vibration," the thing said, as if analyzing a strange scientific phenomenon. "A persistent, irritating frequency." It looked at the dog, who stared back, unblinking, a low growl in his chest. "We will take the forelegs' frequency away. Then the vessel will be calm." A new, more immediate terror seized me. It saw the dog as the anchor, the lifeline keeping our son connected to us. It was going to target the dog. The conversation was over. Our son's eyes fluttered shut, and he fell into a genuine, exhausted sleep. We carried him to bed. That night, we took shifts watching. I took the first. I sat in a chair in the main room, the hunting knife on the table beside me, the flashlight in my lap. Our dog lay across my son's threshold. The cabin was still, but it was the stillness of a coiled spring. Around midnight, I heard it, a skittering sound on the roof, like many small claws. Then a tapping at the window, not the slow scratch of before, but a rapid, insectal clicking. Our dog rose, his growl a solid thing in the dark. The clicking moved from window to window, circling the cabin. It was testing, looking for a way in. Not for my son, for the dog. I woke my wife. We stood together in the dark, listening to the thing circle our home. Then the sound stopped. We waited, straining our ears. A new sound came from the direction of the lake. A splash, not a fish jumping. A larger, heavier entry. Then another, and another, like things were sliding into the water from the shore. Our dog went to the front door, sniffing underneath it, his growl deepening. He looked back at me, then at the door, and let out a single, sharp bark of warning. Something was outside. Something was coming. I made a decision. I couldn't let it get to the dog. I couldn't let it get inside. I picked up the knife and the flashlight. "What are you doing?" my wife whispered, horrified. "Drawing it away," I said. "If it wants a target, I'll give it one. You bar the door after me. Don't open it for anything." Before she could argue, I unlatched the door and stepped out onto the porch, closing it firmly behind me. I heard the lock click. The night was vast and black, the lake a sheet of obsidian. I turned on the flashlight, its beam cutting a shaky path through the darkness. I walked away from the cabin, toward the lake, making myself a bright, noisy beacon. "Hey!" I yelled, my voice swallowed by the night. "You want someone? Here I am. Come and get me." I reached the dock and walked out onto it, the old boards groaning under my feet. I stood at the end, shining the light out over the water. The beam reflected off the surface, showing nothing. Then, about 20 yards out, the water bulged. Something broke the surface. It wasn't a loon. It was a shape, dark and sleek, like a wet log, but it moved against the current, turning to face me. Then another bulged closer to shore, and another near the dock's pilings. They were rising. I backed up, my heart hammering. This was a mistake. A terrible mistake. I turned to run back to the cabin and froze. At the shore end of the dock, standing between me and the cabin, was the tall, thin shape from the trees. It was clearer now, in the beam of my flashlight. It was not a man. It was a suggestion of a man, made of what looked like woven darkness and stripped branches, impossibly tall and thin, with a head that was just a darker knot at the top. It had no face, but I felt its attention like a physical pressure. It took a step onto the dock. The wood did not creak. It made no sound at all. I was trapped. The things in the water behind me, this thing in front of me. I held up the knife, knowing it was useless. The tall shape took another silent step forward. Then, a furious barking exploded from the cabin. Our dog. He was at the window, barking his head off, a sound of pure, protective rage. The tall shape hesitated, its head turning slightly toward the noise. In that moment of distraction, I acted. I didn't run toward it. I ran to the side of the dock and jumped into the freezing black water. The cold was a shock that stole my breath. I plunged under, kicking away from the dock, the flashlight extinguished, the knife still clenched in my hand. I surfaced, gasping, and swam with frantic strokes toward a rocky part of the shore away from the cabin. I scrambled out, soaking and freezing, and looked back. The tall shape was gone from the dock. The bulges in the water were gone. The only sound was our dog, still barking from the cabin. I had drawn it away, and it had lost interest when I left the light and entered its domain. It didn't want me. It wanted the quiet, and I had just thrown myself into its world. I crept back to the cabin, dripping and shivering. My wife let me in, her face white with fear. We barricaded the door with a heavy chair. I changed into dry clothes. Our son slept through it all. We had survived the night, but we had learned a terrible lesson. The thing outside and the thing inside were connected, part of the same will. And now it knew we would fight. It knew we would use noise. And it had shown us it had soldiers. We were not just trying to rescue our son from a possession. We were at war with the quiet itself, and the battlefield was all around us. The dog stopped barking and came over to me, licking the cold water from my hands. He had saved me, his noise breaking the thing's focus. We had won a skirmish, but the war was far from over. As the first light of dawn tinged the sky, we sat together, too wired to sleep, knowing the quiet was out there, waiting for us to tire, waiting for a moment to take back what it thought it owned. And we knew, with a certainty that settled deep in our bones, that the next move would be its. The day after the night on the lake dawned bright and hard, the sun feeling like an interrogation light. We were all frayed at the edges, moving through the cabin with a brittle carefulness. My son woke late, seeming drained and distant, the thing inside conserving its strength after the previous day's onslaught of noise and the night's confrontation. Our dog stuck to him like a shadow, a constant, warm pressure against his leg, a living reminder of the world he was being pulled from. The failed communication and the attack had shown us one thing clearly: negotiation was impossible. The quiet didn't want to bargain, it wanted to consume. And we had made ourselves a nuisance. We needed a new plan, one that didn't involve just shouting or waiting to be picked off. My wife, her eyes ringed with dark circles, found an old book on a shelf, tucked behind some dusty novels. It was a journal, my sister's from years ago, filled with notes about the cabin, the lake, maintenance tips. And on the last few pages, scribbled in a hurried hand, were other notes. Observations. She'd written about still nights where the loons wouldn't call, about a feeling of being watched from the water, about a local story she'd heard from an old fisherman about things that lived in the deep cold of the lake, things older than the trees, that hated the noise of life and sometimes drew the quiet ones to them. It wasn't much, but it was confirmation. This place wasn't random. It was a wellspring for whatever this was. The thing had been waiting here, and it had called to the quiet place in our sun. They had found each other. This meant the cabin, the lake, were part of the problem. We couldn't win here. We had to leave. But how? We couldn't just drive away. The thing was inside our sun. It would come with us, and after last night, I believed the tall shape and its watery companions would follow, or worse, call ahead to some other lonely, quiet place. We had to force it out before we could run. The idea came to me in a flash, looking at the old propane stove. Fire. Fire was the opposite of quiet. Fire was crackling, consuming, transforming noise. Fire was light and heat, things the deep cold of the lake would hate. And fire could cleanse. A wild, dangerous hope took root. We would use fire, not as a weapon against our sun, but as a barrier, a ritual of noise and light to break the connection. We would surround him with life, so fierce the quiet would have to let go. We spent the day preparing, telling the kids we were having a big bonfire on the beach that night, a celebration. My daughter, desperate for normal fun, helped gather driftwood. My son watched us, his expression unreadable. We built the pyre about 50 feet from the cabin, on the open beach, a good distance from the trees. We piled it high with dry wood, old newspapers we found, anything that would burn bright and fast. As the sun set, we ate an early dinner. The atmosphere was tense, electric. Our dog felt it too, pacing, whining softly. When full dark fell, we all went down to the beach. The pile of wood was a dark mound against the lighter sand. The lake was calm, a black mirror reflecting the stars. "Okay, everyone get behind me," I said, trying to sound cheerful. "Big fire coming up?" I struck a match. It flared, a tiny, brave point of light in the vast dark. I touched it to the newspaper. For a second, nothing. Then a curl of smoke, a lick of orange flame. It caught, spreading with a hungry crackle through the dry tinder. The fire grew, fast and loud, snapping and popping, flames reaching up toward the sky. The light was tremendous, pushing back the night in a wide, flickering circle. The heat washed over us, a comforting blanket after so much cold dread. My daughter clapped. Wow! My wife held her close, her eyes on our son. He stood beside me, his face painted in moving light and shadow. He stared into the heart of the fire, mesmerized. The dog sat at his feet, looking from the fire to his face. For a long time, there was just the sound of the fire, a roaring, living thing. Then my son spoke, his voice almost lost in the crackle. "It's pretty." It was his voice, small and wondering. "But it's so loud. It hurts." He put his hands over his ears. This was it. The fire was doing what we hoped. It was putting pressure on the thing, creating an environment it couldn't tolerate. "It's okay, buddy," I said, putting an arm around his shoulders. "Listen to it. That's the sound of being alive." He trembled under my arm. Then his body went rigid. His hands dropped from his ears. He stepped forward, closer to the heat than was safe. "And oh," he said, and it was the dual voice, strained and furious, fighting to be heard over the roar. "This is a consuming. A waste. Stop it." The fire flared as if fed by gasoline, the flames shooting higher with a hump that made us all stumble back. Embers flew into the night sky like angry stars. The thing was fighting back, trying to dominate the very element we were using against it. "No!" I yelled back, pulling my son away from the blistering heat. "You stop. Let him go." The fire began to behave unnaturally. The flames didn't just leap, they coiled, twisting into shapes that were almost familiar. Tendrils, grasping hands, the spiky outline from the drawings. The roar of the fire took on a tone, a deep, bass note that vibrated in our chests. It was trying to turn our weapon against us, to make the fire itself a voice for the quiet. That's when our dog acted. He didn't bark. He threw his head back and howled. It was a long, ululating sound, raw and wild, cutting through the distorted roar of the fire. It was the sound of the pack, of the wild things that feared fire, a primal noise of warning and survival. And he didn't stop. He howled again, and again, a relentless, sonic attack on the thing trying to twist the flames. My son clapped his hands over his ears again, crumpling to his knees. "Make him stop," he screamed, his own voice now raw with pain. "Make it all stop." The fire, deprived of the thing's focus or challenged by the dog's ancient song, seemed to falter. The unnatural shapes in the flames collapsed. The deep note vanished, leaving just the normal crackle and pop. The dog stopped howling, panting heavily. My son knelt in the sand, sobbing, small shoulders shaking. My wife rushed to him, wrapping him in her arms. He clutched her, crying into her shoulder. "I want to go home," he wept. "I just want to go home." It was him. Fully him, battered and terrified, but him. The fire had worked, with the dog's help. It had created a zone of such aggressive life that the quiet had been forced to recoil, to loosen its grip. We had him back. Now we had to move. "We're going right now," I said to my wife over his head. "We get in the car and we drive and we don't stop." She nodded, tears streaming down her face. We helped our son up. He was weak, leaning on us. We turned our backs on the still-burning fire and hurried toward the cabin to grab our pre-packed bags. We didn't make it 10 steps. The lake, which had been so calm, erupted. Not with waves, but with movement. Shapes broke the surface all along the shore, dozens of them, the same sleek, dark forms from the night before. They slithered onto the sand, not coming fully out, but crowding the water's edge, blocking our path to the cabin and the car beyond it. They made no sound. They just waited. From the tree line at the edge of the clearing, the tall shape emerged. Not one. 3 of them. They stood, impossibly still and thin, forming a loose semicircle, cutting off any retreat into the woods. We were surrounded. The fire at our backs, the things in the water, the tall ones in the trees. The quiet had mustered its army. My son began to whimper, burying his face in my wife's neck. The dog planted himself in front of us, facing the water, a continuous, defensive growl rumbling from his chest. This was the price of our victory. We had shaken the passenger, and now the full force of the driver was here to reclaim its property. The tallest of the thin shapes took a step forward. It didn't come toward us. It moved to the side, toward our bonfire. It extended a long, branch-like arm toward the flames. The fire didn't burn it. The flames nearest its hand guttered and died, as if sucked of their energy. A patch of darkness spread from its touch, crawling up the pyre, smothering the fire. The roaring light began to shrink, consumed by a spreading, cold void. It was putting out our fire. It was reclaiming the quiet. Despair, cold and final, washed over me. We were out of ideas, out of time. We couldn't fight this many. Then, my son lifted his head from my wife's shoulder. He looked at the dying fire, at the tall shape killing it, at the things in the water. His face, pale and tear-streaked, set into an expression of fierce determination that was entirely new. He wriggled out of my wife's grasp and stood on his own 2 feet, facing the lake. He took a deep, shuddering breath. And then my little boy, my quiet son, screamed. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a scream of pure, unbridled rage. A scream of no more. A scream that came from the very core of the child who loved his dog, who hated broccoli, who missed his home, who was tired of being cold and scared. It was a human sound, a living sound, so loud and sharp it seemed to cut the night itself. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The things in the water recoiled as if scalded, slipping back beneath the surface with quick, frantic movements. The tall shapes by the trees seemed to blur, their edges becoming indistinct. The one by the fire snatched its arm back from the flames, which leapt up anew where the darkness had been. My son's scream echoed across the water, then faded. He stood there, panting, small fists clenched at his sides. He had done what all our noise-making could not. He had rallied his own spirit and fought back with the most basic weapon he had, his own voice. The quiet was not used to the vessel fighting back. It was stunned. In that moment of stunned hesitation, I saw our chance. Not to fight, but to run. The path to the cabin was still blocked by a few lingering shapes in the shallows, but the car was on the other side of the cabin, up the gravel path. The car! I yelled. Go around. Now. I grabbed my son's hand. My wife grabbed our daughter. We ran not toward the cabin door, but along the beach, past the fire, skirting the edge of the tree line, heading for the far side of the building. Our dog ran with us, a protective flank. The tall shapes did not pursue. They seemed to be regrouping, coalescing back into solidity. The things in the water did not come back out. We scrambled up the slight embankment onto the gravel driveway. The car was there, a dark hulk in the night. I fumbled for the keys, unlocked it, and we all piled in, kids in the back, wife in the passenger seat, dog leaping into the back with the kids. I turned the key. The engine coughed, then roared to life, another wonderful mechanical noise. I slammed it into reverse, spun the car around in a spray of gravel, and then onto the dirt road, heading away from the lake, away from the cabin, into the dark tunnel of trees. I drove fast, too fast for the bumpy road, the headlights jerking wildly. No one spoke. We just listened to the sound of the engine, the tires on gravel, our own ragged breathing. We didn't look back. After a few minutes, we hit the main paved road. I turned onto it and accelerated, putting miles between us and that place. The further we drove, the more the terrible tension in the car began to ease, replaced by a shaky, disbelieving relief. We had done it. We had gotten him back, and we had escaped. My wife reached over and held my hand, her grip tight. In the back, our daughter fell asleep. Our son leaned against the window, his eyes closed. The dog lay across the seat, his head in my son's lap. I drove for an hour, then 2, putting a whole county between us and the lake. We needed to stop for gas. I pulled into a brightly lit truck stop, a stark island of fluorescent light and the smell of diesel. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I filled the tank while my wife took the kids to the bathroom. Our dog stayed in the car, watching us. We bought coffee and snacks. We stood under the harsh lights, a tired, messy family, but together. We got back in the car. As I pulled back onto the highway, heading south toward home, I finally allowed myself to believe it might be over. We had won. We had weathered the storm. My son was sleeping in the back, his face peaceful. The dog was asleep. My wife dozed in the passenger seat. I drove, the white lines of the highway hypnotic in the dark. Then about an hour from home, my son stirred. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. He looked out the window at the passing darkness. "Daddy," he said, his voice soft and sleepy. "Yeah, buddy. I can still hear the lake," he whispered. I glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes were wide open, reflecting the dashboard lights. They weren't full of the quiet's coldness. They were full of a new, profound sadness. It's not as loud, but it's still there, in the back of my head, like a song you can't forget. He lay back down, curling up against the dog. "It's okay," he murmured, mostly to himself. I'm getting better at tuning it out." He closed his eyes and was asleep again. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The relief I'd felt curdled into something else. We had gotten him back. We had escaped the place. But we hadn't cut the connection. We had just turned down the volume. The quiet was still with him, a station on a dial he couldn't quite turn off. We were going home, but we weren't bringing back the boy we'd left with. We were bringing back a veteran of a war none of us could see, with a piece of the enemy still whispering in his ear. The fight wasn't over. It had just changed venues. Home never looked so good or felt so strange. Pulling into our driveway in the flat, morning light felt like stepping onto another planet. A planet of trimmed lawns, swing sets, and the distant hum of a lawnmower. The ordinariness was a shock to the system. We unloaded the car, our movements slow and stiff, like astronauts returning to gravity. Our neighbors waved. We waved back, our smiles feeling like cracks in porcelain. Inside, the house was exactly as we'd left it, but it didn't feel like ours anymore. It felt like a museum of our old life. The memories on the walls, the toys in the bins, all seemed to belong to a different family. Our dog did a slow, cautious patrol of every room, sniffing corners, checking under beds, his tail low. He didn't growl. He was just verifying. My wife immediately started opening blinds, turning on lights, playing music on the kitchen speaker. Pop songs, something with a driving, undeniable beat. She was filling the space with noise, building a fortress of normal sound. Our daughter ran to her room, eager for her own things. Our son stood in the middle of the living room, just looking. He touched the back of the couch, ran a finger along the edge of the coffee table. "It feels smaller," he said, not sadly, just stating a fact. The first few days were a delicate, exhausting dance. We tiptoed around our own son. Every quiet moment felt dangerous. We kept the TV on, the radio playing. We talked constantly about nothing, about everything. We asked him questions just to hear him use his own voice. "What do you want for lunch? Did you miss your blue pillow? Want to kick the soccer ball?" He answered, but his responses were thoughtful, measured, as if he was translating from another language. He was here, but he was also listening to something else. The song he couldn't forget. Our dog was his constant companion. The dog slept in his room, followed him to the bathroom, sat by his chair during meals. They had a new understanding, a silent communication built in the trenches of that lakeside war. The dog would nudge his hand, and my son would absently pet him, the touch seeming to ground them both. We resumed life. I went back to work, at first just for half-days. My wife took the kids to the park, to the library, always staying in crowds, in sunlight. We were trying to reacclimate him to the world, to remind him, and whatever was still attached to him, what life was supposed to be, loud, bright, and shared. It mostly worked. He played with friends, though he was quieter than before. He did his schoolwork. He laughed at funny movies. To an outside observer, he was a boy recovering from a traumatic experience, a little withdrawn, but okay. We knew the truth. We saw the signs. He would sometimes stop in the middle of an activity, his eyes going distant for just a second, like he was tuning into a faint radio signal. He developed a habit of tapping his fingers in a complex, rhythmic pattern on his leg. Not the three-part scratch, but something more intricate, like code. When asked, he'd just shrug and say, "It's a beat." One afternoon, a week after our return, I found him in the backyard. He was sitting perfectly still on the grass, watching a line of ants travel between two cracks in the patio. He wasn't just watching, he was utterly focused, his breathing slow. Our dog was lying beside him, awake, also watching the ants, but with a tense alertness. I knelt down. "Pretty cool, huh? How they all work together." He didn't look up. "They're not talking," he said softly. "They just know. It's a different kind of quiet. A busy quiet." He looked at me then, his eyes clear. "The song in my head is a lonely quiet. It doesn't like the busy quiet." It was the most he'd said about it since we'd come home. "Can you describe the song?" I asked, careful. He thought for a moment. "It's like the sound a big empty bottle makes when you blow over the top, but lower. And it has words, but they're not words. They're like shapes made of cold." He shivered, though the sun was warm. "The dog hears it too, but it makes him angry. It makes me tired." That night, we had our first real scare since coming home. My wife and I were watching TV downstairs. The kids were in bed. The dog was, as usual, in my son's room. Around 11, the dog started barking. Not a warning bark, but a sharp, urgent series of yelps. We ran upstairs. My son's door was open. He was standing in the middle of his room, facing the wall. His nightlight was out. The room was dark except for the hallway light behind us. He was tracing a shape on the wall with his index finger. As we watched, a faint, phosphorescent line followed his fingertip, glowing a sickly green for a second before fading. He was drawing the spiky oval. The dog was barking at the wall, at the space where the drawing was appearing. "Hey!" I said, turning on the overhead light. The room flooded with brightness. My son blinked, lowering his hand. He looked at the wall, then at his finger, confused. "I was dreaming," he mumbled. But his fingertip was smudged with something dark, like charcoal. There was no charcoal in his room. We washed his hands. We checked the wall. Nothing. Just smooth paint. We stayed up with him for hours, talking about anything but what had just happened. The incident told us the connection wasn't just a memory. It was a live wire. And it was getting stronger again, now that we were out of the crisis mode of the cabin. We needed professional help, but not the kind Dr. Evans could give. We were in uncharted territory. My wife, relentless, dug deeper online. She found forums for people with unusual experiences, places where talk of ghosts and presences was common. She created an anonymous account and posted a vague version of our story. A child changed after a trip to an isolated lake, mentions of a quiet man, a dog that reacts. The responses were a mix of skepticism, well-meaning advice about pediatric psychiatry, and a few chillingly similar anecdotes. One person, using a cryptic username, sent her a private message. It read, "The anchor is not the place. It's the agreement." The child, in his openness, said yes to the emptiness. To close the door, you must say no. Not with fear, with fullness. Fill the space where the yes was. You cannot fight a hole. You can only fill it. It was poetic, maddening, and it resonated. The agreement. My son had always been a quiet, observant, deeply sensitive kid. Had he, in some way we couldn't understand, opened a door? And how do you fill a hole in someone's soul? We decided to try. If the song was a lonely quiet, we would combat it with a full, joyful noise. We would fill his life so completely with love, with experience, with connection, that there would be no room for the static from the lake. We became intentional about joy. We didn't just go to the park. We had epic picnics with all his favorite foods. We didn't just watch a movie. We built a blanket fort in the living room and had a marathon. We invited his friends over constantly. We visited grandparents, aunts, uncles, surrounding him with the noisy, messy, loving chaos of family. We included him in everything, asking his opinion, making him feel essential. And through it all, our dog was his therapy animal, his tactile link to the present moment. We saw progress. The distant looks became less frequent. The finger tapping slowed. He laughed more, a real, belly-deep laugh that was music to our ears. He started drawing again, but now he drew spaceships and superheroes, not spirals. He began to look like our boy again, not a haunted echo. A month passed. Then two. The nightmare of the cabin began to feel like a bad dream, fading at the edges. We started to breathe easier. We allowed ourselves to believe the cryptic message might be right. We were filling the hole. One Saturday, we took the kids to a county fair. It was the perfect antidote, a sensory overload of ringing bells, screaming rides, calliope music, the smell of popcorn and diesel. We played games, won a goldfish, ate cotton candy until we felt sick. Our son rode a kiddie roller coaster, his hands in the air, shouting with glee. It was a perfect day. On the drive home, sticky and tired, he fell asleep in the back seat, his head on our dog, who was also dozing. My wife reached back and smoothed his hair. "We did it," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I think we really did it." I nodded, wanting so badly to believe her. That night, after the kids were in bed, we sat on the back porch, listening to the sounds of our suburban night. A distant siren, a dog barking, the whisper of sprinklers. It was peaceful. For the first time in months, we talked about the future without a layer of fear underneath. We made plans for a real vacation to the beach. We talked about painting the house. Normal things. We went to bed feeling lighter than we had in a very long time. I woke up much later. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. The house was still, but something was wrong. I couldn't hear the dog breathing from his spot on the floor in my son's room. I got up and walked down the hall. My son's door was open. The dog was not on the floor. He was on the bed, lying across my son's legs, awake. My son was also awake, sitting up. They were both staring at the closet door, which was closed. "What's up, buddy?" I asked softly, turning on the hall light to spill into the room. My son turned to look at me. His face was calm, but his eyes were wide. He wants to make a new agreement, my son said. His voice was his own, but it was terribly calm. He says the old one is incomplete. He says I'm too full now. Too loud. It hurts. My blood ran cold. Who? The quiet man? My son shook his head slowly. Not a man. He says that was a shape we could understand. He's not a shape. He's a want. And he's still hungry. He looked back at the closet door. He says he'll leave me alone. For good. He'll close the door. But he needs a new yes. No, I said the word absolute. No more agreements. My son looked at me, and a single tear traced down his cheek. He says if he doesn't get a yes from me, he'll take it from someone else. Someone who's already open. He looked past me down the hall, toward his sister's room. The meaning was clear. The threat was no longer just about possession. It was about predation. It would jump host to a weaker target if my son, now fortified by our love, was no longer susceptible. Our daughter. Our happy, loud, vibrant daughter. The quiet saw her noise as an affront, a challenge. And it saw her as an easier door to walk through. Our dog let out a low, pained whine, pressing his body more firmly against my son, as if to block him from the thought. The thing wasn't gone. It had just been waiting, adapting. It had seen us fill the hole in our son, so now it wanted to poke a new one. In someone else. We had won the battle to reclaim our son. But the war for our family was entering a new, more horrifying phase. The enemy had just changed its terms of engagement. The threat, whispered in the dark by my own son, changed everything all over again. The fragile peace we'd built shattered like glass. It wasn't just about protecting him anymore. It was about protecting our daughter, our whole family, from a predator that didn't hunt with teeth but with stillness. The thought of that cold, hungry attention turning toward our bright, laughing girl was a terror deeper than any we'd felt yet. We moved her into our room that very night, her sleeping bag on the floor between our bed and the door. Our dog, confused and anxious, now split his vigil, spending half the night in our son's room and half at the foot of our daughter's sleeping bag. We were an army on high alert, guarding two fronts. The next few days were a silent, frantic whirlwind. We couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows, watching our daughter for any sign of a new, chilling quietness. The thing had issued an ultimatum, a voluntary yes from our son, or it would force an entry into our daughter. We refused both options. There had to be a third way. My wife, her face pale with a determined fury, went back to the online forums. She ignored the general chatter and focused on the cryptic user who'd messaged her before. She wrote back, throwing caution to the wind, giving more details, the lake, the tall shapes, the drawing on the wall, the new threat. The response came a day later. It is a parasite of perception. It feeds on the awareness of absence. Your son became aware of a hole in the world, and it poured in. Your daughter is not aware. Yet, to protect her, you must make the parasite aware of you. Not as noise to be quieted, as a will to be reckoned with. It understands transaction. It has offered one. You must counteroffer. But you must offer something it values, from a position of strength, not fear. It was more riddles, but a thread of a plan emerged. A transaction. A show of will. We had to talk to it, but not as supplicants. As equals. Or at least, as adversaries with something to trade. But what did we have that it valued? It valued quiet. It valued the end of noise. We couldn't offer that. It valued my son's openness, but we had filled that. What else? It was attracted to places of deep stillness, the lake, the woods. And then it hit me. It wasn't just attracted to them, it was part of them. The tall shapes, the things in the water, they were extensions of it, or it was an expression of them. It was tied to that specific place, the lake. That was its home ground, its source of power. Our counteroffer would be a threat to that home. We would show it we could bring the noise to its doorstep, not just defensively, but as an attack. We would threaten to corrupt its quiet. It was a dangerous, desperate idea. We would have to go back. The very thought made my wife physically ill. But staying here, waiting for it to make a move on our daughter, was worse. We told the kids we were going on a short camping trip, just a quick overnight to a nice, familiar state park. We lied with smooth, practiced faces that broke our hearts. We packed the car again, but this time the bags held specific things. The remaining road flares from the cabin's emergency kit, a portable air horn I'd bought, a small, powerful Bluetooth speaker, and every battery pack we owned. We were going to war, and our weapons were decibels and light. The drive back to the lake region was a somber, silent journey. The closer we got, the more our son withdrew, curling into himself in the back seat. Our dog whined, pacing on the seat. We didn't go to the cabin. We drove to a public campground on the opposite side of the large lake, a place with other families, with park rangers, with the semblance of safety in numbers. We set up our tent in a crowded loop, the sounds of other people's radios and laughter a comforting shield. As night fell, I prepared to go. My wife would stay with the kids, the air horn and a flare by her side, the car keys in her hand ready to run. My job was to take the speaker, the flares, and make a statement. "I'll be back by dawn," I told her, holding her tight. "If you see or hear anything wrong, you blow that horn, get in the car and go. Don't wait for me." She nodded, unable to speak, her eyes saying everything. I kissed my sleeping kids, our dog licked my hand, and then I slipped away into the woods, following the shoreline by moonlight toward the distant, dark silhouette of my sister's cabin. The forest at night was alive with normal sounds, rustling leaves, chirping crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl. I used a small red lens flashlight to see. My heart was a drum in my chest. After an hour of hiking, I saw the cabin, a darker blot against the trees. I didn't approach it. I moved to the rocky point of land that jutted out into the lake nearby, the place where I'd first seen the tall shape. This was the place. I set the Bluetooth speaker on a rock, facing out over the black, still water. I took out my phone, synced it, and pulled up the audio file I'd prepared. It was a loop of the most aggressive, chaotic, human noise I could compile. A mashup of rock concert crowds, city traffic, sirens, children screaming with laughter, my family talking and arguing and singing over dinner, the dog barking, the birthday party recording. It was a sonic manifesto of life. I took a deep breath. I was about to make myself the loudest, most annoying target in this entire quiet universe. I pressed play. The noise erupted from the speaker, shockingly loud in the natural quiet. It echoed across the water, a jagged, defiant scar on the night. I stood there, next to the blaring speaker, and I shouted into the dark. "Hear that? That's what we are. That's what you're so afraid of. We're not going away." I waited. For a minute, nothing. The loons, which had been calling, fell silent. The crickets stopped. The only sound was my recorded cacophony. Then, the lake surface near the shore began to ripple, not from wind, but from beneath. The sleek, dark shapes broke the water, not dozens this time, but scores of them, lining the shore motionless, facing the noise. From the trees behind me, I felt a presence. I turned slowly. The three tall shapes stood at the edge of the tree line. They did not advance. They were listening. To the noise. To me. "I have a proposal," I yelled, my voice battling the audio. "You leave my family alone. You break your connection to my son. You forget we exist. In return, we leave this place alone. We never come back. You can have your quiet." I paused, my throat raw. The tall shapes did not move. The things in the water did not move. The noise played on, a relentless assault. "If you refuse," I continued, shouting over a burst of crowd cheering, "if you touch my son or my daughter again, I swear to you, I will bring the noise here and I will never stop. I will tell others about this place. I will bring machines and lights and people. I will fill your quiet with so much noise you will drown in it. This is my offer. Peace or a war you can't win." I stopped. I clicked off the speaker. The sudden absence of noise was a physical shock. The natural sounds did not return. The world was utterly, profoundly still. Not even the water lapped the shore. The tall shape in the center took a step forward. It didn't walk on the ground. It seemed to glide, a shift of shadows. It stopped 10 feet from me. I felt a pressure in my mind, not words, but a concept cold and vast, like the feeling of staring into deep space. It was considering. It understood transaction. It understood threat. For an endless moment, we stood there, a man and a hole in the world, negotiating. Then a new sensation. Not from the shape, but from the connection it held. A flicker of my son, far away in the campground. A feeling of sudden, intense cold in his chest, as if an ice cube were being pressed against his heart. A probe. It was testing the link, considering severing it, or perhaps considering using it to hurt him, to show me my threat was meaningless. Back at the campground, my son sat bolt upright in the tent, gasping, his hand clutching his pajama top over his heart. Our dog began to growl. My wife reached for the air horn. In that same instant, on the point, I did the only thing I could think of. I didn't light a flare. I didn't turn the speaker back on. I did something fundamentally, stupidly human. I started to talk. Not yell. Talk. I talked directly to the connection, to the part of it that was touching my son. I poured everything I had into my voice, not as a weapon, but as an anchor. You feel that? That's my boy. His heart beats because he loves his dog. It beats because he's scared of the dark sometimes. It beats because he wants to learn to ride a bike without training wheels. That heart is full of stuff, of messy, loud, beautiful stuff. That's not for you. That's ours. You can have the empty places. You can have the deep, cold lakes. But you don't get the warm, beating things. That is a line you do not cross. I spoke with a conviction I didn't know I had, a father's absolute, territorial certainty. The cold pressure in my mind wavered. The sensation of ice against my son's heart lessened, then withdrew. In the tent, my son took a ragged breath, the color returning to his face. Our dog stopped growling and licked his cheek. The tall shape before me seemed to reevaluate. The threat of bringing noise to its home was one thing. But this claim of ownership over a specific, living warmth was something else. It did not understand love, but it understood possession. And it recognized a stronger claim. It took a step back. Then, it did something I will never forget. It raised one long, branch-like arm and pointed past me, out over the lake. Then it swept its arm in a slow, deliberate arc, encompassing the lake, the woods, the cabin. The meaning was clear. This is mine. Then it pointed a single, thin digit directly at my chest. Then it pointed back the way I had come, toward the campground. The message was unmistakable. Go. Take what is yours. Stay out of what is mine. The transaction was accepted. Not the one I'd vocalized, but the deeper one I'd asserted. A border had been drawn. The shapes at the tree line melted back into the darkness. The forms in the water slipped beneath the surface without a ripple. The tall shape in front of me simply wasn't there anymore. The normal night sounds rushed back in. The loons, the crickets, the water against the rocks, as if a mute button had been released. I stood there, shaking, adrenaline crashing through me. I had done it. I had faced it down and we had a deal. I packed up the speaker with clumsy hands and started the long hike back, moving faster and faster until I was almost running. I burst into the campground as the sky was turning gray with dawn. My wife saw me and ran to me, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. The kids were asleep. Our dog wagged his tail weakly. It's over, I gasped into her hair. I think it's really over. We broke camp faster than we ever had and drove home as the sun rose. In the days and weeks that followed, we watched our son like hawks. The change was gradual but undeniable. The distant looks stopped completely. The finger tapping ceased. The song in his head, he told us one day, had faded to a memory, like a dream you can barely recall. He played with his sister, argued with her, built Lego towers with her. He was just a boy again. Our dog relaxed, returning to his old habits of napping in sunbeams and begging for scraps. The fear slowly, began to recede from our own hearts, replaced by a cautious, hard-won peace. We had drawn a line, and the quiet had respected it. We had our family back, whole and intact. Months passed. Fall came, then winter. We painted the house. We went to the beach. Life became sweet and ordinary in a way we would never take for granted again. One evening, I was putting my son to bed. He was reading a comic book. I sat on the edge of the bed. You doing okay, kiddo? I asked, as I did most nights. Yeah, Dad, he said, smiling. I'm good. He put down his comic and looked at me, his expression thoughtful. You know, sometimes when it's really quiet, like when the power goes out and the furnace stops, I can almost hear it. Way far away. Like an echo. He said it without fear, like mentioning an old, forgotten song on the radio. But it's okay, he continued, snuggling down under his covers. It's not for me anymore. It's just out there, in the deep, cold places where it belongs. He closed his eyes, and soon his breathing was deep and even. I turned off his light and stood in the doorway for a long moment, watching him sleep. Our dog was already curled up on his rug. We had won. We had secured our piece of the loud, warm world. But as I walked downstairs to the living room, where my wife was reading, the memory of that tall shape pointing to the lake, then to me, played in my mind. It had accepted the border. It had respected our claim. But borders can be crossed from both sides. And as I looked out our window at the peaceful, sleeping street, a final, quiet thought settled in the back of my mind, a thought that would never fully leave. We had made a deal with the quiet, and deals, no matter how solemn, are only as good as the power that enforces them. For now the balance held. Our home was full of light and sound. But somewhere, in the deep, cold places of the world, the quiet was listening. And it had a very long memory. The peace that settled over our home after the confrontation at the lake was the most precious thing we had ever known. It wasn't the oblivious peace of before. It was a peace earned through terror, a sturdy structure we had built on the rubble of our old lives. We cherished the noise, the slam of the screen door, the shrieks from the backyard, the morning news blaring from the kitchen radio. We kept lights on in rooms we weren't using. We never let the house get completely still. Our son flourished. He started Little League, his cheeks getting pink in the spring sun. He brought home messy art projects from school. He had sleepovers where he and his friends built pillow forts and giggled past midnight. He still had moments of introspection, a tendency to stare out windows, but now it felt thoughtful, not vacant. He was a kid who had seen the deep end of the pool and now preferred to splash in the shallows, and that was more than okay with us. Our dog aged a year in those months of peace, his muzzle growing more gray, but his spirit lightened. He no longer slept across doorways. He resumed his favorite spot on the couch, a privilege he knew he wasn't supposed to have, but we no longer had the heart to enforce. He was a veteran, and he deserved his rest. My wife and I slowly let our guard down. We stopped checking the baby monitor, which we'd finally packed away. We stopped jumping at every creak of the house settling. We started making long-term plans again, talking about college funds, about a kitchen remodel. We allowed ourselves to believe the border we'd drawn would hold. The memory of the quiet became a story we told ourselves in whispers, a dark fairy tale with a happy ending. Then in early summer, the dreams started. Not for my son, for me. They were subtle at first. I'd dream I was walking through a familiar forest, but the path would keep forking, and no matter which way I chose, I'd end up at the edge of the same dark, still lake. I'd wake with a start, my heart thumping, but the feeling would fade in the daylight. Then the dreams became more vivid. I'd be standing on the dock at the cabin, and I'd see my son underwater, not as a prisoner, but swimming freely, happily, with the sleek, dark shapes circling him like playful dolphins. He'd look up and wave, smiling, then turn and swim deeper, out of sight. I'd wake with a profound sense of loss, a longing that felt alien, like it belonged to someone else. I didn't tell my wife at first. They were just dreams, stress, lingering trauma. But they came every night, a silent, nightly pilgrimage to the shore of that lake. One night, the dream changed. I wasn't at the lake. I was in my own backyard. It was dusk. My son was on the swing set, pumping his legs, going higher and higher. But he wasn't laughing. He was perfectly quiet, his face serene. And with each forward arc of the swing, he went unnaturally high, the chains going slack at the top, until he was swinging parallel to the ground. Then on the highest arc, he let go. He didn't fall. He floated for a second, silhouetted against the purple sky, before gently drifting down, not onto the grass, but into a patch of shadow by the fence that seemed deeper than it should be, swallowing him without a sound. I woke up gasping, my skin cold with sweat. That morning, I found my son in the backyard, standing by the swing set, just looking at it. "Everything okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He nodded. "Yeah, I was just thinking it's kind of a boring swing. It doesn't go very high." He said it offhandedly, but it lined up with the dream with an accuracy that made my stomach twist. Coincidence, I told myself. A week later, my wife mentioned offhandedly that our son had asked if we could get a fish tank. "A really big one," she said, laughing, "with those black, shiny fish that look like shadows." He saw them at the pet store. Black, shiny fish, like shadows, the sleek things in the water. The coincidence was now a pattern. The quiet wasn't breaking our deal. It was advertising. It was sending brochures to my subconscious, showing me a version of my son not as a prisoner, but as a willing resident of its world. It was trying to make the idea attractive, to plant a seed of longing. Not in my son this time, but in me. It was working on the perimeter of our agreement. I started watching my son more closely again, looking for signs of renewed contact. There were none. He was his normal, loud, messy self. The connection, it seemed, was truly severed. The signal was coming to me, the parent, the protector, the one who had drawn the line. It was testing the fence. I began to research in a way I hadn't before, not looking for how to fight it, but trying to understand what, exactly, it was. The old forums yielded little new. I dug into local histories, geological surveys of the lake region. I found mentions of odd magnetic readings, of a peculiar acoustic shadow, over the deepest part of the lake, where sound seemed to die faster than it should. I read about deep water ecosystems that thrived in total darkness, life that had never seen the sun. I was building a profile of a place, not a monster. The quiet wasn't a ghost. It was an environmental condition that had somehow developed a will, a self-aware stillness, and it had taken a liking to my family. The dreams continued, becoming more elaborate, more seductive. In one, my entire family was at the lakeside cabin, but it was sunny and warm. We were having a picnic. The tall shapes stood at the edge of the trees, not as threats, but as graceful, silent observers like elegant sculptures. Our dog lay by the water, not growling, but peaceful. My son waded in the shallows, and the dark shapes brushed against his legs, and he giggled. It felt like paradise, a quiet, harmonious paradise. I woke from that one feeling a deep, aching homesickness for a place that didn't exist. That was the hook. It wasn't showing me nightmares. It was showing me an alternative, a stress-free, conflict-free existence. It was offering me a release from the noise and struggle of life. And part of me, a tired, deep part, was starting to find it appealing. I fought it. I immersed myself in life even more. I played raucous music. I took the kids to loud, crowded amusement parks. I had shouting matches with my wife over silly things, just to feel the heat of human disagreement. I was reinforcing the border with sheer volume. But the dreams were a leak, a slow drip of quiet into my mind. One afternoon, I was working in the home office, paying bills, a mundane task. The house was quiet for once, my wife at the store, the kids at a friend's house. Our dog was snoring on the rug. The only sound was the tick of the wall clock and the scratch of my pen. In that ordinary quiet, I heard it, not with my ears, in my mind. A single clear note, the note my son had described, the sound of blowing over an empty bottle. It was low, calm, and it carried a simple, wordless question: why fight? It wasn't an attack. It was an inquiry. I froze, the pen dropping from my fingers. Our dog woke up instantly, lifting his head, looking right at me. He let out a concerned whine. He could tell. He could tell something had just touched me. I shook my head, as if to clear water from my ears. The note was gone, but the question lingered. Why fight? The pressure of the last year, the constant vigilance, the fear, it was exhausting. The idea of just letting go, of sinking into a peaceful, quiet acceptance, it was a powerful lure. That's when I realized the true danger. The border wasn't a geographical line around the lake. It was a line in my own mind, and the quiet was a master at erosion. It wasn't coming for my son again. It was coming for me, the protector. If it could make me see the quiet not as an enemy, but as a relief, then the whole family would be vulnerable. My resolve was the keystone of our defense. I told my wife everything that night. The dreams, the note, the creeping feeling. She listened, her face growing paler with each word. It's manipulating you, she said, her voice fierce. It's trying to wear you down because you're the strong one. You stood up to it. Or because I'm the weak link, I said, the admission bitter. I'm the one who's tired. She took my face in her hands. Listen to me. That feeling, that tiredness, that's not you. That's it. It's a virus, and it's trying to infect your thoughts. We fight it the same way we did before. We fill the space. We remind you what you're fighting for. And we did. We launched a campaign of joy targeted at me. My son made me ridiculous Father's Day cards months early. My daughter demanded I teach her to whittle, creating a chaotic, happy mess of wood chips on the porch. My wife planned surprise dates. Our dog brought me his slobbery ball 100 times a day. They were reminding me, through action, what the noise of life was for. It was love made audible. It helped. The dreams became less frequent when I went to bed exhausted from a day filled with purposeful living. The note did not return, but the awareness of the vulnerability remained. The quiet had changed tactics. It had become a strategist. It knew direct assault on my son had failed. So it was attempting a siege on my will, a war of attrition against my spirit. A few nights later, I had the final, clarifying dream. I was back on the rocky point by the lake. The tall shape was there. It didn't threaten. It simply extended its hand, palm up. In its palm was a small, perfect sphere of darkness, a marble of pure, condensed quiet. It offered it to me. The meaning was clear. A token. A piece of the peace to carry with me. A taste, so I would always know what I was missing, what I was denying my family. In the dream, I felt an overwhelming desire to take it, to have that little piece of calm to hold in my pocket, to retreat into when the world was too much. My hand started to lift. Then, from far away, I heard a bark. Our dog's bark. Insistent, familiar, annoying. A noise. The spell broke. I looked at the sphere of quiet, and in its perfect black surface, I saw a reflection, not of my face, but of my family, my wife and kids, their mouths open in laughter I couldn't hear, their images trapped inside that tiny globe. It wasn't offering peace. It was offering a prison, a beautiful, silent prison where I could watch my family, but never hear them again. I woke up. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't just defend. I had to inoculate. I had to make the border permanent, not just in a deal, but in my own soul. The next day, I drove to a tattoo parlor in the next town over. I showed the artist a simple design, a sound wave. But not just any sound wave. It was the visual representation of my son's scream from the beach, the one that had driven the quiet back. The artist turned it into an elegant, black line that curled around my forearm, a permanent record of that moment of defiant, human noise. When the needle started, the pain was sharp and clean and real. It was a feeling, a loud feeling. As the ink became part of my skin, I focused on the memory, not of the fear, but of the victory. Of my son's voice reclaiming itself. Of the dog's howl. Of the fire's roar. When it was done, I looked at the tattoo, the permanent mark of our noise etched into me. It was a flag planted on the border of myself. A reminder, in my own skin, of what side I was on. That night, I slept deeply and dreamlessly for the first time in weeks. The quiet had made its offer. I had given my answer, in a language it understood, a permanent, painful alteration. A scar of sound. The subtle hook came a few days later. My son noticed the tattoo. He traced the line with his small finger. "What's this, Daddy?" "It's a picture of a very brave sound," I said. He studied it, his head tilted. "It looks like a mountain, or a wave." Then he looked up at me, his eyes clear and curious. "Can sounds have shapes?" "I think they can," I said. "I think this one does." He nodded, satisfied, and ran off to play. Later, I was washing dishes, looking out the window at the backyard. My son was on the swing, going higher than usual, but he was laughing, shouting for me to watch. The tattoo on my arm itched a little, a faint, warm reminder. I had fortified my mind. I had drawn a line in the sand of my own psyche. The quiet had retreated from this new, more personal border. For now. But as I watched my son swing, his silhouette against the bright sky, I understood the new reality. The war wasn't over. It had just moved inward. The battlefield was no longer a lakeside cabin or my son's consciousness. It was in the quiet moments of my own thoughts, in the space between heartbeats, in the natural human longing for rest. I had an enemy that knew how to wait, and how to make waiting look like a gift. I had my tattoo, my family, my noise, and I had the certain knowledge that the quiet was patient, and it never, ever forgot a thing it wanted. The year that followed was the sweetest of our lives, precisely because we knew how fragile the sweetness was. We didn't take a single laugh, a single slammed door, a single barking fit from our old dog for granted. My tattoo became a part of me, a conversation starter I'd deflect with a joke, a personal monument to a war no one else could see. My son grew like a weed, his memories of the lake softening into the hazy, strange recollections of early childhood. He still loved the water, but he preferred crowded pools with slides and fountains. Our daughter remained blissfully, loudly unaware, her world one of friendship bracelets and soccer games. Our dog's muzzle grew more gray, and he moved a little slower, but his eyes were clear and his tail still thumped a steady rhythm of contentment against the floor. The quiet, it seemed, had honored our agreement. The dream stopped. The whispered notes in my mind ceased. We sold the cabin, my sister understanding with a sympathetic look that we just couldn't go back there. We used the money to build a big, screened-in porch on our house, a place to hear the summer bugs and the neighbors living their lives, a fortress of familiar sound. We were healing. We were winning. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday in October, our dog died. He didn't die in a dramatic way. He was old. His heart, the vet said, just gave out. He went to sleep on his favorite couch cushion one afternoon and didn't wake up. The grief was profound and simple, the kind that comes from losing a beloved member of the family. We cried, we buried him in the backyard under the old oak tree. We told stories about his goofy puppyhood, his bravery, his loyalty. My son took it the hardest. The dog had been his silent guardian, his anchor through the storm. For days, our boy was subdued, spending hours sitting by the oak tree, not talking, just being there. We gave him space to grieve. It was a human grief, a natural grief. But in the wake of the dog's passing, I felt the balance of our home shift. A certain frequency had gone out of the world. The dog's bark, his whines, the click of his nails on the floor, the sound of his contented sighs. All were gone, leaving a new kind of quiet in their place. Not the hungry quiet of the lake, but a sad, empty quiet. A quiet that made room. About a week after the burial, I came home from work to find my son in the backyard again, not by the oak tree, but by the old swing set. He was perfectly still, just staring at the seat of the swing as it moved gently in the autumn breeze. "You okay, champ?" I asked, joining him. He didn't look at me. I was thinking about how he used to chase me when I swung. He'd bark and try to catch my feet. He smiled a little, but it was a sad smile. "It's really quiet now." The word in his mouth, in this context, sent a tiny cold trickle down my spine. "Yeah," I said carefully. "It is. We miss him." My son finally looked at me, his eyes older than his years. "The quiet isn't so bad, Dad. When it's just a memory quiet, it's kind of peaceful." He said it without any double meaning, without any hidden resonance. He was just a boy missing his dog, but the trickle in my spine became a stream. The quiet had found a new door, not through fear or manipulation, but through loss. Through an absence we all felt. It was respecting the letter of our agreement. It wasn't attacking, it wasn't possessing. It was just present in the space our dog had left behind, offering its version of comfort. That night, for the first time in nearly a year, I had a dream. I was standing in our backyard. It was twilight. My son was on the swing, going gently back and forth. Under the swing, where the dog would have lain, the shadow was deeper, thicker. And from that patch of ground, a small, smooth, dark stone pushed up through the grass, like a mushroom after rain. It was the same sphere from my earlier dream, the marble of quiet. My son stepped off the swing, picked it up, and held it in his palm, looking at it with curiosity, not fear. I woke up with a gasp, not from terror, but from a deep, aching sense of inevitability. The quiet hadn't broken our deal. It had waited for a door to open naturally, and death had opened one. I didn't tell my wife about the dream. She was grieving too, in her own way, quietly organizing photos of the dog into an album. But I saw her jump at small sounds less often. I saw her appreciate the calm of a sleeping house. The loss had taken the edge off our need for constant noise. We were all, in our way, getting used to the new quiet. A month passed. The sharp pain of loss softened into a dull ache. We started talking about maybe getting a puppy in the spring. Life was moving on. Then the small things began. The lights in the hallway would flicker, just once, around the same time every night, 10 p.m. The old battery-powered clock in the kitchen, which had stopped working years ago, suddenly started ticking again, a slow, steady, mechanical sound that was oddly comforting. A potted plant in the living room that had been dying for months suddenly sprouted new, deep green leaves. These were not scary things. They were neutral, even slightly positive. But they were changes. They were adjustments to our environment. It felt like the house itself was settling into a new, quieter rhythm. One evening, my son asked if he could have a fish tank again. This time, he didn't want the black fish. He wanted a single, large, slow-moving goldfish. One that just floats, he said. Something calm to watch. We got him the tank, a small one for his room. He named the goldfish Bubbles. He would sit for long periods, watching it drift in its silent, watery world. The tattoo on my arm itched sometimes when I watched him watch the fish. The quiet was no longer a hunter. It was a gardener, patiently tending the soil of our lives, planting seeds of stillness. My wife began practicing meditation. She said it helped with the stress of work, with the sadness. She'd sit in the living room in the morning, eyes closed, seeking peace. I supported her. It was healthy. But I noticed the house was most still during those times, as if holding its breath with her. The quiet was weaving itself into our routines, into our coping mechanisms. It was making itself useful. The final test came on a snow day in January. A blizzard had blanketed the world, muffling all sound. The power went out. The familiar hum of the furnace, the fridge, the electronics, all gone. We were plunged into a profound, natural quiet, broken only by the howl of the wind outside and the crackle of the fire I built in the fireplace. We gathered around it, wrapped in blankets, the four of us. We told stories by firelight. We roasted marshmallows. It was beautiful, family bonding at its best. My son snuggled against me. "This is nice," he murmured, his eyes on the flames. "It's like camping, but safer." He was right. It was nice. The quiet of the snow, the intimate circle of firelight, it wasn't threatening. It was lovely. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. As the fire died down to embers, my wife and daughter fell asleep on the couch. My son was dozing in my arms. I looked around our living room, at my sleeping family, at the soft, dancing shadows, at the serene white world outside the windows. The old, frantic need to make noise, to fight the quiet, was gone. In its place was a deep, weary acceptance. A thought, clear and calm, formed in my mind, and I couldn't tell if it was my own or not. This is enough. This is peace. You have earned your rest. It was so tempting to just stop, to accept the quiet not as an enemy, but as a reward for a battle hard fought. To let this soft, snow-muffled serenity be the new normal. I looked down at my son's peaceful face. I thought of the dog under the oak tree. I thought of the long, loud struggle. My eyelids grew heavy. The embers pulsed like a slow, red heartbeat. Then a memory surfaced, not of screaming or fear, but of a simple, loud moment. My son's 8th birthday party, just a few months ago, in this very room. A dozen kids, the shriek of unwrapping presents, the dog barking crazily at the balloons, my wife laughing so hard she snorted, the cacophony of pure, undiluted joy. That noise was life. That noise was love. It was messy and exhausting and perfect. The quiet, even this beautiful snowy quiet, was the absence of that. It was the space between the notes. Necessary, perhaps, but not the song. I took a deep, deliberate breath, and I broke the quiet. I didn't shout. I didn't turn on a radio. I began to hum. A silly, tuneless hum, the melody of the spaghetti truck song from the old cassette tape. It was a small, feeble noise against the vast quiet of the snowstorm. My son stirred in my arms, opened his eyes sleepily, and smiled. Then he joined in, his small, soft hum harmonizing with mine. A moment later, my wife, roused from her doze, began to hum too, her voice a lower, warmer note. My daughter, half asleep, mumbled the words. We sat there in the dark, firelit room, in the middle of a silent, snowbound world, and we made a tiny, collective noise. It wasn't a defense. It wasn't a weapon. It was a declaration. We were here. We were together. And we were not quiet. The moment passed. The humming faded. The snow continued to fall. The power would come back on in a few hours, bringing with it the familiar noises of modern life. But something had settled inside me. I understood now that the border wasn't a line on a map or a deal struck in the night. It was a daily choice. A choice to hum in the dark. To choose the messy, complicated, beautiful noise of life over the serene, empty promise of perfect quiet. The war would never be over because the temptation would always be there, in moments of grief, of tiredness, of peace. The quiet was patient, and it was clever. It could wear the mask of comfort, of solace, of rest. Our dog was gone. A piece of our noise was gone forever. But we were not. We had each other. We had our memories, loud and bright. And we had the choice, every single day, to fill the spaces left behind with something warmer than silence. I looked at my family, their faces glowing in the ember light, and I knew the answer to the question the quiet had asked me long ago. Why fight? Because this, right here, this fragile, humming, imperfect circle of light in the dark, was worth every second of the fight. The snow would melt. The sun would come out. The world would get loud again. And we would be ready not with fear, but with the simple, enduring noise of a family choosing, again and again, to be alive. The quiet was out there, and it would always be waiting. But for now, in this room, we were wonderfully, defiantly loud. Story number 2. You want to know when it started? It started with a laugh. That's the worst part. If I'd known what was coming, I would have snatched that stupid board out of his hands and snapped it over my knee right there in the middle of the party. My name is Ben. We were at this Halloween bash at our buddy's apartment. You know, the kind, where the decorations are cheap and the music is too loud and someone always brings a punch that tastes like liquored-up cough syrup. I was hanging with my wife, who is the most rock-solid, down-to-earth person I have ever met, a nurse who deals in hard facts and bodily fluids all day long, so ghosts and goblins are a joke to her. Then our friend pulls out this ancient Ouija board from a closet, covered in dust, the letters on it all faded and worn. He thought it was hilarious. My wife gave me that look, the one that says, "Can you believe this guy?" But she was smiling and she humored him. We all gathered around the coffee table, a bunch of grown adults feeling silly, and we put our fingers lightly on that little plastic pointer thing. It started to move, real slow at first, then in these jerky circles. It spelled out gobbledygook, nothing that made any sense, and everyone was laughing and blaming each other for pushing it. But I was right next to my wife, my finger beside hers, and I felt her whole hand go tense. I mean, stone cold stiff. Her laughter came out a half second after everyone else's, forced and thin, and when I glanced at her, her eyes were wide open, not with fun, but with this real shock, like she'd just touched a live wire. I brushed it off. Too much punch, maybe. The mood was spooky and fun, and she got caught up in it. That's what I told myself. We drove home later, and I asked her about it in the car. She just shook her head and laughed it off for real this time. That thing gave me the creeps for a second, she said, rubbing her fingers like they were cold. Felt like it really wanted to move on its own. Weird, right? I agreed it was weird, and we left it at that. We made a pact, joking as we pulled into our driveway, to leave the spirit world to the professionals and stick to scary movies from then on. Life went back to normal for a whole week. We worked, we ate dinner, we watched our shows. I forgot all about the board. Then the first thing happened. I woke up in the dead of night, not to a sound exactly, but to a feeling. The space in bed next to me was empty and cold. The digital clock on my side read 3:18 a.m. in ugly red numbers. I laid there for a minute, thinking she was just in the bathroom, but I didn't hear anything. A real quiet had settled over the house, the kind that makes your ears ring. I got up and padded out into the hallway. The living room was dark, but a slash of brutal white light was cutting across the floor from the kitchen. I walked to the doorway, and there she was. My wife was standing in the middle of the kitchen, barefoot on the cold tile, still in her sleep shirt. She was facing the counter, where we keep the notepad by the phone. Her back was to me, and she was perfectly still. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "You okay?" She didn't move a muscle. I took a few steps into the room. "Honey." "Nothing." I came around the side of her so I could see her face, and my breath hitched in my throat. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead at the wall, but they were blank. Empty, like a doll's eyes. There was no one home behind them. In her right hand, she held a pen. On the notepad in front of her, she had written a line of numbers, over and over, in a tight, neat script that looked nothing like her usual messy doctor's scrawl. 7-1-4-1-8. Down one line. 7-1-4-1-8. Down another. The page was covered in them. "What are you doing?" I whispered. My heart was thumping against my ribs. She didn't flicker. Her hand moved with a mechanical precision, finishing one line and starting the next without a pause. I reached out slowly and touched her shoulder. Her skin was cool. I gave her a gentle shake. "Wake up!" Her hand stopped writing. She blinked once, slowly, and then her eyes rolled back into a more normal position. She looked at the pen in her hand like she'd never seen it before, then at the notepad. A wave of confusion washed over her face, followed by a deep, tired frown. "Ben," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "What's going on? Why are we in the kitchen?" I pointed at the notepad. "You were writing. In your sleep, I think." She looked down at the numbers, her brow furrowed. She picked up the pad, staring at the strings of 7-1-4-1-8. "I did this?" she asked, her voice small. "I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I was in bed, and then I'm here." She looked genuinely spooked, and that scared me more than the blank eyes had. We stood there in the harsh fluorescent light for a minute, just staring at the evidence. Then, like we both decided at the same time, we chose to explain it away. "Sleepwalking," I said with more confidence than I felt. "You've never done it before, but stress can trigger it, right? Hospital been crazy?" She nodded eagerly, latching onto the logic. Yeah, it's been a month. Maybe the Ouija board thing freaked my subconscious out more than I thought. Suggested something. We both forced laughs, the sound brittle in the quiet kitchen. "Well, no more late night snacks for you," I joked, taking the pen from her hand. I tore the top sheet off the notepad, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can under the sink. A concrete action to bury a weird moment. "Come on, let's go back to bed." She let me lead her back to the bedroom, and she was asleep again almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. I lay awake for a long time, listening to her breathe, watching the red numbers on the clock change. The rational part of my brain had a whole list of explanations: stress, suggestion, a weird one-off sleep disorder. The other part, the primal part, kept seeing those empty eyes and that precise, alien handwriting. I pushed that part down, hard. The next morning, it was like it never happened. We had coffee. We talked about our plans for the weekend. We didn't mention the numbers. When I emptied the kitchen trash later, I saw that crumpled ball of paper sitting on top of a coffee filter and some eggshells. I thought about smoothing it out, looking at it again. Instead, I shoved it down deeper into the bag, tied the bag shut, and took it out to the bin. Gone. Case closed. For the next 10 days, everything was perfect. Normal. Better than normal, even. We went out to dinner, We saw a movie, we laughed a lot. I almost managed to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that my own half-asleep brain had cooked up the drama. That's why I was so completely unprepared for what happened next. It was a Tuesday night. I was in a deep, dreamless sleep. A pressure on the edge of the mattress woke me, the subtle dip of weight. I figured she was just turning over, but then I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the faint glow from a streetlight outside outlined a figure standing right beside the bed. It was her. She was just standing there, looking down at me. I could feel her gaze. "You okay?" I slurred, still half in a dream. She didn't answer. She leaned down slowly, bringing her face closer to mine in the dark. I could smell her shampoo, see the faint gleam in her eyes. Her lips were inches from my ear, and then she spoke. But it wasn't her voice. It was dry, a papery rustle of a sound, like pages turning in an old book. It was utterly empty of any of the warmth or life that was her. The words were clear and cold. "You threw me away." A chill, sharper than any ice, shot straight down my spine. My whole body went rigid. "Don't do that again." Then, as smoothly as if she were on wheels, she straightened up, turned, and walked back around to her side of the bed. I heard the sheets rustle as she slid back under the covers. A moment later, the soft, even rhythm of sleep breathing began again. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I stared at the ceiling, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. The darkness in the room wasn't just an absence of light anymore. It felt like a substance, a living thing pressing down on me. That voice, that wasn't my wife. The thing that had spoken used her throat, her mouth, but it was a tenant. And in that moment, with those 6 whispered words, I understood with a cold, absolute certainty that it had just finished unpacking its bags. It was moved in for good. The week of normal life had just been the calm before the storm, and the storm was now here, standing in the shadowy corners of our bedroom, sleeping peacefully next to me. The question wasn't what had happened anymore. The question, the one that froze my blood, was what did it want next? There is a specific metallic taste of fear that fills your mouth when you realize you know something you should absolutely, positively not know. It tastes like you bit a battery. After that night with the voice, nothing was the same. My wife didn't remember it, of course. When I asked her, trembling over coffee the next morning, she just looked at me with such genuine, sleepy confusion that I instantly felt like a monster for bringing it up. She saw the real fear on my face, though, and her own cheerfulness faded. We didn't talk about the Ouija board. We didn't talk about sleepwalking. We moved through our days like 2 people walking on a frozen pond, listening for cracks. The worst part was the waiting. The thing had said not to throw it away. I had thrown the numbers away. So what happened now? For a few nights, nothing. She slept, or seemed to. I didn't sleep at all. I'd watch her until my eyes burned, jumping at every twitch of her finger. Then, 4 nights after the voice, I woke up to the sound of paper. Not a rustle, but a steady, deliberate scratching. I didn't even sit up. I just turned my head on the pillow. The dim light from the bathroom we kept on for this exact reason showed her silhouette at her small writing desk. She was sitting upright, back straight, head cocked as if listening to distant music. Her hand was moving in that same robotically precise way. This time, it wasn't just numbers. She was writing words. I slipped out of bed and crept closer. The page was a mess of phrases, written over each other in blocks, like a frantic note from a bad dream. White ribbons in the mud. Whetstone smells like iron. 3 pines in a line, the middle one split. And then, over in the corner, circled almost like an afterthought, "She's cold." My stomach turned over. This wasn't sleep talk. This was a description. On the next page, she began to draw. It was a rough map. A crooked line for a road. A squiggly patch for what looked like a creek. A little square that might be a parking lot or a building. And then a cluster of 3 little trees. An X marked a spot about an inch from them. Next to the X, she wrote those words again, "She's cold." She finished the D, and her hand went still. The pen dropped from her fingers and rolled across the paper. She stood up, turned, and walked back to bed, her eyes seeing nothing, her movements smooth and unnatural. She got under the covers and was still. I stood there in the half-light, staring at the map. My hands were shaking. This was a problem. A big, real-world problem. This wasn't about a creepy feeling or a weird voice in the dark anymore. This was about a place, and a person who was cold. I spent the next day in a fog. I called in sick to work. My wife went to her hospital shift, cheerful and normal, having no memory of the night. I took the map out of the desk drawer and stared at it. I knew that area. The squiggly creek, the shape of the road. It was a section of the big state forest about 45 minutes north of town. I'd gone hiking there a few times years ago. I looked at the words white ribbons and 3 pines. I thought about the phrase, she's cold. A deep, terrible understanding started to dawn. This wasn't a premonition of something that might happen. This felt like a report on something that already had. The thing in my wife was telling me where to find a body. I was holding a piece of a crime scene in my hand. What do you do with that? My mind raced in panicked circles. If I called the police, what would I say? Hello, my wife sleepwalks and draws maps given to her by a ghost. Can you check these coordinates? They'd laugh, or worse, they'd think I was involved. They'd come here, they'd see our life, they'd tear it apart looking for a reason. My wife could lose her nursing license over being part of a morbid hoax. But the other option was to burn the map and try to forget. And that meant if there was a girl out there in those woods, a daughter or a sister, she would stay lost. Her family would have no answers. They would live in that hell of not knowing forever. And I would know that I could have helped. I looked at the picture of us on the mantel, smiling in the sun. I thought about the laugh that started this. I made my choice. Later that afternoon, I told my wife I was going to run to the hardware store. I drove north, but not to the forest. I drove to the next town over, my heart pounding the whole way. I found an old payphone outside a closed-down gas station. My fingers were so cold I could barely get the coins in. I dialed the non-emergency number for the county sheriff's office, the one for the county where the state forest was. A bored-sounding dispatcher answered. My voice came out high and strained. I need to report. I think there might be something in the state forest, near the old Miller's Creek Loop. By 3 pine trees together, one is split. There might be a woman there. The dispatcher perked up. Sir, are you reporting an incident? Are you at the location? No, I'm not. I heard something. I can't say more. Just please check by the 3 pines. I hung up before she could ask my name. I leaned against the payphone, feeling sick. I had just thrown a rock into a pond, and I had no idea how big the ripples would be. The next 3 days were agony. We watched the local news every night with a kind of terrified focus. Nothing. Maybe it was a hoax after all. Maybe the thing was just messing with us, feeding us nonsense. Part of me hoped that was true. It would be better than the alternative. Then, on the 3rd night, it was the second story after the commercial break. The anchor's face was serious. In a grim discovery today, county search and rescue teams, acting on an anonymous tip, recovered human remains in the northern section of the state forest. The video cut to a windy scene, yellow police tape fluttering between trees. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The camera panned across a familiar cluster of trees. 3 tall pines, growing close together, and the one in the middle had a long, vertical split in its trunk, just like in the drawing. The reporter was talking about an ongoing investigation, a missing persons case from 2 years prior being reopened. But I wasn't hearing the words. My eyes were glued to the edge of the screen, to the bottom of the news frame. There, caught on a branch near the tape, fluttering in the wind, was a shred of something dirty and off-white. It was a piece of ribbon, a white ribbon, a detail I had never said to the dispatcher, a detail that had never been released to the public. It was proof, absolute, terrifying proof. My wife walked into the room then, holding 2 mugs of tea. She saw the TV. She saw the 3 pine trees filling the screen. Her face went pale, the color draining away like someone had pulled a plug. The mug slipped from her hands and hit the carpet with a dull thud, sending hot tea splashing across the floor. She didn't scream. She didn't cry out. She just stood there, staring, her hands still held out as if holding the mugs. Her voice was a tiny broken thing. "Oh God," she whispered, not to me, to the room, to the universe. "It's real." We cleaned up the tea in a wordless, mechanical chore. We didn't talk about the news. We didn't talk about the map. We went to bed and lay side by side, not touching, staring at the ceiling. Our house wasn't a home anymore. It was a tomb full of secrets, and we were the bodies inside it, waiting for the next shovel of dirt to fall. We were bound together now, not just by love, but by this horrific knowledge. We had done a good thing, maybe. A family would get closure. But we had paid for it with our peace, with our sanity. The thing had shown us it was real, and it had shown us it was powerful. And it was still here, in her, sleeping right next to me. What did it want as a reward? A week passed in this awful, quiet tension. We jumped at every car door slam outside. The phone ringing made us stare at each other in panic before answering. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the consequence of our secret good deed to come crashing down. Then on a Thursday afternoon it did. I was in the living room, trying to read a magazine and seeing only blurred lines, when I saw a car pull up out front. It wasn't a police cruiser. It was a plain, dark sedan, the kind you see in movies. Two men got out. They were both wearing suits, but not fancy ones. These were cheap, off-the-rack suits, the kind meant to look official without drawing attention. They were clean-cut, with short hair. They looked like they could be insurance adjusters or low-level government workers. But they moved with a purpose. They came up our walkway, not fast, but not slow. One of them, the taller one, checked a small notepad in his hand. He looked up at our house number. Then his gaze traveled directly to the front window where I was sitting. Our eyes met through the glass. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just gave a single, small nod to his partner, confirming the address. Then they both turned and walked up to our front door. The doorbell rang, a cheerful sound that felt like a scream in the quiet house. I knew with a certainty that settled in my bones that our life of quiet dread was over. The world, the real, official badge-carrying world, was now on our doorstep. And it had come to ask how we knew. Agent Harris, the taller one, had a smile that could sell you a bridge to nowhere and make you thank him for the opportunity. It was a professional smile, practiced and warm, but it didn't reach his eyes, which were the color of a winter sky and just as warm. He introduced himself and his partner, Agent Collins, who was quieter and seemed to be in charge of observing everything. They flashed badges that said Federal Bureau of Investigation, and my knees went a little weak. They were so polite, so understanding. They sat in our living room, accepted glasses of water, and called us Mr. and Mrs., which felt strange and formal. Harris did most of the talking. He was disarming. He didn't accuse us of anything. He praised us. He said what we did, making that anonymous call, took courage and civic responsibility. He called us good people in a difficult situation. My wife, who had been pale and trembling, seemed to calm a little under his gentle tone. He talked about the dead girl in the forest, using her real name, which we hadn't known. He said because of our tip, a family finally had answers after 2 long years of hell. He made it sound like we were heroes. Then he gently pivoted. He explained he worked for a specific part of the FBI, the Behavioral Analysis Unit. They studied patterns, he said. Patterns of killers, of victims, of crimes. And now, they had stumbled onto a new kind of pattern. The pattern of information that led to the forest. He looked at my wife with a mix of awe and sympathy. We believe, based on the specificity and accuracy of the details that were not public, that you may be experiencing something very rare, Mrs. Omitted. An unintentional conduit, an oracle, if you will, for lack of a better word. He said it so clinically, so respectfully, that it almost sounded normal, like a medical condition. He saw the horror on her face and quickly held up a hand. We're not here to label you or frighten you. We're here because we think you can help. There are thousands of missing people out there. Thousands of families living in that same agony we just ended for one. What if you could do for them what you did for this girl's family? What if your episodes could bring other lost ones home? He framed it not as an invasion, but as a calling. A way to make this nightmare mean something. My wife's eyes filled with tears, but they were different now. Not just tears of fear, but of a desperate, hopeful guilt. She wanted this to be useful. She needed it to be for something. I saw her latch onto the idea like a life preserver in a stormy sea. The ask, when it came, seemed almost reasonable. They wanted to study the phenomenon, he said, to understand it so they could harness it responsibly. They proposed a simple, temporary observation. They would install some non-invasive monitoring equipment in our bedroom and living room. Just audio recorders, video cameras with night vision, some motion sensors. They wanted to capture the episodes in their pure state, he explained, to see if they could trigger them or predict them, to gather the information more cleanly and quickly. It would all be very discreet. The data would be secure. They would have agents monitoring from a van outside only during the night, not during the day. We could stop at any time. He made saying no feel like slamming a door in the face of all those grieving families. My wife looked at me, her eyes pleading. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to turn this curse into a cure. I felt cornered. The logic was sickeningly persuasive. What was a little privacy weighed against saving lives? I asked about the legal stuff, my voice sounding small. Agent Harris smiled that reassuring smile and produced a document from his briefcase. It was a consent form. It was several pages long, filled with dense legal language that swam before my eyes. Words like observation, data collection, forensic analysis. My eyes caught on one phrase near the middle. The subject acknowledges the potential for the generation of previously unknown evidentiary material. I pointed to it. What does previously unknown mean exactly? Harris's smile didn't flicker. It means we don't know what we'll find. That's the point of the study, Mr. Omitted. To discover the pattern, the limits. It's a standard clause. It didn't feel standard. It felt like a blanket permission slip for anything. But under my wife's hopeful gaze and Harris's calm pressure, I signed. She signed. We sold a piece of our private lives, and they made us feel like we were getting a bargain. The installation happened 2 days later. It was a violation, plain and simple. 2 technicians in plain clothes came, polite but impersonal. They drilled small holes in our walls and ceiling. They snaked thin, black wires through them. They placed a small, dark globe of a camera in the corner of our bedroom ceiling, right above the foot of the bed. Another in the living room. Tiny microphones were tucked into light fixtures. They gave us a panic button, a little wireless fob to hold, in case we felt uncomfortable and wanted the agents outside to come in immediately. Having it in my hand made me feel less safe, not more. It was an admission that something bad could happen here. When they left, our home was different. It was a watched place. The cameras were off, they said, until the observation period began that night, but their dark lenses felt like unblinking eyes. We tried to make dinner, tried to talk normally, but we were actors on a stage, aware of the empty seats soon to be filled. When night fell, a plain white van pulled up across the street. We saw the faint glow of monitor screens inside. The observation had begun. We went through our bedtime routine, feeling exposed and ridiculous. We changed clothes in the bathroom. We got into bed and turned off the light. The room was dark, but I knew that to the agents in the van with their night vision, it was probably as bright as day. I held my wife, feeling her shiver against me. "It's going to be okay," I whispered, the lie tasting bitter. "We're helping people." She just nodded, clutching my arm. We lay there for what felt like hours, pretending to sleep, listening to the sounds of our own house, every creak and groan magnified. I watched the red light on the camera. It remained dark. They said it wouldn't glow, that it was completely hidden in operation. But I swore I could feel its focus on us. We were no longer a husband and wife. We were specimens in a jar, and the scientists were taking notes. Eventually, from sheer exhaustion, I must have drifted off. I was jerked awake not by a sound, but by a movement. My wife was sitting up, not with the slow, sleepy sit of someone waking, but in one fluid, unnatural motion, like a puppet pulled upright by its strings. My heart seized. I didn't move. I just watched, my eyes straining in the dark. She swung her legs out of bed and stood up. She didn't walk to the door. She didn't go to her desk. She just stood there for a long moment, facing the wall. Then slowly, deliberately, she turned her head. Not toward me, toward the corner of the room, toward the small, dark globe of the camera. She stared directly into it. I could see the pale oval of her face in the gloom, her features slack, her eyes like dark pits. She held that pose, utterly still, for a minute that stretched into an eternity. She was looking right at the agents in the van, right through the lens. It was a recognition, an acknowledgement, a hello. Then, just as smoothly, she turned back, lay down, and pulled the covers over herself. The regular rhythm of her breathing started again, almost instantly. I lay there frozen, my own breath caught in my throat. The thing knew it was being watched. It had just looked into the eyes of the FBI, and let them know it saw them too. In the van across the street, Agent Harris would be watching his monitor. He wouldn't be seeing a victim or a patient. He would be seeing a phenomenon, a source, looking right back at him. The balance of power in the room, in our lives, had just shifted. We were no longer just the subjects of the study. We had just become active participants in a conversation we never wanted to have, and the other party had just said its first chilling word directly to the authorities. The observation had officially begun, and the first data point was a silent, staring challenge. What would the FBI's response be? The day they saved the first girl, I learned a terrible truth. Doing good can feel exactly like doing evil. The chill up your spine is the same. After the night of the staring contest, things changed fast. Agent Harris and his team were electric with a new kind of focus. They weren't just observers anymore. They were hunters, and my wife was their bloodhound. They started what they called structured observation. They asked us to keep a strict sleep schedule. They gave her a mild, supposedly harmless sedative at the same time each night to, as Harris put it, lower the barriers to entry. It made my skin crawl, but she agreed. She wanted to help. She needed to make the horror worthwhile. About a week after the cameras went in, it happened. It was a Tuesday just past midnight. I was in the van with them, something they'd started allowing, maybe to keep me compliant. I watched the grainy green night vision feed from our bedroom. She sat up, that same fluid motion, and went straight to her desk. Under the watchful eye of the camera, she picked up a pen and wrote, not in the frantic script of before, but in slow, deliberate print. An address in a city 3 states away, and a name, Lily. She wrote it once, then put the pen down and went back to bed. In the van, it was like someone had set off a firecracker. Harris didn't cheer, but his whole body went taut. He snapped his fingers at Collins, who was already typing furiously on a laptop, cross-referencing the name and location against a database. His eyes went wide. A Lily was reported missing 72 hours ago from that city. Family just filed the report. No media, no Amber Alert yet. It's not public. The air left the van. This wasn't a cold case from years ago. This was a fresh one. A fresh one, as the entity had whispered. The clock was ticking. Harris was on his phone in seconds, his voice low and urgent, relaying the information to local field agents. I sat there, numb, watching the screen that showed my sleeping wife. She had just handed them a secret, a piece of knowledge no one on Earth should have had. The next 48 hours were a blur of tension. We weren't told anything, but the agents monitoring the house had a new energy, a buzzing anticipation. Then on Thursday morning, Harris showed up at our door, and he wasn't alone. He had another agent with him, and he was holding a bottle of champagne. His smile was genuine this time, broad and triumphant. "We got her," he said, stepping inside. "Lily. She was alive, locked in a basement 2 blocks from the address you gave us. She's dehydrated, scared, but she's going to be okay. You did that." My wife, who had come downstairs looking tired and worn, stopped in her tracks. Her hand flew to her mouth. Then the tears came, real, shaking sobs of relief. Harris popped the champagne cork, a loud, celebratory sound that felt alien in our house. He poured 3 glasses, for him, for my wife, for me. The mood in the living room was suddenly euphoric. The agents who were usually so quiet were talking over each other, using words like breakthrough and paradigm shift. My wife was smiling through her tears, her shoulders lighter than I'd seen them in months. For a single, shining moment, it felt like we had won. We had taken the monster and forced it to do a miracle. We were heroes. I even drank the champagne, the bubbles feeling like hope on my tongue. That feeling lasted about an hour. After the initial celebration died down, Harris and the other agents huddled in our kitchen, talking in low, excited voices. I went to get more water, and I caught a snippet of their conversation. They weren't saying Mrs. or using her name. One of the junior agents, a guy with a buzz cut, said, "The asset's output last night was remarkably clean, much clearer than the forest data." The other nodded, replying, "We need to maximize output. See if we can schedule the stimulus more reliably." The asset. Maximize output. Schedule stimulus. The words were cold, technical, like they were talking about a factory machine, not my wife. The humanity was being scrubbed away, replaced by the language of production. I looked at my wife, sitting on the couch, holding her empty champagne flute and staring into space with a fragile smile. She was being drained. The physical toll was becoming impossible to ignore. The dark circles under her eyes were permanent bruises. She'd lost weight, her clothes hanging a little loose. During the day, she was jumpy, flinching at the microwave beep or a bird hitting the window. She was a battery being used to power something awful, and she was running down. And I was becoming a ghost in my own home. The agents talked to her about her, but rarely to me. I was the spouse of the asset, a logistical detail, the guy who made coffee and signed forms. My concerns were met with polite nods from Harris, and then ignored. The mission, the greater good, was all that mattered. I tried to talk to her about it a few days later. "This is killing you," I said, holding her hands. They felt thin and cold. "You see what they call you? An asset. We need to stop this." She pulled her hands away, her eyes fierce. "Stop? Ben, that girl is home because of me. Her mother has her back. What's a little tiredness compared to that? This is why it's happening. This is the reason." She had that light in her eyes, the one of absolute conviction. She had found redemption in the horror, and she was clinging to it with everything she had. I couldn't argue with the results. I couldn't tell a mother her daughter wasn't worth my wife's health. The moral math was monstrous, and it was winning. That night, after another session that yielded nothing, I found her not in bed, but standing in the living room, staring up at the camera in the corner. Its dark lens was like a pupil. She didn't move when I entered. "You should be asleep," I said softly. She didn't look at me. Her voice, when it came, was small and ragged, the voice of the woman I loved, not the empty vessel. "It's getting louder," she whispered. I stepped closer. "What is?" "The noise. The presence. It's not just talking through me anymore, Ben. It's starting to talk to me. In the in-between times, when I'm just waking up or falling asleep. I hear it like a thought that isn't mine." A fresh wave of dread washed over me. "What does it say?" She finally turned to look at me, and her eyes were pools of sheer terror. "It's asking for things. It says it's hungry. It says the work is good, but it wants payment for its help." The word payment hung in the air between us, ugly and full of threat. The celebration, the champagne, the hero talk, it all curdled in that moment. We hadn't tamed the monster. We had just fed it a snack, and now it was looking up from its meal, licking its lips, and asking what was for dinner. The good deed now had a price tag, and the thing inside my wife was starting to present the bill. What did a paranormal entity consider fair payment? The thought kept me awake long after she finally went to sleep. The line between using the thing and serving it had just vanished. We were no longer partners in a grim endeavor. We were waiters, and a very dangerous customer had just started looking at the menu. They say the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he didn't exist. But his second greatest trick was getting the FBI to draw up a contract. The payment talk hung over us for a week, a storm cloud we kept waiting to burst. The sessions continued, but now my wife was quieter during them, more passive, like she was just a door being held open. Then, on a night when I was in the van as usual, it happened. The event that changed everything. She took the sedative and fell asleep. On the monitor, I watched her sit up. But this time was different. She didn't go to the desk. She slid out of bed and walked, with that eerie smoothness, out of the bedroom and into the living room. Harris, next to me, leaned forward, his face lit by the screen's glow. "New behavior," he muttered, more to himself than to me. She walked across the living room, past the couch, past the television, and stopped in front of the large two-way mirror the technicians had installed the week before. It looked like a decorative mirror to us, but from the spare room next door, it was a window. She stood there, a pale figure in a nightgown, reflected in the dark glass. Then she slowly raised her right hand and placed her palm flat against the cool surface. She leaned in, her mouth almost touching the glass, and she spoke. The voice wasn't the dry rustle from before. It was distorted, layered, like several people speaking at once from the bottom of a well. It was loud enough for the microphones to pick up cleanly. "5 more, the voice said, the words clear and chillingly businesslike. "I give you 5 more lost ones. Fresh ones. You will find them alive. You will be heroes." In the van, you could have heard a pin drop. Harris was frozen, not even breathing. The voice continued. "But the seventh is mine. You will watch. You will record. And you will let me keep her." A bolt of pure, undiluted horror shot through me. Keep her. It wasn't talking about information anymore. It was talking about a person. It was making a trade. My wife's body then turned from the mirror. She walked to the large evidence board the FBI had set up in our living room to track missing persons cases. It was covered in photos of smiling people, maps, and notes. Underneath were columns labeled, "Victim, Last Seen, Unsub," which Harris told me stood for unknown subject. She stood before it, her head tilted. Then, with a calm that was somehow worse than any frenzy, she reached up to a small stack of recent case photos. She shuffled through them and pulled one out. It was a picture of herself, a snapshot I'd taken in the garden last spring. She was smiling, her eyes squinting in the sun. The entity, using her hand, held the photo up to the board. It smiled her smile, an expression that was all wrong, too wide, too knowing. Then it pinned the photo of my wife squarely under the column labeled unsub. It was signing its work. It was confessing. It was saying, "I am the unknown subject. I am the phenomenon. And I am in control." Then, as if the show was over, she turned and walked back to bed. The monitors showed her lying down, returning to a normal sleep pattern. The van was a tomb. The agents were staring at their screens, then at Harris, then at me. I was shaking, my hands gripping the edge of the console, so hard my knuckles were white. Harris finally moved. He didn't look at me. He picked up a dedicated phone, his face a mask of professional calm, but I saw a tremor in his hand. "Sir," he said into the receiver, "we have a development." The entity has directly communicated. It's set. Terms. We need a full briefing. Yes, sir. I understand. He hung up and finally met my gaze. There was no warmth there now, no reassuring smile. There was only the cool assessment of a man looking at a complicated problem. Sir, he said, his voice formal, we need to discuss the parameters of our continued cooperation. The entity has set terms. We should meet. Off the record. That's how I found myself in a deserted county park at 6 the next morning, sitting across from Agent Harris at a splintery picnic table. The sun was just coming up, casting long, cold shadows. He didn't offer coffee. He didn't offer comfort. He slid a single sheet of paper across the weathered wood toward me. It wasn't official letterhead. It was plain with typed text. At the top it said, Memorandum of Understanding Draft. My eyes scanned the lines, my brain refusing to process the words. It was laid out like a business agreement. Party A, the entity, manifested through the subject, agrees to provide five verified, actionable intelligence packets leading to the location and recovery of living missing persons. Party B, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, agrees, upon fulfillment of the above, to grant the entity unimpeded acquisition of Subject 7. Party B will provide observation and recording of the acquisition process for study. All terms contingent upon the continued viability of the subject as a conduit. I looked up at Harris, my mouth dry. This is insane. You can't be considering this. This is a person. Subject 7 foot is a person. Harris's expression didn't change. The memorandum is a draft, a tool to understand its demands. It wants a framework. It thinks in transactions. It wants a human being. I said, my voice rising. And in exchange, it promises 5, Harris replied, his voice low and steady. 5 living people returned to their families. We have already saved 2. The entity has a 100% success rate. It is, for all intents and purposes, a perfect source. We have never had a tool like this. He used the word tool again. It was all a calculation to him. My wife is not a tool, and you're talking about handing someone over to that. We are talking about saving 5 lives with certainty, he said, his wintry eyes locking onto mine. We're talking about a phenomenon that operates whether we agree or not. This way we can guide it, control the outcome, save more than we lose. It's a terrible choice, but it is a choice with a net positive outcome. He was doing the moral math again, right in front of me, and the numbers, in his ledger, added up in favor of the deal. I pushed the paper back toward him as if it were poisoned. I won't let this happen. I'll go to the press. I'll tell everyone. Harris slowly folded the paper and put it back in his jacket pocket. That would be inadvisable. You signed confidentiality agreements. Your wife is a material witness and the source of critical ongoing investigations. Any disclosure would compromise those investigations and result in serious legal consequences. More importantly, he leaned forward slightly, it would not stop the entity. It would only stop us from being able to mitigate the outcome. Without us, there is no guarantee it would stop at 5 before taking its 7th. It might just take her whenever it wants. This way we get 5 lives. We get to study the acquisition process, to perhaps understand how to prevent it in the future. This is the only play. I felt the walls closing in. The law, the logic, the greater good, it was all a cage. He stood up, brushing a leaf from his pants. Talk to your wife. Explain the situation. The decision is ultimately hers. She is the conduit. The memorandum, if we proceed, would be with the entity through her. Her consent is the keystone. He walked back to his sedan and drove away, leaving me sitting in the cold morning light, the taste of bile in my mouth. He had reframed it yet again. It wasn't the FBI making a deal with a demon. It was my wife, the hero, choosing to save 5 people with the unfortunate collateral cost of 1. He had made refusal seem not just selfish, but murderous. I drove home, my mind reeling. How do you even begin that conversation? I walked into the house to find her at the kitchen table, already awake, clutching a mug. She looked up at me, and she knew. He talked to you, she said, her voice flat. I nodded, sinking into the chair across from her. They have a draft, an agreement. 5 lives for 1. I couldn't say it. She stared into her coffee. It spoke to me again last night, after the session, in that in-between place. It showed me, not who but, the feeling of having the 7th. It wants it. It's hungry for it. She looked at me, her eyes hollow. Harris is right about one thing, Ben. It's going to happen. With or without them. This way. At least some good comes from it. 5 families get their people back. That has to mean something. I heard the resignation in her voice, the same deadly math taking root. The entity wasn't just talking to her. It was persuading her. It was making her its advocate. We were no longer just the keepers of a secret. We were now the negotiators for a predator, and the contract was on the table. The question was no longer if a terrible price would be paid, but when and who would be handed over to pay it. They had a calendar for it. Tuesdays and Fridays, 9 p.m. My wife's damnation was penciled in between budget review and forensic sync-up. The Memorandum of Understanding, as Harris called it, was finalized. I never saw the signed version. I just saw the results. Our life became a grim, mechanical schedule. The sessions were no longer about catching a random event. They were harvests. Every Tuesday and Friday, an agent would arrive at 8:45 p.m. with a small paper cup containing my wife's sedative. She would take it without a word, her eyes already distant. By 9 p.m., she would be in bed. By 9:15, the agents, Harris, Collins, and 2 others, would be in the observation van or in the spare room behind the mirror, laptops open, recorders running. I usually stayed in the van. I couldn't bear to be in the house. It felt like watching a surgery on someone I loved, but the surgery was to remove a truth, not a tumor. The process was always the same. She would sit up, walk to the desk, and write. Sometimes it was an address, sometimes a name, sometimes a few fragmented details like red door or smells of diesel. The entity was delivering its part of the bargain with cold efficiency. The FBI's machinery would wear into action. The information was fed into their systems, cross-referenced, analyzed. And it worked. They found the 3rd missing person, a teenager who had run away and gotten trapped in an abandoned warehouse. They found the 4th, a man with early dementia who had wandered miles from his home and was stuck in a drainage ditch. Both alive. Each time, there was no celebration, no champagne, just a quiet nod from Harris, a note in a file, and a glance at a tally sheet that was, I knew, counting down. 5 promised, 2 delivered, 3 to go. My wife was fading. In her waking hours, she was a ghost. She spoke in short sentences, if at all. She picked at her food. She jumped at ordinary sounds, the click of the thermostat, the hum of the refrigerator. The light in her eyes, the one that had briefly flared with purpose after saving the first girl, was gone, replaced by a flat, dull exhaustion. She spent hours scrolling through local news sites on her tablet, looking at the smiling faces of the people she had helped find. She would touch their photos on the screen and whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She was apologizing to them for the cost, for the thing inside her that saw them as currency. I became a stranger in my own life. The agents now had a routine. They brought their own coffee. They had a specific chair in the living room they used for debriefs. They talked about maximizing asset viability and subconscious conditioning. I was furniture. My rage and fear had no outlet. One night, after the 4th person was found, I snapped. I cornered Harris in our kitchen as he was pouring himself a glass of water. "Look at her," I hissed, keeping my voice low so she wouldn't hear from the living room. "She's dying. She's losing weight. She's not sleeping. She's terrified all the time. You're killing her to fulfill this insane contract." Harris turned, his face a mask of calm patience. He took a slow sip of water. Mr. Omitted, your wife is serving a greater good on a scale you cannot comprehend. We are saving lives with a certainty we have never possessed. The alternative is that the entity acts unpredictably, and people still go missing, and we learn nothing. This is the path of maximum benefit. Maximum benefit for who? I spat. For your statistics? She's a person. What is 1 life weighed against 5, huh? Is that your calculus? He didn't even blink. It's the calculus of the situation. It's the math we have been given. We did not create the terms. We are simply managing them to save as many as possible. Your wife understands this. It's time you did too. He walked out, leaving me trembling with impotent fury. His words echoed in my head, a cold, logical poison. 1 for 5. It was rational. It was monstrous. And I couldn't find a way to break the equation. A few days later, I came home from a pointless walk to find my wife in the living room. She was standing on a chair, a pair of kitchen scissors in her hand, stretching toward the small black globe of the camera in the corner. Her hands were shaking so badly the scissors were clicking together. She couldn't reach the wires. She wasn't even close. "Hey," I said softly, rushing over. "What are you doing?" She looked down at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear, lucid, and filled with a raw, animal terror I had never seen before. It was my wife, truly my wife, looking out at me. She let the scissors drop to the carpet and stepped down, collapsing into my arms. She was sobbing, great heaving sobs that shook her whole frame. "It's picking her out," she choked out, her words muffled against my shoulder. "The seventh. Oh God, Ben, it's showing me her face in my dreams. When I'm awake, I see her in flashes. She has curly red hair. She has a little mole above her lip. She's real. And the thing, it's making me like her. It's making me feel a pull toward her, a fondness. It's preparing me. It wants me to want her to come." I held her, my own blood running cold. This was worse than just taking a victim. This was corruption. It was twisting her emotions, making her complicit in a sick courtship. She wasn't just the door anymore. It was training her to be the welcome mat. That night, the Tuesday session happened as scheduled. She gave them the details that led to the fifth missing person, a young woman who had been taken by an ex-boyfriend. The agents were efficient, focused. The deal was almost done. 5 for 1. After she returned to bed and the agents were packing up, the entity used her mouth one more time. She sat up, looked directly at the camera in the bedroom, and the layered, distorted voice filled the speakers in the van. "The seventh must be a volunteer," it said, the words crisp and demanding. "She must come willingly. You will arrange it." Then she lay back down. In the van, Harris stopped what he was doing. He looked at Collins, then at the other agents. A slow, understanding nod passed between them. The terms had just been updated. It wasn't enough to just hand someone over. The victim had to walk into the monster's arms of her own free will. The horror wasn't just in the act. It was in the deception, in the betrayal of trust. The entity didn't just want a meal. It wanted a gift beautifully wrapped. And it was the FBI's job and my wife's role to do the wrapping. The countdown was nearly over. The fifth life was saved, ticking the box in their ledgers. The machinery of the deal was now shifting gears, moving from retrieval to procurement. The who had been chosen. The how had just been specified, willingly. The only questions left were when, and what sick, twisted performance would they have to stage to make an innocent woman volunteer for her own nightmare? We used to be the victims. Then we were the tools. Now, I looked at the file photo of the young woman with the curly red hair and the kind smile, and I understood. We were about to become the bait. The entity, true to its word, gave up the details during the next session. It wasn't a sleep scribble this time. My wife, under its control, took a charcoal pencil and drew a portrait. It was shockingly good, lifelike. A woman in her mid-20s with a wild cascade of red curls, bright eyes, and a small, distinct mole just above her lip. A name was written beneath, Chloe. Then came the data dump, where she worked, where she lived, where she got her coffee. The FBI's databases lit up like a Christmas tree. Chloe was real. 24 years old. A graduate student in psychology. A volunteer at a local crisis hotline center. She wasn't missing. She was going about her life, studying for exams, walking her dog in the park, completely unaware that she had been selected. The horror of it was in the sheer normalcy. They didn't put her under protection. They put her under a microscope. Without a word to me, the surveillance began. I'd see it on the agents' tablets when they thought I wasn't looking. A live tracking that moved through a grocery store. A grainy telephoto image showed her laughing with a friend outside a library. Audio logs noted her patterns. They compiled a file, her routines, her small debts, her quiet social life, her history of battling depression in college. They weren't profiling a victim to protect her. They were profiling a product to see why it had been chosen and how best to package it. The words on one agent's notes made me feel sick. Vulnerability, isolation, empathetic profile, potential approach vector, simulated crisis. They were looking for the cracks in her life where they could slip their hooks in. The worst part was watching what it did to my wife. The entity wasn't just showing her Chloe's face in dreams anymore. It was leaking details into her waking mind. We'd be eating breakfast and she'd suddenly say, "She takes 1 sugar in her coffee, but she's trying to cut back." Or, "She hums that song from the old cartoon when she's in the shower." She'd know these intimate, pointless things, and she'd say them with a mix of wonder and revulsion. One evening, she broke down, clutching her head as if trying to physically rip the knowledge out. "I care about her," she wept, her whole body shaking. "I see her life, her little struggles, and I want her to be okay. I want to protect her. But the other part of me, the thing inside, it wants her to come. It's making me feel this pull, like I'm making a new friend, but the friendship is a trap, and I'm building it cell by cell. She was being hollowed out and filled with the entity's desires. Her own compassion, her nurse's instinct to care, was being weaponized against her and against an innocent woman. I was powerless. Harris made it clear we were past the point of debate. The memorandum was active. 5 lives had been saved. The entity had upheld its end. The FBI was now obligated to facilitate the acquisition of Subject 7. The word facilitate made it sound like they were setting up a business meeting, not a sacrifice. He called me into the living room one afternoon. The evidence board, once covered in many faces, now had a new, dedicated section. Chloe's photo was in the center, surrounded by maps of her neighborhood, her class schedule, photos of her dog. It was a hunter's board. The entity requires a facilitator on the ground, Harris said, his voice devoid of any emotion. Someone to make the introduction convincing, to secure the willing compliance. It has to be your wife. The connection is already forming. The entity is building affinity within her. She is the perfect lure. I stared at him, my mouth agape. You want her to befriend Chloe? To trick her? We want her to fulfill the agreed-upon terms, Harris corrected, as if I'd misunderstood a clause in a car rental agreement. The entity specified willing. Your wife, guided by the entity's knowledge and her own genuine empathetic qualities, is the only viable instrument to achieve that. You need to prepare her. Her conscious mind needs to align with the operational necessity. He was telling me to get my wife ready to betray and doom another human being. I refused. I yelled. I threatened again to go public. Harris just listened, then opened a folder on the table. It was the final, signed memorandum of understanding. At the bottom, next to the swirling, unnatural signature the entity had somehow scrawled during a session, was the clear, sharp signature of a deputy director of the FBI. The full weight of the institution, its seal, its authority, was behind this madness. It was no longer just Harris and his team. It was the United States government. They had signed a contract with the thing in my wife. Your cooperation is expected, Harris said, closing the folder, for the continuity of the operation and for your wife's well-being. A resistant conduit could experience breakdown. We need her stable. You need her stable. It was a threat, wrapped in concern. That night, I held my wife as she cried herself into a fitful sleep. I watched her face, now so thin and tired, and I knew Harris was right about one terrible thing. If she fought this, it would destroy what was left of her mind. The thing would tear her apart from the inside to get what it wanted. We were in a box with no exits. The next morning, she was different, calmer, resigned. She looked at me over her coffee, and her eyes held a terrifying certainty. It showed me the afterwards, she said, her voice quiet but clear. Last night, in that place between, Chloe won't be hurt. Not in the way you think. She won't be screaming in a dark room. The entity doesn't want that. It wants a companion. It's lonely. It showed me. A kind of peace. A quiet place. She'll be there, and she'll be happy. Content. And after Chloe, she took a sharp breath. It wants to pick the next one, too. It's just getting started. It's building something. A collection. This is only the first trade. Her words iced my soul. It wasn't a one-time deal. It was a subscription service. 5 lives bought 1 for its collection, and then it would want more 5-for-1 trades forever. We weren't just sacrificing Chloe. We were founding a membership for a monsters club, and the FBI was the manager. The machinery began to move in earnest. Agents started coming during the day now. They weren't just observers, they were directors. They brought in a woman, an agent who specialized in what they called narrative construction. They sat with my wife in the living room, which now felt like a stage. They coached her. They gave her a new name to use, a backstory. They taught her a script of trauma, a story of an abusive relationship, of being scared and alone, tailored to trigger Chloe's psychology training and her crisis center instincts. They practiced the emotional cues. When to let her voice crack, when to let a tear fall, how to sound fragile but not unstable, desperate but not dangerous. They were turning my wife into the perfect, wounded bird. I watched from the kitchen door, feeling like I was going to vomit. My wife, my smart, strong, funny wife, was sitting there, repeating lines like an actress. My name is Maya, she practiced, her voice trembling on cue. I'm so scared. I heard you could help. You're the only one I could talk to. Can you meet me? Please, I have nowhere else to go. The agent nodded, encouraging. Good. The helplessness is good. But remember, you also need to show strength. You're reaching out. You're taking control. You're a survivor. She'll relate to that. It was a perversion of everything she was. They were using her goodness to craft the ultimate evil lie. The rehearsal was the final nail in my coffin. I saw her, after the agents left, staring at her own reflection in the dark television screen. The person looking back was a stranger, a weapon they had loaded and aimed. The meeting was set, 2 days from now. In a quiet, secluded park Chloe was known to walk through. My role was simple: drive my wife there. Be the concerned, supportive husband in the background. The visual proof that this was just a couple in trouble, not a threat. My presence was the final piece of set dressing to sell the lie. The last night before the meeting, I didn't sleep. I lay beside her, listening to her breathe, memorizing the feel of her hand in mine. I thought about Chloe, about her dog, about her life about to be erased and replaced with some warped, quiet peace in a monster's collection. I thought about the 5 people we had saved, their faces mixing with Chloe's in my mind. The math was a prison, and tomorrow we were going to become the wardens and lead the next inmate right to her cell. They weren't just asking my wife to lie. They were asking her to build a friendship out of ashes and malice, to make Chloe trust her so completely that she would walk into the dark without a second thought. The morning of the meeting was bright and clear, a cruel parody of a nice day. My wife had changed. The FBI stylist had dyed her hair a shade darker, cut it in a different style. They gave her clothes that were softer, less assertive than what she usually wore. A simple sweater, jeans, no makeup to make her look more vulnerable. She looked like a younger, more broken version of herself. She looked like Maya. I barely recognized her. We didn't speak on the drive. I just followed the GPS route an agent had programmed into my phone. We parked a block away from the small neighborhood park, as instructed. I turned off the engine. The quiet in the car was complete, filled only with the sound of our breathing. I reached over and took her hand. It was ice cold and still. She was staring straight ahead, her face a calm mask, but I could see a muscle twitching in her jaw. "We don't have to do this," I whispered, the words feeling useless even as I said them. "We can drive away. Right now. We can just go." She turned her head slowly to look at me. Her eyes were deep, dark pools of a terrible resolve. "And then what then? It takes her anyway, somewhere else, some other time, and 5 people are dead in ditches and basements who didn't have to be. This is the deal. We made it. I have to see it through." She wasn't just resigned. She had accepted the logic, absorbed it into her bones. The entity's will and the FBI's purpose had fused inside her. She was the instrument, and she was ready to perform. She opened the car door. "Wait for the signal," she said, her voice flat. "Then come." She walked away, a solitary figure moving toward the park entrance. I watched her go, my heart a pounding drum in my chest. I had a small earpiece in, tuned to the surveillance frequency. I could hear the routine checks from the agents positioned around the park, in trees, in unmarked vans. I could hear Harris's calm, low voice from the main observation van. "All units stand by. The asset is approaching the meeting point. Subject 7 is on the bench, confirmed." I saw her then. Chloe. She was sitting on a wooden bench under a large oak tree, just as they said she would be. She was wearing a light jacket, a book open on her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was looking around, a slightly concerned, kind expression on her face. She was waiting for a stranger in need. My wife walked along the path, her posture subtly changed, slumped a little, arms wrapped around herself as if for warmth. She approached the bench, hesitant, then stopped a few feet away. Through my earpiece, I heard her voice, trembling with manufactured tears, layered with a genuine, gut-wrenching fear that was all too real. "Excuse me? Are you Chloe? From the crisis center?" Chloe looked up, her face immediately softening into a warm, open smile. "Yes, that's me. Are you Maya?" My wife nodded, biting her lip. She took a tentative step closer. "I'm so sorry to bother you here. I didn't know who else to call. The hotline said you sometimes take private referrals for people who are scared." She was delivering the script perfectly, but the raw emotion underpinning it was her own terror, which made it devastatingly convincing. "Of course," Chloe said, patting the space on the bench beside her. "Please sit. You're not a bother at all." My wife sat, keeping a small, careful distance. The conversation flowed, guided by my wife's training and Chloe's natural empathy. My wife spun the tale of Maya, the controlling partner, the fear, the feeling of being trapped. Chloe listened, nodding, offering gentle words of support and validation. They talked for 20 minutes. I watched, my stomach in knots, as Chloe's body language opened up, as she leaned in, as she touched my wife's arm in a gesture of comfort. The trap was closing. It was working. Then my wife delivered the key line, the one they had practiced over and over. I think I need to get away. Just for a few days. To clear my head, to be safe. I have a cousin, she has a cabin. It's remote, no one knows about it. But I'm too scared to go alone. I don't trust myself. Would you? Could you possibly come with me? Just to help me get settled? I know it's a huge thing to ask, but I feel like I can trust you. You're the first person who has really listened. There it was. The invitation. The request for a volunteer. Chloe didn't answer right away. She looked at my wife, her face a picture of compassion and conflict. This was the moment. If she said no, the operation was a failure. The entity would be denied. What would it do then? My earpiece crackled. Harris's voice was a tense murmur. Critical moment. All units hold. Chloe sighed a soft, caring sound. Oh Maya, that's a lot. You must be so exhausted. She looked down at her hands, then back up, her decision made. You know what? Yes. Yes, I'll go with you. You shouldn't have to face this alone. Everyone deserves to feel safe. She said it. She volunteered. A wave of nausea, so intense I almost passed out, washed over me. It was done. The terms were met. In the earpiece, Harris's voice was no longer a murmur. It was clear, firm, and final. All units, stand by. The acquisition of Subject 7 is in progress. Let the record show, for the families of the 5, we have fulfilled our contract. His words were a legal, moral, and spiritual gut punch. We had done it. We had traded. My wife, on the bench, managed a tearful, grateful smile. Thank you, she whispered to Chloe, the words thick with a real gratitude that was hideously twisted. Thank you so much. They made a plan. Chloe would go home, pack a bag, tell her roommate she was helping a friend in crisis. They would meet back here in 2 hours. My wife walked back to the car, her steps quicker now. She slid into the passenger seat and closed the door. She didn't look at me. She stared out the windshield, her face blank. She said yes, she stated, her voice devoid of any emotion. I know, I said. I started the car and drove, not back home, but just drove, following no route. We had 2 hours until the final act. We ended up at a lookout point over the city. We sat there, watching the world go on, people living lives untouched by monsters and memorandums. After a long while she spoke, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. It's happy, she said. The thing inside me. It's pleased. It likes her. It can't wait. I had no words. There were no words left. We drove back to the park at the appointed time. Chloe was there, with a small overnight bag, looking both concerned and determined, a good person ready to do a good deed. My wife got out to meet her. I stayed in the driver's seat, as instructed. My role was over. I watched as Chloe hugged my wife, a brief, comforting hug. They walked together toward a different car, an innocuous sedan that an agent had parked nearby. The cabin was a fiction. The destination was something else entirely, a place only the FBI and the entity knew. My wife opened the passenger door for Chloe. Chloe smiled, said something, and got in. My wife walked around to the driver's side. Before she got in, she paused. She turned her head and looked back across the park, directly at our car, directly at me. The distance was too far to see her expression, but I could feel the weight of her gaze. Then she did something she shouldn't have. She raised her hand, not in a wave, but held it up, palm facing me, fingers slightly spread. She held it there for a 3 count. Then she lowered it, got into the sedan, and started the engine. They drove away, turning a corner and disappearing from view. I sat there, paralyzed. That gesture, it wasn't in the script. It wasn't something Maya would do. It was something from us, from our private language, from a game we used to play. It meant wait for me. It meant I'm coming back. But she wasn't driving Chloe to a cabin. She was driving her to be given to the thing inside her. So why signal wait for me? Unless the plan had changed. Unless she wasn't planning to just hand Chloe over. Or unless the entity, pleased and confident, had let a piece of my real wife surface for just a second to send a message. Or maybe it was a farewell. I didn't know. All I knew was that the deal was complete. 5 lives for 1. The contract was fulfilled. The sedan with my wife and Chloe was gone. The FBI would get their recorded observation of the acquisition. And I was alone in a quiet park, the taste of battery acid fear still in my mouth, with a single, fragile thread of hope. A hand signal from a woman who was both my wife and a stranger, driving a volunteer to a monster, telling me to wait. The math was done. The ledger was balanced. But as I sat there, watching the empty street where they'd vanished, a new, more terrifying question began to form in the hollow space she left behind. When the entity was done with Chloe, and it came time to pick the next one, who would it want then? The waiting was over. The next part was just beginning, and I was alone with the silence and the signal. Story number 3. My name is Glenn, and the whole point of this hobby is to leave a little piece of yourself behind for strangers to find. A secret handshake for folks who like looking under rocks. Today, with my wife, our teenager, and our 7-year-old son, we found a piece of ourselves we had never meant to leave. It was my fault, really. I'd gotten bored with the easy caches, the ones anyone could find with an app. I dug out an old notebook from my early days, handwritten coordinates from before everything went digital, when finding a cache felt like uncovering real treasure. The one listed simply as Last Look called to me, its coordinates pointing to a wrinkled corner of the park map far from any marked trail. The drive was long, the hiking was all uphill, and the complaints started almost immediately. My teenager's phone lost its signal about 20 minutes in, and that was practically a crisis. "We're going to get lost out here," they muttered, kicking a pine cone. My wife shot me a look that said this better be worth it. Our little one, though, was a trooper, marching ahead with a stick like he was on a great expedition. The forest changed as we went deeper. The friendly, sun-dappled path gave way to a narrower track, then to no track at all, just deer trails through thick tangles of rhododendron. The air got cooler, the light a little greener, like we were walking underwater. I kept my eyes glued to the handheld GPS, the one with the real antenna, watching the numbers creep closer together. My wife asked if we should turn back a few times, and I just shook my head, that stubborn excitement bubbling in my chest. We were close. We pushed through a final wall of ferns and into a small, perfect clearing. A shaft of sunlight hit the middle of it, spotlighting a massive, moss-covered log that had fallen long ago. The GPS beeped softly, the screen reading 0. "This is it," I said, my voice a mix of triumph and relief. The hunt was on. We fanned out, poking at stones, peering under bushes. It was our son who found it, his sharp eyes spotting a corner of dull metal where the moss on the log seemed a little too perfect. "Dad, here!" he yelled, and we all crowded around. It was an old military ammo can, the kind you see in surplus stores. The green paint was blistered with rust, and the latch was stiff with age. Stamped into the metal on the lid, faint but clear, were the words, "The Last Cache." That gave me a pause. Caches don't usually name them so officially, not like that. It felt more like a label than a title. "Well, open it already," my teenager said, their earlier annoyance replaced by curiosity. I took my multi-tool, wedged the flat head under the latch, and with a gritty squeal of protest, it popped open. The inside smelled of old metal and dry paper. No geocaching logo, no "Welcome to the Adventure" note. No cheap toys or travel bugs. Just a neat stack of maybe a dozen old Polaroid photos, the kind with the thick white border. I smiled, lifting them out. "Must be someone's old vacation pics," I said. "Maybe they forgot them." The first photo was of a couple on a hiking trail, arms around each other, smiling at the camera with that young, goofy love. I chuckled, and then my breath caught. The couple was us, me and my wife. But from years ago, from our honeymoon, when we'd spent a week hiking in a different state park entirely. We looked so young. My wife leaned in, her shoulder touching mine. "Oh my God," she said, a laugh in her voice. "Where did they get that? Did you post that online somewhere?" "Maybe," I said, but a worm of unease was turning in my gut. I hadn't. I was sure of it. We were private about those kinds of photos. I flipped to the next one. It was a picture of our son, but as a toddler. He was sitting on a different log, wearing a tiny blue jacket with rockets on it, grinning a toothy grin. He was in a patch of backyard sunshine, not deep woods. "That's my jacket," our little boy now exclaimed, pointing. "The one with the rockets." My wife's hand went to her mouth. "I gave that to Goodwill," she said slowly. "Years ago. He outgrew it before we ever moved to this state." The laugh was gone from her voice. The next few photos were a gut punch. Our teenager, at about age 10, standing by a creek we didn't recognize, making a silly face. A picture of our family at a picnic table, but it was a table we'd never seen, at a park we'd never visited. In every one we were smiling, happy, completely unaware of the camera that we never remembered seeing. "This isn't funny," my teenager said, their voice low. "Who would do this? How did they even get these?" I had no answers. My hands felt cold. I kept flipping. The photos got more recent. There was one from what looked like last month, of me loading the car for a camping trip. Then one of my wife picking up groceries. They were grainy, taken from a distance, like surveillance photos. The final photo in the stack was different. It wasn't faded. The white border was bright, the image still dark, as if it was still developing. We all stared at it, huddled together in that cold clearing. Slowly, shapes began to form in the chemical soup. It was a picture of a clearing, a moss-covered log, and 4 people standing around it. My heart slammed against my ribs. It was us, right now, in this exact spot. Our faces were turned toward the camera, our expressions blurred but clearly confused, scared. I was holding the stack of photos. My wife had her hand over her mouth. Our children were peering over my arm. The photo was still clarifying, the details getting sharper by the second. I could see the pattern on my wife's shirt, the mud on my son's shoes. It was being taken right now, but there was no one else here to take it. A tiny mechanical were sounded from the ammo can. We all jumped. I looked inside. There, lying beneath where the photos had been, was a Polaroid camera, an old one-step model. Its lens was pointed right at us. As we watched, a blank, white photo slid out from its mouth with a sound like a sigh. We were frozen, just like in the picture we were holding. The new photo began to develop. The first thing to appear was the ammo can, open at our feet. Then our legs. It was climbing up the image, capturing this exact, terrible moment of understanding. I dropped the old photos like they were on fire. They fluttered to the moss. "We need to go," I said, my voice a harsh rasp that didn't sound like my own. "No, don't look back. Just run for the trail." No one argued. My wife grabbed our youngest's hand, and my teenager needed no urging, already turning. We crashed back through the ferns the way we had come, a blind, panicked flight. Branches slapped our faces. My breath sawed in my lungs. All I could think about was getting back to the main trail, back to the car, back to the world where things made sense. We burst out of the thicket where the narrow deer trail should have met the slightly wider path we'd used. We skidded to a stop. The path was gone. Not overgrown, not missed. Gone. In front of us was a wall of rhododendron, dense and tangled, identical in every direction. The landmark I'd mentally noted, a tall pine with a lightning scar, was nowhere to be seen. It was like the forest had rearranged itself the second we turned our backs. "This isn't right," my wife panted, her eyes wide. "It was here. It was right here." I fumbled for the GPS, my hands shaking. I powered it on. The screen flashed, then showed our coordinates. Then it flashed again, showing completely different coordinates. Then again. It was cycling through numbers wildly, placing us miles apart in a span of seconds, as if it couldn't decide where on earth we were. The final flash was a single line of text that glowed on the screen before the device went dark and silent for good. Cache saved. We stood there, the 4 of us, in the deepening green light of the woods, completely and utterly lost, with the proof of something impossible growing sharper and clearer in a photo tucked inside a rusted metal box 100 yards behind us. The hike back to the car was supposed to be all downhill, but as I looked at the hopeless, identical greenery surrounding us, I knew with a cold certainty that the easy path home was a thing of the past. We were still together, and we were unharmed, but the familiar woods had just become a very different kind of place, and the only map we had was one we didn't understand, still developing in the dark. You never notice how a forest lives and breathes until you're lost in one. This wasn't about being quiet, it was about everything feeling wrong, like the trees were holding their breath just to watch us. We stood where the trail should have been, a family-shaped island in a green sea of leaves and thorns. My wife was the first to speak, her voice tight. Okay, we just got turned around. We'll go back to the clearing, start fresh from there." But going back felt worse than going forward. Going back meant seeing that camera, that developing photo. Our teenagers shook their head violently. "No way, not back there. We keep going this way. It has to come out somewhere." They pointed a defiant finger into the uniform wall of green. Our youngest just sniffled, clutching his mother's leg. I was the dad, the planner, the one with the compass. I pulled it from my pocket, the reliable old Silva with the liquid-filled dial. "We went roughly east coming in," I said, trying to sound sure. "So if we head west, we should hit the fire road eventually." I held the compass flat, waiting for the red needle to settle and point the way. It didn't settle. It swung lazily, like it was floating in oil, making a slow, complete circle under the glass. North wasn't north anymore. A cold feeling, different from the fear in the clearing, seeped into my bones. This was a rule of the world breaking. My wife saw my face. What? What is it? I just showed her the dial. The needle continued its slow, impossible sweep. That can't happen, our teenager said, grabbing for it. It's broken. But it wasn't broken. It was moving too smoothly, too purposefully. It was working just fine, just not for us. We had to move. Staying put felt like waiting for a storm to find us. We decided to follow basic survival logic my father had taught me. Find moving water and follow it downstream. Water leads to bigger water, leads to people. So we pushed into the rhododendron, not following a path but making one, the thick, waxy leaves scraping our arms and faces. The woods felt different now. Before, on the hike in, it had been a place. Now it was a thing watching us. We didn't talk. The only sounds were our ragged breathing, the crunch of our steps, and a distant, rhythmic knocking that might have been a woodpecker or might have been something else. After what felt like an hour of brutal, sweaty effort, we heard the wonderful, gentle sound of trickling water. We pushed toward it, a new energy in our steps, and found a small, clear stream about 10 feet wide, bubbling over mossy stones. "This is good," I said, forcing a smile for my family. "This is a way out." We turned downstream, walking in the shallows at the edge to avoid leaving a trail, even though the idea of something following our trail seemed ridiculous and utterly possible at the same time. The light began to fade from green to gray. Dusk was coming. My teenager's phone, our last slim hope for a signal or a cached map, chose that moment to die. But it didn't just go black. The screen flashed once, brightly, showing an image for a split second before shutting down for good. It was the photo from the cache, the one of us standing around the mossy log. Then it was just a dead piece of glass and plastic in their hand. They threw it into the ferns in disgust and fear. We kept walking, the stream our only guide. My wife held our youngest's hand, whispering to him about the adventure, about the story we'd tell. I admired her for that, for fighting the panic to comfort him. I was all out of comfort. I was down to counting steps and watching the dark spaces between the trees. Then the stream bent sharply to the right around a large rock. We followed it, and as the view opened up, we all stopped walking at the same time. My legs just wouldn't move forward. There, on the bank, was a lightning-scarred pine tree, its trunk split by an old, healed wound in the shape of a jagged Z. It was the tree I'd been looking for when we first ran. The tree that should have been near the vanished trail. But that was impossible. We'd been walking downstream, away from that spot, for over an hour. We hadn't doubled back. The stream hadn't looped. Yet, here was the tree. At its base was a pile of the stones my youngest had been stacking idly, while I'd opened the cache a lifetime ago. We were standing right back where we had started our run. The clearing with the log and the ammo can was just through that wall of ferns. A perfect, impossible circle. A small, choked sound came from my wife. Our youngest began to cry in earnest, not scared whimpering, but deep, shuddering sobs of exhaustion and defeat. The last of the daylight was leaching from the sky, painting everything in shades of purple and black. We were lost, out of ideas, and night was coming. The rational part of my brain, the part that paid bills and fixed leaky faucets, shut down. Something else took over. We couldn't stay by the stream. We couldn't go back to the clearing. We moved away from the water, into a slightly more open grove of older trees, their branches forming a high canopy. Maybe we could make some kind of shelter. Maybe we could just wait. But the forest wasn't done with us. As we trudged into the grove, we saw it. In the very center, a small campfire crackled, its flames a cheerful, normal yellow. There was no smoke, no pile of firewood nearby. It just burned all by itself, as if someone had lit it minutes before and walked away. Around it were 4 smooth, flat stones arranged like chairs. It was a setup, an invitation. My family hung back, but I took a step closer, drawn by the primal promise of warmth and light. That's when I saw it. On one of the stones, the one that faced the fire just so, like a king's chair, sat the ammo can. The rusted green metal gleamed in the firelight. The stamped words, "The last cache," were clear as day. A wave of pure dizziness washed over me. We had left that box miles away, open and empty on the moss by the log. I had dropped the photos there. I had seen the camera inside. This was the same box, I was sure of it. The same dents, the same pattern of rust. But it was here, waiting for us, as if it had never been moved. It was closed. My wife's hand clamped on my arm, her nails digging in. "No," she breathed. "Don't. We have to go. Right now." But where? The woods were a wall in every direction. The fire was the only light in a world going dark. Our youngest pulled away from her and stumbled toward the warmth, toward the familiar object from our earlier, normal day. "My cash," he mumbled, tired and confused. He reached for the lid. "Stop him," my wife cried, but it was too late. His small fingers found the latch. He lifted it. The lid opened without a sound. We all crowded forward then, because we had to see. There was no stack of photos inside now. No old Polaroid camera. The interior was clean, almost new. It held only 2 items. One was a hunting knife with a bone handle, its blade long and sharp-looking, resting on a bed of dark felt. The other was a Polaroid camera, but not an old one-step. This one was modern, sleek and white. As we stared, frozen in the firelight, the camera made a sound. A low, internal whir like it was waking up. It shifted on its own, a tiny mechanical motion, and the lens pointed directly at my wife's face. A flash burst, blinding us all for a second. We recoiled. From the slot, a square of white plastic and paper slid out. It landed face up on the moss at our feet. We watched, helpless, as the image began to develop. First came the outlines of the trees, then the fire, then the 4 stones, then us, standing in a half circle around the open cache, our faces pale and shocked in the sudden light. It was us, right now, this exact moment. But we weren't alone in the picture. Just behind my wife, close enough to touch her, stood a tall, slender shape. It was blurred like a smudge on the lens, but you could make out the suggestion of long limbs, a tilted head. One of its indistinct hands rested on my wife's shoulder. She screamed, a raw sound that tore through the grove, and clawed at her own shoulder where the thing's hand was in the photo. "It's cold," she shrieked. "Right there, it's so cold." I could see the goosebumps on her arm from where I stood. I didn't think. I just acted. I lunged for the cache and grabbed the bone-handled knife. It was ice cold in my hand, but the grip felt like it was made for me. I turned in a wild circle, holding the blade out toward the trees. "Show yourself," I yelled, my voice cracking. Nothing moved but the firelight. Then I felt it, a cold stream of air like a breath on the back of my neck. It wasn't wind. It was focused, deliberate. It smelled like wet soil and something sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. I spun, swinging the knife in a wild arc, cutting through empty air. There was nothing there, but the breath had been real. I looked back at my family, at the terror on their faces, at the horrible photo on the ground. I looked down at the knife in my hand, its blade reflecting the jumpy firelight. That's when I saw the etching near the base of the blade. I hadn't noticed it before. I tilted it to catch the light. 2 letters, in a style I knew very well. My initials, and below that a date. The date was from over a decade ago, the month and year of my honeymoon. A knife I had never owned, with my initials on it, from a time when all of this was just a happy memory. The fire crackled, the only sane sound in the grove. We were trapped in a circle of light, holding a piece of our own past that made no sense, while something from the woods had our picture and had just touched my wife. The night was here, and the rules were gone, and the only weapon we had was a mystery meant just for me. The most terrifying thing in the woods wasn't a bear or a cliff. It was a picnic. The fire, the seats, the box, it was a setting, and we were the guests who hadn't RSVP'd. I stood there with that knife in my hand, my initials and a ghost date glowing in the firelight, and the world felt like it had cracked open. My wife was rubbing her shoulder, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "It's still cold," she kept saying, like ice is stuck under my skin. Our teenager was staring at the new Polaroid on the ground, the one with the blurred thing standing behind their mother. "What is that?" They whispered, not to me, just to the air. Our youngest was just crying, a soft, hopeless sound. The fire crackled, perfectly normal, which made everything else feel 10 times worse. I couldn't look at the photo anymore. I bent down, not touching it, and used the tip of the knife to flip it over. The back was blank, just the plain gray of the photo paper. No message, but turning it broke the spell of horror, just a little. We had to move. We couldn't stay by this fire, this clearly laid trap. "Grab your stuff," I said, my voice rough. "We're leaving this spot." "Where?" my wife asked, her eyes wide and glassy. "Anywhere but here," I said. I picked up the new Polaroid camera from the cache. It felt warm, almost alive, in my hand. I didn't want it, but I couldn't leave it. Information. It was giving us information, even if it was poison. I dropped it into my backpack. I kept the knife in my hand. It was a weapon, my initials or not. We backed away from the fire, from the 4 sitting stones, from the open cache. The woods swallowed the light almost immediately. and soon the fire was just a distant orange wink between the trees. We walked without direction, just away. The dark under the canopy was complete, a suffocating blanket. We used the light from my keychain flashlight, a pathetic little beam that just made the shadows deeper. We stumbled over roots, got slapped by unseen branches. Every rustle in the leaves made us freeze. Every snapping twig sounded like a footstep. After an hour of this blind, panicked marching, we found another stream. Or maybe it was the same one. It didn't matter. We were exhausted. We huddled together on a patch of dry ground between two big roots, the kids between me and my wife, sharing what little body heat we had. No one slept. We just sat there in the dark, listening. The forest at night is never quiet, but the sounds were all wrong. There were no crickets, no owls, just the water gurgling and that same, distant, rhythmic knocking from before. And then softer, the occasional mechanical whir. It was the sound of a Polaroid camera ejecting a picture. It would come from our left, then 10 minutes later, from far off to our right. It was out there, documenting our night. I must have dozed off, because a touch on my arm jolted me awake. It was my wife. The first sickly gray light of dawn was filtering down, turning the world from black to gloomy green. She pointed. On the other side of the narrow stream, about 20 feet away, leaned against the base of a sycamore tree, was the ammo can. It was closed. We hadn't passed it. We hadn't circled back. It was just there, waiting for us to wake up. It was following us. A deep, tired anger started to replace the fear in my gut. This was a game. A cruel, horrible game. I stood up, my joints aching. "Stay here," I said. I crossed the stream, the cold water soaking my boots. I stood over the box. I didn't open it. Instead, I turned and scanned the trees. "What do you want?" I yelled. My voice echoed flatly, swallowed by the moss and leaves. No answer. Just that knocking sound, which had stopped the moment I shouted. I looked down at the box. A thought occurred to me, crazy but simple. If it was following us, I could lead it. I could choose where it went. I picked it up. It wasn't light, wasn't weighty. It just was. I carried it back across the stream. My family looked at me like I was insane. "What are you doing?" my wife asked. "It's not leaving us alone," I said. "So we take it with us. We control where it is." It felt good to make a decision, to take an action. We set off again, this time with a little purpose. We would find high ground. We would look for a break in the trees, a cliff, anything to get our bearings. I carried the box in one hand, the knife in the other. It was a miserable morning. A cold drizzle started to fall, soaking through our clothes. The woods seemed to go on forever, every hill looking like the last, every valley the same. My hope of leading the box somewhere began to feel stupid. We were just four wet, lost people and their cursed luggage. Around midday, we stumbled into a place that was different. The trees were thinner, older. The ground was covered in a soft, spongy moss that deadened our footsteps. In the center of this open circle stood a single, massive oak tree, its trunk wider than my car. And at its base, someone had built a small, neat pile of stones. A cairn, a marker. Human hands had done this. A wild, desperate hope flared in my chest. "Look," I said, "a trail marker. There must be a path." We rushed to it, but as we got closer, the hope curdled. The stones weren't just gray river rock. They were flat, smooth, and dark, and stacked carefully on top of the cairn was a Polaroid photo. I knew before I picked it up what it would show. It was a picture of this exact oak tree, from this exact angle. In the photo, four blurry figures were approaching the cairn. Us. It was taken maybe 5 minutes ago. The word click had come from somewhere above us. We all looked up into the branches of the great oak. Nothing. But leaning against the other side of the trunk was the ammo can. My ammo can. The one I was holding. I looked at my hand. It was empty. I had dropped it, or it had vanished, I didn't know. But it was over there waiting. My wife made a sound, a half-sob, half-sigh of utter defeat. She walked to the cairn and sat down heavily at its base, her back against the oak. "I can't," she said. "I just can't walk anymore." The kids slumped down beside her. The drizzle had soaked their hair, plastering it to their foreheads. They looked finished. The anger in me boiled over. This thing, this forest, it was hurting us. It was breaking us. I stomped over to the ammo can. This time, I didn't hesitate. I kicked it. The metal dented with a satisfying thud. I kicked it again, sending it skittering across the moss. I picked up the knife I'd dropped. "You want to play?" I yelled at the trees. "Come out and play. Stop hiding." I ran to the box and raised the knife. I was going to stab it, to hack it to pieces. But as I brought the knife down, the lid sprang open on its own. I stopped, the point of the blade hovering an inch above the interior. Inside, there was no camera now. No knife. Just a single, fresh Polaroid. It was face down. My hand was shaking. I reached in slowly and picked it up. I turned it over. It was a picture of my wife from years ago. She was in a hospital bed, smiling tiredly, holding a tiny wrapped bundle. Our first child. It was a private, beautiful moment. A moment no one else had a picture of. I hadn't even taken that photo. Her mother had. I felt a violation so deep it made me sick. This thing wasn't just watching us now. It was digging into our past, into our most precious memories. I heard my wife's voice behind me. "What is it?" I couldn't show her. I couldn't. I shoved the photo into my pocket. "Nothing," I said, my voice thick. "It's nothing." But she saw my face. She stood up and came toward me, her hand out. "Let me see." I backed away. "Don't." It was the wrong thing to do. Her eyes, already full of fear, now filled with a new kind of terror, distrust. "Of me? What did it show you?" she demanded. Our teenager was watching us, their eyes wide. Our youngest just stared at the ground. The thing in the woods had done it. It had turned us against each other, without even showing itself. I took the photo out of my pocket. I didn't hand it to her. I just held it so she could see. She looked at it, and her face went soft for a second, then crumpled into confusion and pain. "How?" That was the only word she could get out. Then from my backpack, still slung over my shoulder, came the sound. Work click. The new camera, the one I'd taken from the fire clearing, was working on its own. A photo slid out of the bag's side pocket, where I'd stuffed it. It fell to the moss. We all watched as it developed. It wasn't a memory this time. It was the present. It showed the five of us, me, my wife, our two kids, and the blurred, tall figure, standing right here by the oak tree. We were arranged exactly as we were now. I was holding the baby picture. My wife had her hand over her mouth. The figure was in the background, between two trees, its head tilted. And in this picture, you could see its face. Not clearly. It was still a smudge, a swirl of gray and black. But the shape of it suggested something. A long, wide mouth. Curved, like it was smiling. My wife looked from the photo on the ground to the trees where the figure stood in the image. She whispered, her voice so faint I barely heard it. "It's smiling. I can feel it smiling at us." The drizzle picked up, tapping on the leaves above. We were cold, wet, divided, and watched. The box was just a few feet away, open and empty, ready for the next round. We had found no trail. We had found no way out. All we had found was proof that the thing hunting us knew our deepest joys and was smiling in the dark about it. The knife in my hand felt useless. The photos were the real weapon, and we were being cut apart by them, memory by memory, moment by moment. The only path forward was deeper into the woods, and the only thing waiting for us there was a smile we couldn't quite see. We'd been taught to leave no trace. But the forest was tracing us, inscribing our panic into its own dark ledger, and our blood was the ink. That photo of our firstborn, now tucked wet and crumpled in my pocket, was a theft more personal than anything before. My wife looked at me with eyes full of shattered trust, and the drizzle felt like needles on my skin. I still held the bone-handled knife, my useless, initialed weapon. The frustration and fear were a pressure in my chest, a need to act, to cut something, to make a mark that mattered. Without really thinking, I pressed the tip of the blade against the pad of my thumb. A sharp sting, and a perfect bead of dark red welled up. I watched it, a tiny globe of my own life in this dead, mossy circle. I flicked my hand, sending the drop flying. It landed on a broad fern leaf, a bright crimson spot against the green. It didn't roll off. It didn't soak in. It sizzled like water on a hot griddle and evaporated into a tiny, twisting wisp of silver mist. The mist didn't fade into the air. It rose in a straight line, quick as a snake, and was sucked up into the canopy of the great oak above us. The moment it vanished, a jolt slammed through me. It wasn't pain. It was a vision, clear as day but happening behind my eyes. I wasn't in my body. I was looking down from high up in the oak tree's branches. I saw our family from above, small and huddled together like wet mice. I saw my own head looking up, my face slack with shock. I saw the ammo can open and empty on the moss. The perspective was all wrong, like I was a bird, or something sitting in the tree. Then it was over, and I was back in my own skull, gasping like I'd been punched. My wife grabbed my arm. "What? What happened?" I could only stare at my thumb, at the tiny cut. The understanding was cold and absolute. "It's not lost," I whispered, my voice cracking. "We're not lost. We've been collected." The forest wasn't just watching. It was tasting. Our fear, our confusion, our memories, it was all food. The caches weren't hiding places. They were feeding dishes. The photos were receipts, proof of a meal. And our blood, our very life, was the sauce it preferred. I'd just given it a sample. The horror on my wife's face told me she got it too. Our teenager was staring at the fern leaf where my blood had been. "It ate it," they said, their voice flat. I had to know more. This was data. Awful, terrifying data, but it was something we could maybe use. I pricked my thumb again, ignoring my wife's gasp of protest. Another drop welled up. This time I focused. I thought of a happy memory, the strongest one I could grab. Our wedding day. The sun, her smile, the feeling that everything was beginning. I let the drop fall onto a flat, gray stone. It sizzled again, but slower. The mist that rose was faintly tinged with gold. It wavered in the air, almost lazy, and then simply dissipated, ignored. The silver mist of my fear had been gulped down. This golden mist of joy was unappetizing. The entity preferred the taste of our terror. My youngest son, seeing the blood on my hand, started crying again. He pushed away from his mother and ran to me, wrapping his arms around my legs. "Don't cut, Daddy," he whimpered. He reached up, his small, cold fingers touching the cut on my thumb. His own finger, scraped from a fall earlier, had a tiny scab. It pulled loose, and a bright, fresh bubble of his blood welled up and mixed with mine on my skin. The mix of our blood, my tired fear and his pure childish fright, touched each other. What happened next wasn't a wisp. It was a vortex. A thick coil of silver and gold mist, intertwined like braided rope, erupted from our joined hands. It shot upward faster than I could blink, not in a line but a spiral, drilling into the canopy above. The reaction was immediate. The great oak tree shivered. Not just its leaves, but its trunk, a deep, groaning tremor that we felt through the soles of our feet. Every tree in the circle seemed to lean in a little. The rhododendron leaves rattled. A sound emerged, not from an animal, but from the woods themselves. It was a low, grinding creak, the sound of roots moving against stone, of bark stretching. And that sound formed, impossibly, into a single, whispered word that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It hung in the wet air, a vibration more than a voice. More. We broke apart, scrambling back from the center of the circle. The word wasn't a request. It was a satisfied sigh, a demand for the next course. The knife was shaking in my hand. My mind was racing. If it fed on fear, could we starve it? Could we hide our terror? The idea was laughable. We were terrified. But what if we could give it something else? Something that would make it sick. The photo in my pocket felt like a burning coal. It had taken that memory. Could we force a memory on it? My wife was holding our son, rocking him, her eyes darting between the trees. "It wants our blood," she said. "Our scared blood. It wants the flavor of our memories," I corrected, the theory forming even as I spoke. "The blood is just the delivery. Like a spoon." I looked at the ammo can still sitting there. An idea, desperate and probably stupid, clicked into place. It wanted a story, a complete set. That's what the photos were building toward. Our story, from honeymoon to now, seasoned with dread. What if we could change the recipe for the final dish? "We have to give it something it doesn't want," I said. "We have to think of something happy, so happy it's strong. And we have to link it with blood so it has to taste it." My wife looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Think happy? Here? Now? What's the happiest memory you have?" I asked her, my voice intense. "The one that's just yours. The one it can't twist." She thought, her face pale. "The first time I felt the baby kick," she whispered. "Just me in the shower. It was a secret joy. It was perfect. Private. Powerful." "Okay," I said. "We're gonna give it that." I didn't let myself think about the violation. This was war. I took the knife. This time, I didn't prick a finger. I made a small, careful cut across my palm. It stung and blood pooled quickly. I handed the knife to my wife. She hesitated for only a second before doing the same, her jaw tight. Our teenager, wide-eyed, took the knife next. They cut their palm, their face a mask of grim understanding. Our youngest son cried, but held out his hand. I took the knife and made the tiniest nick I could on his fingertip. We stood in a circle, our bleeding hands held out over the moss in the center. "Now," I said to my wife, "think of that moment. Hold it in your mind. Don't let anything else in." I thought of my wedding day again, but harder. I poured everything into it. The smell of her perfume, the feel of the ring, the way my heart was pounding with joy. I didn't know what the kids were thinking of, but I saw them concentrating, their eyes squeezed shut. Our blood dripped, mingling on the green moss below. It didn't sizzle right away. It pooled a dark, shiny patch. Then it began to steam. The vapor that rose was a brilliant, swirling gold, shot through with streaks of white light. It was beautiful. It rose in a column, slow and stately, up toward the branches. The trees around us didn't shiver this time. They recoiled. The branches of the oak tree pulled back, as if from a heat source. The grinding creek returned, but it was a different tone, strained, uncomfortable. The golden mist reached the canopy and hovered there, glowing like a tiny captive sun. Then, with a sound like a sigh of wind through a crack, the mist was pulled apart, dissipated not with a gulp but with what felt like distaste. The word came again, but it was different. Not a hungry more. It was 2 words, sharp and clear and full of a cold, ancient anger. Try harder. The voice wasn't a whisper this time. It was all around us, in the rustle of every leaf. Our happy memories, our strongest joys, were just a bland side dish. It had tasted them and found them lacking. The pressure in the air changed. The drizzle stopped. The gray light seemed to dim further, as if the forest was closing a fist around our little circle. The ammo can's lid snapped shut with a loud, final clang. We were still bleeding, still holding out our hands, but our offering had been rejected. We had tried to fight its hunger with light, and it had told us our light was weak. The cut on my palm throbbed. The knife, now sticky with all our blood, felt colder than ever. We were running out of ideas, running out of strength, and the thing in the woods was still out there, patient and smiling, waiting for the main course of our despair to finish cooking. All we had managed to do was annoy it, and an annoyed god of the forest was worse than a hungry one. The path of happy memories was a dead end. The only ingredients we had left in abundance were fear and pain, and it was setting the table for just that. Hope is a poison here. The forest uses it to lower your defenses, to make you open your mouth so it can pour the real nightmare down your throat. The cold, angry voice of the trees, "Try harder," hung in the air long after the sound faded. Our hands stung, our mixed blood a failed offering on the moss. We were shivering, not just from the cold drizzle that had returned, but from a deep, soul-level chill. Our happy memories were worthless here. We bandaged our cuts with strips torn from my shirt, a quiet, grim process. My wife wrapped our son's tiny finger, her movements gentle, but her eyes distant, haunted. We had to move. Staying in that circle under the judgmental oak felt like waiting for a sentence. We picked a direction at random, just walking to keep the blood flowing, to feel like we were doing something. The woods seemed to respond to our defeated mood. The oppressive, watchful feeling eased just a little. The tangled underbrush gave way to softer ground. The trees seemed to space themselves out, letting in more of the gray, cloudy light. After an hour of trudging, we pushed through a final stand of ferns and stopped. We were in a meadow, a real, honest-to-goodness meadow full of wildflowers, purple clover, yellow buttercups, white daisies. A gentle breeze waved the grasses, and a shaft of actual sunlight broke through the clouds, painting the whole scene in gold. It was beautiful. It was safe. It felt like a postcard from the world we'd lost. The relief was so sudden and so powerful it made my knees weak. My wife actually gasped, a small sound of pure wonder. Our youngest son let go of her hand and took a few steps into the flowers, a faint smile touching his dirty face. "See," my teenager said, a brittle hope in their voice. "We're out. We found the edge of it." It was a trap. I knew it in my bones. But the pull of that normal, sunlit place was magnetic. After days of gloom and terror, my mind screamed for it to be real. We walked into the meadow, the flowers brushing our legs. The air was warmer. The buzzing of bees filled the air. It was perfect. Then I saw the picnic. On the far side of the meadow, under the shade of a lone, spreading maple tree, were 4 figures. They were sitting on a red and white checkered blanket. They were us, but not us. They were faint like projections, shimmering with a soft, internal light. The shimmering me was grilling a hot dog on a little portable grill. The shimmering wife was passing a plate to the shimmering kids. They were laughing. Not a sound came from them, but you could see the shake of their shoulders, the open mouths of joy. It was a perfect snapshot of a family outing we had never, ever had. A potential memory. A what could have been crafted from the scraps of happy thoughts we'd just tried to feed the forest. My wife let out a choked sob. "They're so happy," she whispered, taking a step forward. I grabbed her arm. "Don't. It's not real." But it could be, she said, her voice breaking. Look at them. It's what we wanted today to be. The scene was hypnotic. The love between those shimmering echoes was palpable, a physical warmth we could feel across the distance. As the echo wife smiled, the real one next to me saw her echo self look directly at the echo me with a love so profound, so uncomplicated by fear and exhaustion, that it broke her heart. It was a love she hadn't felt in years, stolen and displayed back to her as bait. Our teenagers stood frozen, staring at their own shimmering double, who was texting on a phone and grinning. "That's not me," they muttered, but there was longing in their voice. Our youngest just pointed and said, "Look, a picnic." He started to walk toward it, drawn by the simple, beautiful scene. I was about to pull him back when the shimmering teenage echo stopped laughing. Its head turned slowly, deliberately. It looked past its echo family, across the field of flowers, and its gaze locked onto the real teenager. Our child. The smile on the echo's face melted away. Its expression shifted from joy to a dawning horror, then to abject, petrified terror. It knew. It knew it wasn't real. It knew what it was for. Then, the entire echo family shattered. Not with a sound, but with a visual crack, like glass breaking in a silent movie. All four figures fragmented into 1,000 shimmering pieces, which then dissolved into motes of glowing light. These motes didn't float away. They were sucked downward, into the grass and soil beneath the picnic blanket, as if the meadow itself was drinking them. The red checkered blanket vanished. The little grill vanished. All that was left was the maple tree, and beneath it, a perfect circle of dead black grass. In the center of that dead circle sat a small metal box. Another ammo can. We walked forward, drawn by a horrible curiosity. The grass crunched underfoot, brittle and lifeless. The box was older, more corroded than the other. Its label wasn't stamped. It was burned into the metal with what looked like a hot poker. It read, "The first cache." My wife fell to her knees at the edge of the dead circle, her hands covering her face. The teenager was breathing fast, looking from the spot where their echo had been to the box, their face pale. The echo had worn their face, felt their terror. The violation was now complete, personal, and psychological. I was the only one who could move. I stepped into the circle. The ground was cold, leaching the warmth from my boots. I knelt in front of the first cache. This felt different. This wasn't about us. Not just us. This was history. The latch was rusted shut, but it broke easily under my knife. Inside, there were no Polaroids, no modern camera. The contents were ancient. There were crude drawings on curled pieces of birch bark. There were shapes etched onto fragments of animal hide, darkened with age. I lifted them out with trembling fingers. The first drawing on bark showed two stick figures on a hiking trail. They held little stick hands. Above them towered a tall, wavy line, like a drawing of heat haze or a distorted person. The next showed the same two stick figures by a campfire, the wavy line closer. Another showed the two stick figures with two smaller stick figures, a family. The wavy line was in the trees around them. The drawings told a story, a timeline. The final piece was a larger square of thick bark. On it was a map, burned in like the label on the box. But it wasn't a map of the forest. It was a spiral, a coiled, twisting line. At the very first curve of the spiral, the outermost coil, was a tiny burned drawing of an ammo can. Next to it was a single word, honeymoon. My breath caught. I traced the spiral inward with a dirty finger. The next coil had another cache drawing. Firstborn, then toddler, then family trip. Each was a point on the spiral of a life, our life. The spiral coiled tighter and tighter. Each marked cache a moment we'd lived. Moments the forest had apparently tasted through photos we never took. It led inexorably to the very center of the spiral. In the center was one last cache drawing, and a date. The date wasn't today's date. It was tomorrow's. According to this map, we were living in the cache labeled for tomorrow, but we hadn't reached the true center yet. The map was a guide to our own consumption, and we were almost out of time. I looked up at my family, their faces etched with a new kind of dread. "It's been planning this," I said, my voice hollow. "For years, since before we were even a family." As I held the bark map, the burned lines began to glow. A faint, phosphorescent green light pulsed along the spiral. At the same time, in the real world around us, a path of glowing mushrooms pushed up through the pine needles and dead grass at our feet. They sprouted in a curving line, each fungus emitting the same eerie green light, leading away from the dead circle, away from the meadow, and back into the deep, dark woods. The forest wasn't hiding the path anymore. It was illuminating it for us. It was showing us the way to the center of the spiral, to the final cache. The choice was impossible. To stay here was to be picked apart by echoes and false hope. To follow the glowing path was to walk knowingly into its larder, to the place where it finished its meals. My wife stood up, wiping her eyes. She looked at the mushrooms, then at me, then at our children. Her face hardened into a resolve I hadn't seen since this began. "If the center of the maze is also its heart," she said, her voice steady, "then that's where we have to go. That's where we can hurt it." It was a thin hope, a warrior's logic, but it was all we had. We turned our backs on the dead circle and the false meadow. We stepped onto the path of glowing mushrooms. As we walked, the forest changed again. The colors became too vibrant, the greens too electric, the browns too rich. Sounds were muffled, as if we were underwater. We passed a tree with our family initials carved in a heart, dated 3 years in the future. We kept walking. From the trees around us, unseen, came the sound we'd grown to dread, the mechanical work click of a Polaroid shutter. It came from our left, then our right, then from ahead. We were being documented in real time. Our journey to the center added to the collection. My teenagers suddenly stopped, pointing between two close-growing pines. "I saw it," they hissed. A flash between the trees, a tall, thin figure holding something square to its face. A burst of light, like a flashbulb. A moment later, a developed Polaroid fluttered down from the branches, landing on the glowing path in front of us. I picked it up. It was a picture of our backs, walking away. We were in the photo, on this exact path. The figure was not. It was behind the camera. We were getting closer. The mushroom path led us downward, into a damp hollow where the air grew cool and still. The glowing fungi ended abruptly at the edge of a perfectly circular, black pond. The water was like glass, not a ripple on its surface. And reflected in it wasn't the gloomy sky or the surrounding trees. The reflection showed a room. A living room. Our living room back home. The TV was off. The toys were put away. A single lamp was on. It was empty and dark and still. And sitting right in the middle of our coffee table, clear as day, was the last cache ammo can. The one we had left behind, the one that had followed us. It was already home, waiting. The pond wasn't water. It was a window, and it was showing us that even if we by some miracle got out, it was already inside. Maps promise you can know a place. This map promised we could know our own doom, plotted point by point on a spiral of our own lives. We stood at the edge of that impossible black pond, staring at the reflection of our own living room, of that cursed box sitting on our coffee table like a trophy. The message was clear. There was no out to get to. It was already in our home, in our past, in our future. The glowing mushroom path had delivered us to a view of our own defeat. Our youngest son broke first. He let out a wail and lunged for the water, his small hands reaching for the image of home. "I want to go back," he cried. My wife and I grabbed him, just as his fingertips were about to touch the surface. The moment his hands got close, the image in the pond shimmered and changed. Now it showed his bedroom, his nightlight casting a soft yellow glow on his rumpled dinosaur comforter. It was personalized bait, and it was almost irresistible. I pulled him back, holding him tight as he sobbed into my shoulder. "That's not real, buddy," I whispered, but the words felt like a lie. It looked utterly real. The pond was a window, not a mirror. I had to be sure. I picked up a stone from the bank and threw it into the center of the black water. It didn't splash. It didn't ripple. The stone hit the surface and vanished, as if passing through a film of oil. The image of our living room shimmered violently, like a TV screen with bad reception, and then reset itself, perfect and still once more. The stone was gone, swallowed. A trade. The voice didn't come from around us this time. It came from the pond itself, a liquid, gurgling whisper that seemed to rise from the deep. It was a collage of sounds, rustling leaves, cracking twigs, dripping water, synthesized into something almost like speech. One memory. For one step home. As it spoke, the edges of the pond began to glow with that same sickly, chemical light of a developing Polaroid. It was offering a deal. My wife looked at me, her eyes hollow. "What does that mean? One memory?" Before I could answer, she turned to the pond, her voice desperate and sharp. "Take it. Take the memory of my sister's funeral. Just let us go." The pond water swirled, a slow, clockwise vortex. In its center, an image formed, not a reflection of us, but a memory. I saw a glimpse of a church, rain on windows, my wife in a black dress, her face streaked with tears. It was her memory, plucked from her mind and displayed on the water. Then the image was sucked downward, vanishing into the depths. From the spot where it disappeared, a single, flat, gray stone rose to the surface. It floated there, just beneath the water, solid and real. A stepping stone. The trade had worked. But my wife gasped, clutching her head. I know she died, she stammered, her face a mask of confusion and pain. I know I was sad, but I can't see her face. I can't remember her voice. The memory wasn't copied. It was taken, deleted, erased from her mind completely, leaving only the cold, factual knowledge of the event. The cost was real, and it was horrifying. I felt a surge of anger. What do you want with our memories? I shouted at the watery voice. The answer came back, a chorus of whispers from the trees and the pond. Flavor. Context. The fear is sweet. But the love gives it depth. It was a gourmand, a connoisseur of emotion. Our terror was the main course, but our love, our joy, our grief, those were the spices that made the meal complex, that made it worth savoring across decades. It was collecting a full vintage. Our youngest son, seeing his mother's pain, wriggled out of my arms. His face was red and furious. He stomped to the water's edge and shouted at the pond, "Give it back to my mom! You give it back!" And he kicked the water. His foot didn't splash. It sank in, up to his ankle, as if the surface had the consistency of thick gel. Then, from the depths, a hand exploded out. It was made of reflected water and solid shadow, a thing of liquid darkness. It wrapped its cold, wet fingers around his ankle and yanked. The boy screamed, his leg pulled straight out from under him. I dove, grabbing him under the arms. My wife threw herself forward, grabbing his waist. The teenager leapt in, trying to pry the watery fingers loose. The hand had the strength of a closing vise. I didn't think. I still had the bone-handled knife in my belt. I scrambled, got it out, and slammed the blade down on the wrist of the shadowy hand. The knife didn't cut water. It shattered it. The hand fragmented into a spray of black ice and dark droplets that rained back into the pond. Our son was free, and we all tumbled backward onto the bank, a heap of panting, terrified bodies. My son's ankle was marked with 5 perfect, numb-looking white fingerprints, as if the flesh had been frozen. The forest erupted. That calm, gourmand voice was gone, replaced by a roar of wind through 1,000 branches. The tall, slender figure was suddenly visible, not in one place, but in the spaces between every tree surrounding the hollow. It was the same blurred shape from the photos, but now it was everywhere, a hall of mirrors reflecting the same hungry, impatient form. It was the forest, and the forest was it. We were not just in its territory. We were inside it. The chorus of voices spoke as one, a grinding, multi-layered command. The child's memory of this place. His fear. His love for you. Give it to us. We will drop the others at the trailhead, unharmed, unremembering. The offer hung in the air, monstrous and specific. It wanted our youngest son's entire experience of the last 2 days. Every moment of terror, every moment of clinging to us for safety. And most importantly, it wanted his memory of us, of his family. In exchange, it would physically place the rest of us back at the trailhead, safe, with no memory of any of this. Our son would be left alone, somewhere, with no idea who he was or who we were. The horror of the choice paralyzed me. Would he be better off? Alive but empty? Would we be saving him or losing him forever? My wife was shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no." Our son, trembling, understood enough. He looked from his mother to me, his lip quivering. "I don't want to forget you," he whimpered. But he also saw our exhaustion, our terror, the raw cost on our faces. He was considering it. The idea that my brave little boy was thinking of sacrificing his own mind for us broke something inside me. The anger that had been simmering since the first photo boiled over, clean and hot. I stood up, facing the ring of blurred figures between the trees. I still held the knife. "No!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat. "We don't trade pieces of each other. You don't get him. You don't get any of us." It was a declaration, a stupid, hopeless, human refusal. As I shouted, the figures between the trees all tilted their heads in perfect, unnerving unison. The grinding voice returned, but now it held a note of curiosity, of clinical interest. "You cling. Interesting. But clinging is also tasty." Our rejection wasn't met with violence. It was met with a wave of pure, physical exhaustion that hit us like a wall. One by one, our legs gave out. My wife slumped to the ground. The teenager folded over. Our youngest son lay down where he was, his eyes fluttering. I fought it, my knees buckling, but it was useless. It felt like the air had turned to syrup, pushing down on every cell in my body. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't turn my head. I lay on the cold, damp earth by the black pond, fully conscious but utterly paralyzed. From the trees, the tall figures stepped forward. They didn't walk so much as flow, their blurred forms moving with a smooth, silent grace. They bent over us, not to attack, but to examine, to gather. I could see them hovering above me, a dozen smudged faces looking down. I couldn't even blink. Then the sound came. From all around, the mechanical whirring of a dozen Polaroid cameras winding up. The flashbulbs burst, one after another, a strobing explosion of white light that filled the hollow, bleaching the color from the world. Whir click, whir click, whir click. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me was the satisfied glow of those developing chemicals, and the thought, clear and cold, the final pictures were being taken. The collection was almost complete. We weren't in a prison. We were in a pantry, and the shelves were stocked with the canned screams and jarred joys of everyone who'd ever taken a wrong turn. I woke up, not on the ground by the pond, but lying on a surface that was cool and slightly soft like packed earth. The paralyzing fatigue was gone, replaced by a dull, full-body ache. I pushed myself up. I wasn't tied. I was in a vast, cavernous space. The air was cool and still, smelling of damp soil and something else, a sweet, cloying scent like old honey and dried flowers. Light came from the walls themselves, a soft, pulsing amber glow. I stood, my legs wobbly, and looked around. The walls weren't rock. They were a dense, crystalline honeycomb, each cell a perfect hexagon stretching from the floor into the darkness above. And in each cell, glowing with that internal light, was a Polaroid photo. Hundreds of them. Thousands. A gallery of souls. I stumbled closer to the nearest wall. The photo in the cell showed a man and a woman in 1970s hiking gear, their faces frozen in wide-eyed, open-mouthed terror. The photo was faded, the colors washed out, as if the memory was old and weakening. I moved along the wall. Another cell held a photo of a group of teenagers around a campfire, their smiles looking forced, their eyes darting to the side. Slightly less faded. Another showed a lone hunter, his face a mask of confusion. Each photo was a person or people caught in a moment of fear and disorientation. This was the larder, the place where the forest stored its meals while they aged. My heart was pounding a sick rhythm against my ribs. Where was my family? I turned, scanning the huge chamber. Across the way, I saw movement. 3 figures, pressed against a clear, resin-like wall. My wife, my teenager, my youngest son. They were in a large cell of their own, separate from the honeycomb walls, like a display case. They saw me and started banging on the clear substance, their mouths moving, but no sound coming through. I ran to them. The wall between us was smooth and cold, like thick glass, but it had a yellowish tint, distorting their faces. I placed my hand against it. My wife placed her hand on the other side, aligning with mine. I could feel the faintest warmth from her skin, but I couldn't touch her, couldn't break through. We could only look at each other through this awful, amber lens. On the wall outside their cell was a mosaic. It wasn't made of tiles. It was made of Polaroids. Our Polaroids. I saw the first one it had shown us, the honeymoon hike. Then the toddler picture. The surveillance-style photos. The picture by the oak tree. The one by the fire with the blurred figure. The picture of our backs on the glowing path. Every snapshot of our horror, arranged in a chronological spiral that mirrored the map from the first cache. Our collection. And at the center of the spiral of photos, there was one empty space. It was shaped exactly like a Polaroid, a placeholder. It was labeled with tomorrow's date. It was the slot for the final picture, the one that would complete the set and let the entity fully consume our story, to savor it for decades or centuries in its honeycomb vault. The understanding was a physical blow. This wasn't about killing us. It was about preservation, about turning our lived experience into a vintage it could taste again and again. My eyes scanned the other walls, the thousands of faded photos. What happened to the people when the photos faded completely? My answer came as I looked back at the 1970s hikers. In the background of that faded photo, just a blur, I saw a smaller figure. A child. With a jolt, I recognized the jacket, the haircut. It was my own father as a young boy. He had never spoken of being lost in the woods. He hated camping. A cold genealogy of terror clicked into place. We were not the first in our family to be collected. The entity had tasted my father's fear, and now it was back for the next generation, for the full family set. It was tending its garden. I turned back to my family, pressing both hands against the resin wall. My wife was pointing frantically at something behind me. I turned. The wall of the chamber near me was softening, becoming fluid and permeable. A single, slender root, pale and smooth like a vein, slithered out from the honeycomb. It didn't move like a plant. It moved with the liquid grace of a tentacle. It approached me, and I backed up until I was against my family's cell. The root stopped a foot away. At its tip, it held something. Not a camera. A single, square piece of blank, white Polaroid film. It extended the film toward me, holding it delicately. The unspoken command was deafening. To complete the set, to give it the finale it craved, we had to take the final picture ourselves. We had to willingly participate in our own curation. I stared at the blank film. Then I looked at the root, and past it, into the shadows of the vast chamber. What happens if we don't? I asked, my voice echoing in the huge space. From the darkness, the grinding, leafy voice returned, but it was calm now, a curator in its gallery. You remain. Fresh. Vibrant. A live exhibit. Your story stays on the wall, unfinished, a constant, tantalizing promise. You will watch your photos slowly fade, over years, as your memories are sipped away. You will feel each one go. And when the last memory of sunlight is gone, when the last echo of your children's laughter is sipped from your mind, you will join the others in the dark. As it spoke, the root holding the film gestured toward the far end of the chamber. There, the floor seemed to open into a lower level. I could see movement. Faint, shuffling shapes moving in a slow, endless circle. The people from the most faded photos. They were here, their bodies preserved but their minds hollowed out, walking an eternal, silent circuit. That was the true center of the spiral. Not death. Erasure. I looked at my family, trapped in their amber cell. My wife's eyes were begging me. My teenager was shaking their head, mouthing the word no. My youngest son just looked scared and tired. The root pushed the blank film closer to my chest. The greatest trick a monster can play isn't making you afraid. It's making you an artist of your own despair, and asking for your signature on the masterpiece. I reached out. I didn't take the film. I grabbed the root itself. It was cool and dry like old bark, but it pulsed with a faint life. I pulled it hard. The root resisted, then went slack, as if surprised. From the darkness came a grinding creak of irritation. I yanked the root toward me and with my other hand, brought the bone-handled knife down on it. The blade sliced through cleanly. A clear, sap-like fluid, smelling of that same cloying honey, oozed from the cut. The severed root tip writhed on the ground for a moment, then went still. The blank film fluttered to the earth. For a second, nothing happened. Then the chamber trembled. The honeycomb walls vibrated, the photos within them rattling in their cells. A deep, resonant groan filled the air, the sound of old wood under immense stress. I had heard it, or at least, I had been disrespectful in its gallery. The resin wall in front of my family's cell shimmered. It didn't melt. It became cloudy, then clear again. They were still trapped, but the message was clear. Defiance had consequences. The grinding voice returned, no longer calm. It was sharp, prickly, like thorns being dragged across stone. You will take the picture. You will choose the moment. The memory of your choice will be the first we taste. Choose wisely. It will set the flavor for the rest. It was forcing my hand. I had to give it a memory, or it would start taking them at random, starting with my family in that cell. I picked up the blank film. It felt inert, just plastic and paper. I looked at the mosaic of our horror. I looked at the empty slot. I didn't have a camera, but as I held the film, the root I had cut began to move again. It lifted from the floor, its severed end reshaping, forming into a dark, organic lens. A bulb of amber sap swelled at its base, a biological flashbulb. It pointed at me. A camera had been grown just for this. I held the blank film in front of my chest. I had to think of a memory to sacrifice, but my mind was a whirlwind of fear and love and rage. I couldn't pick one. The organic camera word, a wet, clicking sound. It was getting ready. My teenager, inside the cell, was screaming something, pounding on the wall. I saw them form a word. Hope, they were shouting. It hates hope. It was a desperate guess. The thing fed on fear and seasoned its meals with love. But hope. Hope was anticipation. Hope was a future. This thing lived in the past, in preserved moments. Maybe hope was a poison to its digestion. I had nothing left to lose. I closed my eyes. I didn't think of a happy memory. I didn't think of a fearful one. I thought of a hope. A specific, fragile, desperate hope. I thought of the moment I hoped for right now. The moment the resin wall would shatter, and I would pull my family out, and we would run, not to any trailhead, but into a sunrise so bright it would burn this whole rotten forest to the ground. I poured every ounce of that wished-for future into my mind. I opened my eyes and stared into the organic lens. "Take this," I said. "Take my hope." The sap bulb flashed. The film in my hand grew warm. An image developed, not in shades of sepia or color, but in stark black and white. It was a picture of my own face, my eyes looking straight ahead, filled with a furious, blazing determination. Behind me, the resin wall was shown cracked and splintered. It was a hope given form, a memory of a future that didn't exist. The moment the picture finished developing, the film was ripped from my hand by an invisible force and slammed into the empty slot on the mosaic wall. It fit perfectly. The entire spiral of photos glowed, then dimmed. The grinding voice made a sound like a hiss of steam. Bitter. Empty. A shell. It didn't like it. It couldn't taste the hope, only the want, the longing, which was apparently bland and unsatisfying. But it had taken the memory. I felt a hollow space open up in my chest where that specific, fiery hope had been. I knew I had hoped for escape, but I could no longer feel the heat of it, see the imagined sunrise. It was gone. In exchange, the resin wall in front of my family's cell cracked with a sound like ice breaking. A single, jagged line ran from top to bottom. We had bought a little time, with a flavor it found boring. The wall was weakened, but not broken. We were still in the larder, and the curator was now annoyed and hungry for something better. The shuffling from the lower level grew louder, as if the hollow ones below had been stirred by the disruption. You don't know what you're made of until someone offers to buy your son's soul with the currency of your own freedom. The single crack in the amber wall was a victory, so small it felt like an insult. I could see my family's faces more clearly through the fractured pane, their expressions a mix of terror and a flicker of the same desperate hope I had just sold. The hollow, shuffling sounds from the lower level of the chamber grew louder, a reminder of the alternative to our current trapped state. The entity's voice, still prickly with displeasure at the taste of my hope, echoed around the honeycombed walls. A poor vintage. Thin. We will select the next memory ourselves. From the youngest. His joy is still pure, his fear still bright. The root that had regrown into a camera twitched, its organic lens turning away from me and focusing on the cell, on my youngest son. He backed away from the wall, hiding behind his mother. No. We had bought a moment, not a reprieve. I still had the knife. The bone handle was slick with my sweat. I looked at the crack in the wall, then at the strange, fleshy camera root. It was connected to the wall, to the entity itself. I didn't think. I just moved. I lunged at the root camera, not to cut it, but to grab it. My fingers closed around its cool, smooth surface. It was tougher than it looked, like dense rubber. I pulled hard, putting all my weight into it. The root tore from the wall with a sound like ripping canvas, and a gush of that clear, honey-scented sap erupted from the wound. The chamber groaned again, a deeper, angrier sound. The severed root thrashed in my grip like a caught snake. I didn't let go. I swung it like a whip and smashed its lens end against the cracked wall of my family's cell. The amber-like material spiderwebbed further. My wife saw what I was doing. Inside the cell, she picked up a loose piece of stone from the floor and began hammering at the crack from her side. Our teenager joined her, kicking at the weakened area. Our youngest just watched, his hands over his ears. The entity's displeasure turned to rage. The light in the honeycomb cells flared, the thousands of captured faces seeming to wail in unison without sound. From the floor, more roots erupted, not to form cameras, but to grab. They slithered around my ankles, my wrists. One wrapped around my throat, not tight enough to choke, but to hold. I struggled, slashing with the knife, cutting through one after another, but for every root I severed, two more took its place. They were pulling me away from the cell, dragging me toward the dark opening that led to the lower level, to the shuffling hollow ones. The defiance is noted, the grinding voice said, no longer trying to sound like anything but what it was, an ancient, hungry thing. It adds a peppery finish. We will savor your struggle as we drain your wife's love for you. It will be a complex pairing. I was being pulled backward, my boots scraping on the earth. I couldn't get free. I looked at my wife, who was still pounding on the wall, her face a mask of furious tears. Then my teenagers stopped kicking. They stood still, looking not at me, but at the mosaic of our photos on the wall outside their cell. They pointed at the picture I had just taken, the black and white image of my determined face. It's a memory. they yelled, their voice muffled but piercing through the chaos. You gave it a memory of what you wanted to do. It's in the collection now. I didn't understand at first. Then I did. The entity's power had rules. It could take memories. It could preserve them. It could even, it seemed, make them real in twisted ways, like the Echo Picnic. But the memory I gave it was one of action, of breaking the wall. The act was now part of its curated story of us. And maybe, just maybe, that gave it a kind of weight, a reality it couldn't just ignore. The roots were dragging me to the edge of the pit. I could see the shuffling figures below, their movements slow and mechanical. I had one chance. I stopped fighting the roots. Instead, I focused everything on the memory I had given away. I tried to reclaim the feeling, not the hope, but the specific, concrete image. My fist slamming into the cracked wall, the resin shattering into 1,000 pieces. I poured every ounce of will into that single thought. The photo of my face in the mosaic began to glow. Not with the chamber's amber light, but with a sharp, white light. The roots holding me hesitated. The entity's attention shifted. The glowing photo was deviating from the script. It was a memory, but it was acting like a live wire. With a final desperate heave, I tore one arm free from the roots and didn't slash at them. I pointed at the glowing photo. "You took it!" I roared. "Now use it!" The light from the photo burst outward, not as a flash, but as a beam. It hit the cracked wall of the cell. And where it touched, the cracks glowed with the same white light. A high, sharp ringing sound filled the chamber, like glass under extreme stress. My wife and teenager stumbled back from the wall. Then it exploded. Not in a violent blast, but in a sudden crystallization. The entire wall turned milky white, and then dissolved into a fine, sparkling powder that fell like snow. The cell was open. My family was free. The roots holding me went completely slack, falling away as if stunned. The chamber was utterly still for 3 heartbeats. The entity was confused. It had never been given a weaponized memory before. My wife didn't hesitate. She grabbed our children's hands and sprinted out of the crumbled cell, straight to me. We were together again, in the middle of the larder, surrounded by the evidence of countless other victims. The moment of confusion wouldn't last. The grinding voice returned, but it was different now. There was a new tone underneath the anger, curiosity, and something like appreciation. You learn. You adapt. You fight not just with fear, but with the tools of our feast. This is new. This is interesting. It wasn't complimenting us. It was a chef tasting an unexpected, bold spice. The hole in the floor where the roots had been dragging me began to widen. The shuffling from below grew more agitated. But we weren't looking at the hole anymore. We were looking at the walls. The honeycomb cells, with their thousands of fading photos, were the entity's strength, its stored power, its larder. But maybe they were also its anchor. My wife followed my gaze. She understood. "The pictures," she said. "They're all it has of them." I still had the knife. I ran to the nearest wall, to the cell holding the faded photo of the 1970s hikers, the one with my father as a boy. I didn't try to pry the photo out. I drove the knife into the hexagon cell itself, into the crystalline material around the photo. It resisted, then cracked with a sound like snapping sugar. The photo within flickered wildly, and the light in that cell died, leaving it a dark, empty hole. A shudder went through the chamber. A gasp, not of pain, but of loss. I had just erased a vintage, destroyed a preserved meal. From the dark opening in the floor, a wail rose, not from the entity, but from the hollow ones below. One of their number had just lost its last tether to existence. "Stop!" The voice was no longer a chorus. It was a single, sharp command, full of a possessive fury I hadn't heard before. I had found a nerve. I looked at my family. "Break them!" I shouted. "All of them!" We scattered. My wife and teenager used rocks. I used the knife. We attacked the honeycomb walls, shattering cell after cell. With each destruction, a photo flickered and died. With each death, the chamber trembled. The entity's rage was a physical storm now. Roots exploded from every surface, whipping through the air, trying to grab us, to pull us away from its precious collection. We dodged and weaved, becoming destroyers in the gallery of souls. The light in the chamber dimmed as more and more cells went dark. The shuffling from below became a chaotic clamor, but we couldn't break them all. There were thousands, and the entity was learning, focusing its roots, herding us away from the walls, toward the center of the chamber, toward the widening pit. We were tiring, our arms leaden. A root wrapped around my teenager's leg, yanking them off their feet. My wife turned to help, and 2 more roots coiled around her waist. We were being captured again. I stood amidst the destruction we'd caused, surrounded by perhaps 50 shattered cells in a sea of thousands that still glowed. It wasn't enough. We had stung it, made it angry, but we hadn't broken it. The roots dragged my wife and teen toward the pit. My youngest son was crying, trying to pull on his mother, but he was too small. The grinding voice was cold, final. You will be placed below. You will walk, and we will begin the slow tasting anew. Your defiance will be the first note of your flavor profile. We look forward to understanding it. This was it, the end of the fight. I looked at the knife in my hand, at my initials on the blade. A memory not my own, from a honeymoon a decade ago. A honeymoon where, according to the spiral map, this had all begun. The first cache. The memory of the two of us, young and in love, in these woods. That was the seed. I had one last, insane idea. If memories were real here, if they could be used, then maybe they could also be planted. I didn't attack the roots. I ran to the wall, not to break a cell, but to an intact one. I chose a photo at random, a faded image of a scared-looking Boy Scout from what looked like the 1950s. I didn't shatter the cell. I pressed the blade of the knife against it, my own blood from fresh cuts mingling with the honey sap on the crystal. And I focused, not on my fear, not on my hope. I focused on the memory etched on the knife. I focused on the specific, powerful, joyful memory of my honeymoon. The love, the excitement, the feeling of a perfect future. A memory that didn't belong in this gallery of terror. I pushed that memory through the knife, through my blood, into the cell holding the Boy Scout's fear. The photo inside the cell changed. The Boy Scout's terrified face flickered. For a second, I saw my own young face, smiling, arm around my young wife. A memory of pure joy, inserted into the larder of fear. The cell didn't shatter. It pulsed once with a warm, gold light, so different from the amber glow. Then it went dark, not like a broken cell, but like a void. The entity screamed. It wasn't a grinding sound. It was a shrill, piercing shriek of outrage and revulsion. The roots holding my wife and teenager recoiled as if burned. The contamination of its perfect collection was a violation it could not abide. One cell of joy was a poison in its vintage. I had found its true weakness. It wasn't destruction. It was corruption. The entity's shriek was the sound of a world breaking. It wasn't a sound of pain, but of perfect, unadulterated outrage. The single honeycomb cell I had corrupted, the one that now held a stolen memory of joy instead of curated fear, glowed a sickly, conflicted yellow before going dark. That darkness spread from the cell like a stain, blackening the crystalline walls around it, making them brittle and dead. The roots that had been recoiling now thrashed in a frenzy, not at us, but at the contaminated section of the wall, tearing at it, trying to rip the corruption out. The chamber trembled on a new, more violent level. Cracks ran up the walls. Dust and bits of crystal rained down from the ceiling high above. The entity was turning its fury inward, trying to perform an emergency amputation on its own collection. It didn't care about us anymore. We were a temporary irritation. The poison in its pantry was an existential threat. My wife scrambled to her feet, pulling our teenager up. Our youngest ran to me, clutching my leg. "What did you do?" My wife yelled over the cacophony of grinding stone and shrieking wind. I gave it something it couldn't digest. I shouted back. The knife in my hand felt warm, almost humming. The memory etched into its metal was now a weapon. I looked at the thousands of other glowing cells. Each one was a story of terror, a vintage the entity cherished. And each one was a potential target, but we didn't have time to corrupt them one by one. The entity was ripping out the whole contaminated section. A huge chunk of the honeycomb wall, maybe 20 feet across, sheared away and crashed to the floor, shattering into glittering dust and releasing the faded, fear-filled photos within to flutter down like dead leaves. The hole it left revealed not more earth, but a tangled, pulsing network of thick, root-like veins that glowed with the same amber light. The circulatory system of the thing. And it was inflamed, pulsing angrily around the edges of the wound. The pit in the center of the floor, the one leading to the hollow walkers, began to close, the roots pulling earth over it like a wound clotting. The entity was going into lockdown, protecting its core. The grinding voice returned, but it was fractured, distracted, talking to itself or to the forest. Contamination. Purge required. Seal the gallery. Isolate the vintage. It was going to bury us alive in here, with its corrupted collection, and maybe wait a century for the poison to fade. We had to move. Not to escape the chamber. There was no visible exit, but to strike deeper. The veins. I pointed to the pulsing network exposed by the torn-away wall. That's its heart. We follow that. It was the opposite of running away. It was running into the monster's bloodstream. But it was the only path that wasn't solid earth or closing route. We sprinted for the hole in the wall, dodging falling debris and writhing, distressed roots. We climbed over the rubble of shattered honeycomb. Up close, the network of veins was awe-inspiring and horrifying. They were as thick as my thigh, translucent, with pulses of amber light moving through them like slow traffic. They throbbed with a low, subaudible beat that we felt in our teeth. The space behind the wall was a narrow, winding tunnel formed entirely of these pulsing roots, twisting away into darkness. It smelled strongly of ozone and wet soil. We had no choice. We entered the tunnel. The light from the veins was our only guide, casting our shadows and jumpy, distorted shapes on the walls. The tunnel sloped downward, always downward, coiling like an intestine. The deeper we went, the warmer it got, and the stronger the scent of ozone became, mixed now with that cloying honey sweetness, so concentrated it made my eyes water. We walked for what felt like miles in that suffocating living tube. My family was silent, saving their breath, their faces set in masks of grim endurance. The tunnel began to widen. The pulsing veins converged, growing thicker, until they formed the walls themselves. The light grew brighter, shifting from amber to a pale, electric blue. The air crackled with static, making our hair stand on end. Then the tunnel opened into a cavern so vast the far walls were lost in a blue haze. And in the center of the cavern grew the tree. It wasn't a tree like any on Earth. Its trunk was a column of fused, twisting roots, each one as big as a car, glowing with that fierce blue light from within. It had no leaves. Instead, from its unimaginably high branches hung thousands of tendrils, and at the end of each tendril dangled a single, glowing Polaroid photo, slowly rotating. This was the source, the heart, the developing room. These were the master images, the originals from which the honeycomb copies were made. The air hummed with energy. Below the tree, in a wide, shallow pool of what looked like clear sap, stood the hollow ones. Dozens of them. Men, women, children from different eras, their clothes faded, their faces slack and empty. They stood perfectly still, up to their ankles in the sap, connected to the tree by thin, wispy roots attached to the backs of their necks. They weren't shuffling here. They were in storage, charging like batteries, their drained emotions maybe slowly replenishing for future tasting. My wife gripped my arm, her nails digging in. "My God," she breathed. Our teenagers stared, their anger momentarily replaced by a horrified awe. Our youngest hid his face against me. The grinding voice was here too, but it was different. It wasn't a chorus from the walls. It came from the tree itself, a deep, resonant vibration that made the sap pool ripple. "You have come to the source of the flavor. You have brought contamination to the root." The great trunk of the tree pulsed, and a new tendril grew with shocking speed. At its end, a Polaroid camera, organic and intricate as a flower, bloomed. It pointed at us, but it didn't flash. This was different. "You have shown adaptability. You have used our own tools. This is a rare vintage indeed. We offer a final trade." A section of the sap pool before us swirled and cleared, becoming a window like the black pond. It showed a scene, our car parked at the trailhead under a normal blue sky. It was real, present day. We could almost smell the asphalt. "Leave the corrupted one," the tree voice said. The image focused on me. Leave him. His defiance, his contamination, is a complex profile we wish to study in isolation. The rest of you may go. Your memories of him will be softened, sweetened. You will remember a father lost bravely in the woods, a tragedy. Not this. The flavor of that grief will be exquisite. It was the same deal, refined. It didn't want my son's memory anymore. It wanted me. It wanted to turn me into a permanent, defiant exhibit, a new, pungent flavor in its collection. My family would be released, their memories edited into a more palatable, sad story. My wife's hand tightened on my arm. She didn't say no this time. She just looked at me, her eyes filled with an ocean of pain and a terrible, unaskable question. The cost was unthinkable, but the offer was real. The car was right there. Safety was right there. For them. The tree knew it had us. The camera tendril waited. My teenager was looking at the image of the car, a hunger in their eyes so profound it was like a physical force. They wanted out. They deserved out. I looked at the knife in my hand. My initials. A memory of a beginning. This thing lived in the past, collecting it, tasting it. What if I gave it a memory of an ending? Not a happy ending. A true ending. I thought of my father, a hollow, walking man in some other part of this hell, his story drained. I thought of all the faces in the honeycomb. This had to stop. Not just for us. But the tree was too big, too powerful. We couldn't kill it. But maybe we could give it a memory so big, so final, it would choke on it. I made my decision. I let go of my wife's hand. I walked forward, toward the sap pool, toward the image of the car. I stopped at the edge. I looked back at my family. "I love you," I said, the words simple and utterly inadequate. Then I turned to the great tree. "I accept, but I choose the final memory. The one you taste first from me. The one that sets the flavor." The tree pulsed, a beat of anticipation. Agreed. The camera tendril swiveled to focus on my face. I didn't think of a memory from my life. I thought of a concept. I thought of the end of all stories. Not with a bang, but with the closing of a book. The feeling of a final page being turned. The emptiness after the last word is read. The silence that isn't quiet, but is the absence of narrative altogether. I poured the idea of finale, of conclusion, of the period at the end of the very last sentence, into my mind and stared into the lens. The camera flashed. A photo grew from its tip. It was black. Not developed black. Empty black. A void in a square shape. The tree took it. The black photo was drawn up the tendril and into the glowing blue trunk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the light in the trunk flickered. The pulse stuttered. A tendril nearby, holding a glowing photo of a weeping woman from some long ago century, went dark. The photo turned black and fell, dissolving into the sap. Then another, and another. Like a chain reaction, the lights on the tree began to wink out. The memory of the end was spreading through its system, a logical virus. It was the one story it couldn't preserve, because it was the end of preservation itself. The tree was trying to taste the finale of all flavors, and it was short-circuiting. The grinding voice returned, but it was a stutter, a skipping record. Non-narrative contradiction, file corruption. The hollow ones in the sap pool began to sway, then collapse, their connection strings snapping. The offer was over. The weight of the car was gone. But the heart of the forest was having a stroke. We had given it a thought it could not process, and it was dying, not with a fight, but with a confused systems failure whimper. The blue light pulsed erratically, then began to dim. The great cavern started to shake for a new, final reason. It was coming apart. The greatest trick a monster can play isn't making you afraid. It's making you an artist of your own despair, and asking for your signature on the masterpiece. I didn't sign. I gave it a blank page instead. The memory of the end was a logic bomb in the heart of the thing, and the detonation was silent and profound. The great tree's light didn't go out with a bang, but with a stutter. A series of fitful flickers as the concept of finality infected its ancient, story-hoarding mind. The cavern trembled, but not with rage. It trembled with the structural uncertainty of a dream losing its dreamer. The hollow ones collapsed into the sap, their puppet strings cut. The glowing Polaroids hanging from the branches turned black and rained down like ashes. My family rushed to me as the blue glow dimmed toward a deep, twilight gray. "What's happening?" my wife asked, her voice hushed with awe and fear. "It's forgetting how to be," I said, watching the last pulses of light move sluggishly up the trunk. It can't hold a story that ends all stories. But a place like this, a creature like this, doesn't just die. It unravels. The floor of the cavern, the sap pool, began to drain away, not downward, but inward, being sucked back into the roots. The roots themselves started to retract, pulling away from the walls, shrinking like deflating balloons. The ceiling began to crumble, but the pieces didn't fall. They dissolved into motes of dusty light. The world was coming apart at the seams, and as it did, the seams showed through. Patches of the cavern wall faded, and through them we saw glimpses of other places. A flash of green leaves and normal sunlight. A glimpse of a familiar trail sign. A view of our car, still parked under that normal blue sky. The barriers between this hidden heart and the real world were dissolving. The entity was losing its grip on reality. "It's pulling back," our teenager shouted, pointing at the retreating roots. "The woods are letting go." It was true. The tunnel we'd come through was gone, melted away. We were standing on what felt like solid ground, but the cavern around us was becoming transparent, a fading photograph overlaid on the real forest. We could hear birdsong, real birdsong, not the mechanical knocking. We could feel a warm breeze. The cloying honey scent was being replaced by the clean, sharp smell of pine. We held onto each other, a tight knot of four, as the last of the blue light in the tree faded to a dull ember and then winked out. With a final, sighing groan of ancient wood, the great trunk split from top to bottom, not with a crack, but with a sound like a long-held breath being released. It didn't fall. It simply came apart into fibrous strands that withered to dust before they hit the ground. The cavern was gone. We were standing in a small, ordinary-looking clearing in the woods. The sun was setting, painting the sky in oranges and purples. There was a mossy log, but it wasn't the same one. This was just a log. There was no ammo can, no camera, no whispering voice. The air was just air. We stood there for a long time, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the trees to lean in again, for a flashbulb to pop. Nothing happened. The forest was just a forest. The fear slowly began to drain from our bodies, leaving behind a trembling, hollow exhaustion. We started walking, not knowing which way was out, but trusting the sun's position. Within 20 minutes, we broke out onto a marked hiking trail, a real one with blazes on the trees. An hour after that, stumbling and holding each other up, we saw the parking lot. Our car was there, dusty and ordinary. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The drive home was a blur. No one spoke. We were too empty, too used up. We got home. Our house was exactly as we'd left it. Normal. Quiet. The coffee table was bare. No ammo can. We took long showers, ate food that tasted like nothing, and fell into our beds. Not into sleep, but into a deep, dreamless pit of exhaustion. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, it felt like a fever dream. A shared psychosis. We didn't talk about it. We went through the motions of life. I went back to work. The kids went back to school. My wife tried to garden. But everything was different. We were different. We jumped at sudden noises. We avoided looking at family photo albums. The woods were never mentioned. We were a family of ghosts haunting our own lives. A week later, I was cleaning out the garage. I moved a box of old camping gear, and something clattered to the concrete floor. It was the bone-handled knife. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice. I had left it there, in the dissolving cavern. I was sure of it. I picked it up. It was cold. My initials were still etched there. The date from my honeymoon. I turned it over. On the other side of the blade, new etching had appeared, crude and fresh, as if done by a hot nail. It was a single word. Finus. The end. I showed it to my wife. She didn't scream. She just nodded, a slow, accepting nod of a truth she already knew in her bones. It wasn't over. It had signed my knife. That evening, our youngest son came out of his room. He was holding a piece of drawing paper. He'd been quiet since we returned, not crying, just thoughtful. I drew a picture, he said softly. We all gathered to look. It was a crayon drawing of our family, standing in a sunny meadow. We were all smiling, and high up in the corner of the drawing, in the blue sky, was a single small black square. He'd colored it carefully, pressing down hard. "What's that, buddy?" I asked, my throat tight. He looked at the black square, then at me, his eyes clear and old beyond his years. "That's where it's looking from now," he said. "It finished our story. Now it's watching to see what we do next." He went back to his room. The three of us adults stayed at the table, looking at the childish drawing. The entity wasn't dead. It was sated. It had consumed our story of terror and defiance and finality. It had gotten its complete vintage. And now, like a reader who has finished a compelling book, it had closed the cover and put it on the shelf. But readers sometimes take books down again. They revisit favorite passages. They wonder about the characters after the last page. We were on the shelf. We were free. But we were also collected. The haunting wasn't one of chasing us through the trees. It was the haunting of being read, of being remembered by something that considered our most profound fears and loves a diverting tale. We would live our lives. We would grow older. We would have good days and bad. And somewhere, in the spaces between the trees, in the quiet moment before a camera flash, something ancient and hungry would have our book on its shelf. And the cover was closed, but the story inside was forever fresh, forever waiting to be tasted again. We were out. We were safe. We were home. And we would spend every day for the rest of our lives wondering if today was the day it decided to open the book and read our chapter one more time. The end was just a pause. The story never really finishes. It just waits. Story number 4. Okay, so let me tell you about the night it all started. My name is Alex, and I've got a twin sister. We've always been close, you know. Finishing each other's sentences, knowing when the other one is sick or sad, that kind of thing. People think it's cute or weird, but for us, it's just normal. It was a Tuesday night, and it was raining hard. One of those gloomy evenings where the whole world feels like it's under a blanket. We were at my place, bored out of our minds, and a little buzzed on this cheap wine we'd found in the back of my cupboard. We started talking about old times, about being kids, and that's when she remembered the box in my closet. "You remember that thing?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous spark I know so well. I knew exactly what she meant. I sighed, playing along. "The spooky board game? From when we were 10. She was already up and heading toward my bedroom. "It's not a board game, it's a portal to the other side," she said in a fake, creepy voice, and we both cracked up. I followed her, and we dug through my closet, past old yearbooks and winter coats, until our fingers brushed against the dusty cardboard. We pulled it out, the Ouija board. It looked so silly and cheap in the light of my bedroom lamp. Just printed paper on cardboard, with a plastic heart-shaped thing called a planchette. We brought it out to the living room, set it on the coffee table between the empty wine glasses, and looked at each other. "We are not taking this seriously," I stated firmly. "Absolutely not," she agreed. "It's a toy. It's our subconscious minds pushing the thing around. It's a total joke." We put our fingertips lightly on the planchette, just like the instructions said when we were kids. We were grinning like idiots. "Oh, great spirit," I said in a goofy, deep voice. "What is thy wisdom?" The planchette jerked under our hands, making us both jump, and then we burst out laughing because we'd both obviously moved it. We asked dumb questions for a while. "Will I get a raise?" It slid to an O. "Is my crush into me?" It went to yes, and she elbowed me, teasing. The mood was light, just two siblings being stupid on a rainy night. The wine was gone, and the rain tapped a steady rhythm on the window. It felt cozy, safe. Then she got quiet for a second, looking at me with a softer smile. "Ask a real one," she said. "Something you actually want to know." I thought about it. What did I want to know? I looked at her, my mirror image, this person I'd shared a womb with, a childhood, a life. We were connected in a way I could never explain. So giggling a little, I asked, "Okay, fine. So what's the deal with us twins, huh? What really connects us?" The laughter died in my throat almost immediately. The planchette didn't wobble or drift like before. It moved with a sudden, sharp purpose. It clicked across the board with a firm, decisive sound. S-A-M-E. It paused for a heartbeat, and my eyes met hers across the table. Her smile was gone, her face pale. The planchette finished its journey. S-O-U-L, same soul. We both yanked our hands back as if the plastic had burned us. The cozy room felt different, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. The hair on my arm stood up. "We pushed it," she said, her voice too high. "We totally pushed it. We were thinking the same thing, so we just guided it there." "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Of course. Our subconscious, or whatever." We packed the board away fast, shoving it back into the box and then deep into the closet like we were hiding evidence. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. We put on a dumb movie and pretended to watch it, but the air had changed. The word hung between us, unspoken but felt. Same soul. It was a beautiful, poetic idea. It was also deeply, terribly unsettling. It felt less like a cute sentiment, and more like we'd peeked behind a curtain and seen a piece of machinery we weren't supposed to know existed. A week passed. Life went back to normal. We texted about work, about stupid stuff, and neither of us mentioned the board. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then one night I woke up suddenly, not from a dream or a noise. I just was awake, and I was freezing. Not my whole body, just my feet. A deep, aching, bone-level cold, like I'd been standing barefoot on a sheet of ice for an hour. I sat up, confused. My feet were tucked under warm blankets. I was wearing thick socks. The room was a comfortable temperature, but my feet ached with cold. I rubbed them together, trying to get feeling back, my heart starting to thump a little faster. It was so vivid, so physical. 2 minutes later, my phone lit up on the nightstand. A text from her. It read, "Weirdest thing. Just woke up standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles. So cold." A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight through me. I stared at the message. Coincidence. A weird, freaky coincidence. She sleepwalks sometimes, always had. I must have had a dream about cold feet and woke up at the same time. That's all. I texted back. That's crazy. Go back to bed. She sent a sleepy emoji. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the board, about the planchette clicking over the letters. Same soul. What if it wasn't just poetry? What if it was an instruction manual? The cold in my feet had felt so real, so not mine. It felt borrowed, inherited, shared. I finally drifted off as the sky began to lighten. The next few days, I watched her more closely when we met for coffee. She looked tired but normal. She complained about work, laughed at my jokes. She was just my sister. But when she reached for her mug, I noticed a small, fresh scrape across the back of her hand. "What did you do there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at it, puzzled. "I have no idea. Must have bumped it on something at the gym. Didn't even feel it." I nodded, sipping my coffee, but a knot was tightening in my stomach. That night, I had a dream. It was incredibly vivid, more like a memory than a dream. I was in a dark, cramped space that felt like a garage. My hand was groping along a rough wall, and then there was a sharp, searing pain across my palm. I gasped in my sleep, my own hand flying up to my chest. I woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My right hand was throbbing. I turned on the lamp, expecting to see a cut, but my skin was perfectly smooth, unmarked. The phantom pain slowly faded, leaving behind a dull ache. I didn't want to text her. I didn't want to know. But I had to. My fingers trembled as I typed. "You okay?" Weird dream. She didn't reply for a long time. Then, just as I was about to call, my phone buzzed with a photo. It was a picture of her hand. A clean, nasty-looking cut sliced across her palm, beading with blood. Her text followed. "Sleepwalking again. Must have caught it on a piece of siding in the garage. Hurts like hell." I stared at my own uncut palm. The dull ache pulsed there, right where her cut was. A perfect, invisible echo. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. The board's message wasn't just a spooky answer. It was a key that had unlocked something. We had asked about our connection, and now our connection was showing off, proving its point in the most physical way possible. I felt a fear then, a cold, solid weight in my gut. It was the fear of understanding that something inside your life, something you took for granted, is not what you thought it was. The bond between us was real, tangible, and it had a voltage to it we'd never tapped into before. And now, it seemed, the circuit was closed. I spent the whole next day in a fog. I tried to rationalize it. Twin telepathy was a thing, right? There were stories. Feeling each other's pain was a known phenomenon. But this felt different. This wasn't a vague sympathy pain. This was a specific, physical sensation happening in real time, a live feed from her nervous system to mine. It was functional. It had a purpose, and I had no control over the channel it was on. That evening, she came over. We didn't mention the cut, the cold feet, the board. We ordered pizza and tried to act normal. But there was a new carefulness between us, a space we were both aware of. We were like two people holding a vial of something volatile, trying not to jostle it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Hey," she said, not meeting my eyes. "You've been sleeping okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "You?" She shrugged. "Aside from the midnight adventures?" "Sure." She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked scared. My own eyes looking back at me, full of a fear I completely understood. After she left, the silence in my apartment felt different. It felt watchful. I cleaned up, the mundane task of putting away plates of comfort. I went to bed early, exhausted from the stress of pretending everything was fine. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in days. And then I woke up. Not slowly, but all at once. My body was tense. My right hand was clenched into a fist so tight my knuckles hurt. And in my fist, I could feel it. Not imagine it. Feel it. The solid, heavy weight of a rock. The rough, gritty texture of sandstone against my palm and fingers. My arm muscles were taut, coiled with a strength that wasn't my own. And then I felt the swing. A powerful, angry arc. I felt the impact, a sickening, muffled crunch thud that traveled up my arm and into my shoulder. A jolt of adrenaline, fierce and wild and triumphant, flooded my system. It was not my emotion. It belonged to someone else. It was a rush of pure, destructive satisfaction. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my own hand open and empty, shaking violently in the dark. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. The sensation of the rock, the impact, the alien rage, it all faded slowly, leaving me drenched in sweat and terror. This was new. This wasn't shared pain. This was shared action, shared intention. I fumbled for my phone, the light blinding me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I opened a news app, my mind screaming a single terrible thought. Check the news. Check it now. I scanned the local headlines, my breath held. And there it was, a small article near the bottom. Vandalism in Riverside Park. The text blurred as I read. A historic bird bath, made of soft sandstone, had been found smashed to pieces. Police noted the damage suggested significant force. The park was less than a mile from her apartment. The report had been filed at 3:15 a.m. I looked at my clock. I had woken up at 3:18. I put the phone down. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I just sat there in the dark, the reality settling over me like a shroud. The board's joke wasn't funny anymore. The connection wasn't a curiosity. It was a conduit, and something was coming through. Something that started with a chill, graduated to a cut, and was now throwing stones in the night. I thought about her, probably asleep in her bed, unaware. I thought about the feeling of that rock in my hand, that vicious joy. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than I'd ever been from any phantom chill. The question wasn't what is happening anymore. The question, the one that hooked into my mind and refused to let go as dawn finally broke, was far worse. What happens next? The days after the birdbath incident stretched thin and tense, like a rubber band about to snap. I didn't tell my sister about feeling the rock, about the jolt of that awful satisfaction. Saying it out loud would make it more real, and I was desperately clinging to the hope that I'd imagined it, that it was just a super vivid dream triggered by seeing the news. But a secret part of me started keeping a log. Just notes on my phone. A private, terrifying diary. March 14th. Woke up 3:18 a.m. Sensation of heavy object in hand, impact. News, Riverside Park vandalism. Seeing it written down in plain text made my stomach turn. I tried to act normal. We met for lunch that weekend at a noisy sandwich shop, the kind of place where everything feels safe and ordinary. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes that mirrored my own. Sleeping any better? I asked, picking at my chips. She shrugged, avoiding my gaze. Not really. I keep waking up tired, like I've been running in my sleep. My feet were sore the other morning. She said it so casually, but my mind flashed to the feeling of the rock, the swing, the force of it. That would make your feet sore, wouldn't it? Planting your weight for a big swing. I just nodded, my mouth dry. Maybe you should see a doctor, I suggested, the words feeling weak and useless. And say what? That I'm a messy sleeper? She forced a laugh. We changed the subject, talking about movies, about work gossip, but the unspoken thing sat between us on the table, invisible and huge. The log on my phone grew. It wasn't every night. Sometimes 3 or 4 nights would pass with nothing but my own normal, restless sleep. I started to hope maybe it was over, a weird glitch that had fixed itself. Then it happened again. This time it wasn't a rock. I was jerked awake by the feeling of a long, smooth wooden stick in my hands, like a broom handle. My arms were moving, not with a powerful swing, but with a quick, panicked jabbing motion toward the ground. I felt a frantic, scrabbling movement against my ankles, a blur of soft fur and sharp claws, and then a high-pitched, pained yelp that echoed in my ears. Not from my room. From hers. From wherever she was. I shot up in bed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were empty. My ankles were fine. But the echo of that animal cry lingered in my head. I didn't need to check the news this time. I went straight to the local community forum online. I scanned through posts about lost pets, noisy neighbors, found items. And there it was. A post from someone in her neighborhood, just a few streets over. Missing, orange tabby, answers to pumpkin. Last seen Tuesday night. Came home Wednesday morning with a limp, and what looks like a bruised rib. Very scared. Please keep an eye out. The post had a picture of a sweet-looking cat. The date lined up. My hands started to shake. This was worse. This was a living thing. The vandalism was one thing, but this was violence towards something that could feel pain and fear. The log entry felt like an accusation. March 22nd, sensation of stick, jabbing motion. Feeling of animal impact. Sound of yelp. Neighborhood post, injured cat found. I knew I had to talk to her. I couldn't carry this alone. I drove to her apartment, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. She let me in looking surprised. "What's up?" she asked. I didn't know how to start. I just handed her my phone, opened to the Notes app, to the log. "Read it," I said, my voice tight. She took the phone, her brow furrowed. I watched her face as she read. Confusion first, then a slow dawning horror. Her eyes flicked from the screen to my face, and back again. She read about the cold feet, the cut, the rock, the stick. She finished and just stood there, holding my phone like it was a dead animal. "What is this?" she whispered. "It's what's happening," I said. "I feel it. When you sleepwalk, I feel what you're doing." She shook her head, a hard, denying motion. No, that's not. I'm not doing those things. I'm asleep. Your body is, I said gently. I don't think it's you. Not the you that's talking to me right now. But something is happening, and I'm getting a front row seat through our connection. The word connection felt inadequate. Bond. Link. Shared soul. The words from the board game floated between us, unspoken. She sank onto her couch, staring at my phone. The cat, she said, her voice hollow. You think I hit a cat? I felt it, I said, the truth cruel but necessary. I felt the stick connect. She put her head in her hands. I'm a monster. You're not, I said, sitting next to her. You're asleep. It's like a glitch. A really bad, scary glitch. We sat in quiet for a long time. The traffic sounds from the street below felt like they were from another world. Finally, she looked up, her eyes red. What do we do? That was the million-dollar question. We talked in circles. See a doctor? What would we say? They'd prescribe sleep aids or refer her to a psychiatrist. They might even want to separate us for observation, thinking it was a shared delusion. Tell our parents? They'd just worry themselves sick and not know how to help. We were in a box with no clear way out. We need to understand it, I said finally. We need to see it. An idea, desperate and shaky, formed in my mind. We need proof. Not for anyone else. For us. To know what we're really dealing with. How? She asked. A camera, I said. We set up a camera in your apartment. One that records all night. We see what your body does. She looked terrified at the idea. The thought of watching herself do these things was clearly horrifying. But after a long moment, she nodded. Okay, we do that. We spent the next hour setting up my old laptop on a bookshelf in her living room, angled to cover most of the room and the front door. We used a simple program that would record with motion detection. It felt clinical and creepy. We were turning her home into a lab, and she was the experiment. We ordered pizza, trying to pretend it was a normal movie night, but the laptop's little green recording light stared at us like an unblinking eye. When it got late, she looked at me, her fear palpable. Will you stay? On the couch? I don't want to be alone. I nodded. I didn't want to be alone in my own apartment either, waiting for the next phantom sensation to jolt me awake. I lay on her couch in the dark, listening to her breathing slow down in the next room. The glow from the laptop light was a tiny beacon in the dark. I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the feeling of the rock, the yelp of the cat, and my eyes would fly open. I must have finally fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But not from a sensation. From nothing. A deep, empty nothing. The room was dark and still. I sat up, disoriented. I felt normal. Just me on a couch with a stiff neck. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I had slept for hours, and I had felt nothing. No shared cold, no pain, no weapons, no anger. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. It had worked. Maybe just knowing we were watching, that we were trying to understand, had broken the cycle. Maybe the connection needed our fear and confusion to feed it, and our practical plan had starved it. I lay back down, a real smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. It was over. We could figure out the rest in the morning. I was just drifting back into a peaceful, hopeful sleep when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Not a text. A call. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding me. It was her, calling from her bedroom. Why was she calling me? I was right here in the living room. A new kind of cold, deeper than any phantom chill, seeped into my bones. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. Hello, I whispered. Her voice came through a thin, trembling thread of sound, choked with pure terror. It's in the living room, she breathed. I'm in my closet. The camera's on. I'm wide awake, but I can hear someone moving around out there. My eyes shot to the bedroom door, which was closed. I was alone on the couch. The living room was empty. I heard the faintest sound then, over the phone line. A soft, steady creak. The sound of a footstep on the old floorboard near her kitchen. A floorboard that was definitely not in my apartment. The relief I'd felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a terror so complete it froze the air in my lungs. The connection was silent. I was feeling nothing, because this time she was awake, and something else was in her apartment. The world narrowed to the sound of her shaky breath in my ear and that soft, impossible creak from her apartment miles away. Don't move, I whispered into the phone, my own voice barely a sound. I was already off the couch, my body moving on pure instinct, grabbing my car keys from the bowl by her door. My mind was a frantic scramble. The camera. The laptop was recording right now. The laptop, I breathed. Can you see the screen from where you are? No, she whimpered. I shut the bedroom door. It's out there, between me and it. Think. I had to think. I'm coming. Right now. Stay on the phone. Be quiet. I slipped out of her apartment, the door clicking shut behind me, and sprinted for the stairs. My car was in the visitor lot. The night air was cool and normal, a stark contrast to the electric fear coursing through me. I shoved the key into the ignition, the phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear. I could still hear her breathing, fast and shallow. I pulled out onto the empty street, pushing the speed limit. I'm driving. 10 minutes. Just keep listening. Tell me what you hear. There was a long pause. Then, nothing now. Just my own heart. It's so loud. That was good. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just been the building settling, her fear making something out of nothing. But the timing was too perfect. The one night we set up surveillance, the one night I felt nothing, and an intruder shows up. That wasn't coincidence. That felt like a message. I'm halfway there, I said, my eyes glued to the road. Don't hang up. 5 minutes later, her breath hitched. A click, she whispered. Like a latch. The front door? My foot pressed harder on the gas. Someone had been inside, and now they were leaving. Or something was leaving. I'm almost there. Just stay put. I screeched into a parking spot outside her building 2 minutes later, not caring about the lines. I'm here. Walking up. I kept the phone to my ear as I took the stairs 2 at a time. Her front door was at the end of the hall. It looked normal. Closed. I put my hand on the knob. It was unlocked. My stomach twisted. I'm at your door. It's unlocked. I'm coming in. I pushed it open slowly. The living room was dark, lit only by the streetlight glow through the blinds and the soft green light from the laptop on the bookshelf. Everything looked in place. The couch where I'd slept, the coffee table, the TV. Normal. Empty. It's me, I called out softly. I'm in the living room. It's clear. Her bedroom door flew open, and she rushed out, colliding with me in a hug that felt more like a collapse. She was trembling all over. You're okay, I said, holding her. It's okay. After a minute, she pulled back, her eyes wide and darting around the room. It was here. I heard it. Walking. I'm not crazy. I know, I said. I know you're not. My eyes went to the laptop. The truth was on there. Whatever it was. We need to look. She nodded, her face pale. We walked over to the laptop together. My finger hovered over the trackpad. This was it. Proof. Not of a shared sensation, but of a physical presence. I clicked to stop the recording and opened the video file. The timestamp showed it had been running for over 6 hours. We fast-forwarded through the early, empty hours, seeing nothing but the still living room. My sleeping form on the couch was a weird, peaceful sight. Then, at 3:58 a.m., something changed. The bedroom door opened. She walked out, or her body walked out. The person on the screen moved with a calm, deliberate purpose that was nothing like her normal, slightly clumsy gait. This was the same efficient movement I'd felt during the birdbath incident. It walked straight to the bookshelf, right below the laptop camera, and looked up. The face that filled the screen was hers, but the expression was utterly blank. Empty, like a mask. It stared directly into the camera lens for a full 10 seconds, and a chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight down my spine. Then it turned and walked to the front door. It didn't fumble with the lock. It disengaged the chain and deadbolt with smooth, practiced motions, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall, pulling the door closed but not latching it. That was the click she heard. The timestamp ticked on. The apartment was empty. I was gone from the couch, having left after her call. We watched the empty room for what felt like forever. Then, at 4:22 a.m., the door opened again. It came back in. It closed the door behind itself, engaging the lock and the chain with that same calm efficiency. In its right hand, it carried something. A long, dark metal cylinder. A flashlight. A big, solid police-style one. It walked to the drawer where she kept tools and random stuff, opened it, and placed the flashlight inside. Then it went to the kitchen sink, turned on the water, and meticulously washed its hands, drying them on a towel. It walked back to the bedroom, opened the door, and went inside, closing the door behind it. The video showed an empty living room again. A few minutes later, at 4:31 a.m., the bedroom door opened again. This time she stumbled out, her face a portrait of dazed confusion and terror, looking around wildly before grabbing her phone to call me. That was the real her. We watched the whole thing twice, not saying a word. The reality of it was worse than any phantom feeling. Seeing it move, seeing those empty eyes, watching it bring back an object from outside. It made everything solid and horrifying. It went out, she finally said, her voice flat with shock. It left, and it brought something back. I went to the drawer and opened it. There, nestled among screwdrivers and tape, was the flashlight. I didn't want to touch it. Using the edge of my shirt, I picked it up. It was cold, and on the metal barrel, near the bulb, was a dark, sticky smudge. It wasn't dirt. It flaked off brownish red. We both looked at it, and the same terrible understanding passed between us. That wasn't from the ground. We have to get rid of it, she said, panicked. We have to clean it and throw it away. No, I said, the word surprising me. I wrapped the flashlight in a plastic grocery bag. This is evidence. Of something. We can't just make it disappear. Evidence of what? That I'm a sleepwalking thief? Or worse? Her voice was rising toward hysteria. We don't know what it did out there. That was the problem. We didn't. I took the bag flashlight and the laptop. You're coming home with me. Tonight. We can't stay here. She didn't argue. We drove back to my place in that same wordless shock. The sun was coming up, turning the sky a pale gray. At my apartment, I hid the flashlight in the back of my closet. I copied the video file from the laptop onto a hidden folder on my computer and then erased it from the laptop itself. We were destroying evidence and preserving it at the same time, criminals and detectives in one. She fell asleep on my couch almost immediately, the emotional crash too big to fight. I sat at my kitchen table, my own exhaustion await, and opened my laptop. I went to the local news site. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I scanned the headlines. Traffic, weather, politics. Then I saw it. A small update box. Early morning robbery attempt, clerk injured. I clicked it. The article was brief. A 24-hour convenience store on the edge of her neighborhood had been hit around 4:10 a.m. A lone suspect, face obscured, had entered. The clerk reported being struck from behind with a hard object before the suspect emptied the register and fled. The clerk was treated for a minor head injury and released. Police were reviewing security footage. The store was 3 blocks from her apartment. 4:10 a.m. Right in the window when the thing wearing her face was out walking. The hard object. I pictured the solid metal flashlight in my closet. The sticky smudge. My vision blurred for a second. This had escalated far beyond broken bird baths and scared cats. This was a real crime, with a real victim, and her body had done it. I closed the browser window. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. The guilt and horror would swallow her whole. I had to figure this out first. I had to understand what it was. Was it a part of her subconscious, a violent, hidden piece breaking free in sleep? Was it something else, using our connection like a radio signal to pilot her body? The same soul idea took on a new, darker meaning. What if a soul could split? What if one half could get sick? I made a decision then, sitting in my quiet kitchen with the morning light growing stronger. We were past doctors. We were past rational fear. We were in unknown territory. I needed to learn everything I could about what happens when a shared connection turns predatory. I started searching online, not for sleep disorders, but for other things. Folklore about twin bonds gone wrong. Historical accounts of shared psychosis. Obscure parapsychology forums where people talked about energetic links and psychic vampires. It felt desperate and silly, but the facts weren't rational. A rational world didn't have twins sharing injuries and committing crimes in their sleep. I read until my eyes burned. Most of it was nonsense, crazy theories, and obvious fiction. But a few phrases stuck with me. Etheric tether, parasitic empathy, split soul phenomenon. They were just words, but they gave a shape to the formless terror. They made it feel like maybe somewhere, someone else had stumbled into this nightmare and tried to explain it. My sister slept through most of the day. When she woke up, she was quiet, withdrawn. We ate toast and didn't talk about the video or the flashlight. We talked about maybe getting her a sleep study, about seeing a specialist, but the words rang hollow. We both knew a doctor couldn't fix this. Not this. That night, we were both afraid to sleep. We stayed up watching mindless TV, the volume low. Eventually, our bodies gave out. I drifted off in my armchair, and the connection, silent for a whole day, woke up. It wasn't a jolt this time. It was a slow, creeping awareness. First, the feeling of cool night air on skin that wasn't mine. Then the sense of moving, walking, with that same purposeful stride. My hands, in my lap, began to feel the shape of something long and solid. Not a rock, not a stick. Metal, cool grooved metal. A pipe. My fingers curled around the imagined shape, fitting into the ridges perfectly. And with the sensation came the emotion again, that flood of dark intention. But it was sharper now, more focused. It wasn't blind rage. It was a hunter's calm, a certainty. It was looking for something, or someone. I tried to fight it, to pull my own mind back, to wake up. But I was trapped, a passenger in this waking dream, feeling her body move through the night, feeling the weight of the pipe, a tool chosen for a specific job. Then it stopped. The sensation of walking ceased. My borrowed ears heard a new sound. The soft, off-key humming of a person. A man's voice, somewhere close in the dark. The thing holding the pipe shifted its grip. My arm muscles tensed, coiling like springs. There was a moment of perfect, awful stillness. Then the swing. I felt it all. The launch of power from the legs, the twist of the torso, the terrible, smooth arc of the arm. The connection made me feel the air resistance against the pipe. And then the impact. A sickening, wet crack thud that vibrated up the pipe, through the arm, and into the very center of my being. The humming stopped. Cut off. Just gone. In my chair, in my safe, warm living room, I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that tore my throat. I was awake, scrambling backward, my own hands held out in front of me, whole and clean and shaking uncontrollably. My phone was ringing. I knew who it was before I looked. I answered, my breath coming in sobs. She was hysterical, words tumbling over each other in a flood of panic. An alley, downtown. There's blood. A pipe. There's a man on the ground. I don't remember anything. The sound of distant sirens wailed through her phone and echoed faintly through my own window. They were coming for her. And I had been there. I had felt it happen. I was the only witness. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing my voice to be steady. Listen to me, I said. Do not say anything else. Tell them you were sleepwalking. Tell them you have a disorder. Tell them you don't remember. Do you understand? You don't remember anything. Because I do. And I will be your alibi. I hung up, grabbed my keys, and ran for my car. I had to get to her. I had to stand beside my twin, the other half of my soul, and look the police in the eye and lie. Because the truth was impossible. And as I drove toward the flashing blue and red lights staining the night sky downtown, one clear, terrible thought cut through the chaos in my mind. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was showing off. And it had just shown me exactly what it was capable of. The scene downtown was a jagged cut of reality, something from a crime show but horribly, personally real. Flashing lights painted the wet brick of the alley in pulses of blue and red. Police officers moved with a slow, serious purpose. An ambulance was there, its back doors open, and paramedics were loading a stretcher. A shape was on it, covered with a sheet, but one hand dangled out, limp and pale. I parked badly, half up on the curb, and ran toward the yellow tape. An officer held up a hand to stop me. My sister, I gasped, pointing. That's my sister. I saw her then, sitting on the curb just outside the tape, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that looked like tin foil. She was staring at her own hands as if they were strange, foreign objects. An officer was crouched next to her, talking in a low voice. They let me under the tape, and I went to her, kneeling down. She looked up, and her eyes were my eyes, but filled with a hollow, shattered terror I had never seen in my own mirror. I don't remember, she whispered to me, the words a desperate mantra. I just woke up here, with that, next to me. She flicked her eyes toward a patch of ground where a long, metal pipe lay, tagged with a little evidence flag. It was the pipe from my dream, from the connection. Seeing it in real life, under the police lights, made my stomach turn. It's okay, I said, putting an arm around her, feeling her tremble. We'll figure it out. The officer stood up. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face that looked more sad than angry. You're the twin, he asked me. I nodded, standing to face him. She was with me, I said, the lie coming out smoother than I expected. My voice sounded calm, convincing. All night, at my apartment. She has a sleepwalking condition, a really bad one. She must have driven here in her sleep. He looked at me, then back at her crumpled form on the curb. He didn't call me a liar right away, which I took as a small, shaky victory. We'll need to get statements from both of you, he said. Can you come down to the station? We went in separate cars. I followed the squad car that carried her, my mind racing. The alibi was thin. Would they check my apartment's security camera? It would show me leaving in a panic, not her arriving. But it would show her car wasn't there. That was something. Maybe. The police station was a bland, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. They put us in different rooms. A nice enough detective, the same tired-looking man from the alley, brought me a cup of water and sat across from me at a plain table. He had a folder. So he began, his voice level. "You say your sister was with you all night?" "Yes," I said, meeting his eyes. "We were watching movies. She fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to her calling me, saying she was in an alley. I drove right down." He nodded slowly, making a note. "And this sleepwalking, it's been diagnosed?" "We've been trying to get help," I said, which was technically true. "It's gotten worse lately. She'll do things and have no memory. We were planning to see a specialist." I was weaving truth into the lie, making it stronger. "The victim is in a coma," the detective said, watching my face. "Blunt force trauma to the head. It's very serious." I let my face show shock and fear, which wasn't hard. The word coma landed like a physical blow. That man was alive, but just barely, because of what had happened in that alley. Because of what it had done. She wouldn't. I started, and let my voice break. "Not awake. She's the kindest person. But when she's asleep, it's like she's another person." He was quiet for a moment, tapping his pen on the folder. "Let's say I believe you. Let's say it was sleepwalking. The courts call that automatism. It might mean she's not criminally responsible." Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered in my chest. "But," he continued, "here's what bothers me. Sleepwalkers usually do simple, confused things. They might make a sandwich. They might wander outside. They don't typically get in a car, drive across town, pick up a specific weapon from a construction site, and use it with enough force to put a man in a coma." He opened the folder and slid a photograph toward me. It was a black and white image from a traffic camera, showing the mouth of the alley. The figure was blurry, but unmistakable. Her height, her hair, her coat. It was her. "Then who?" he asked, his voice still calm. "Is this?" I stared at the photo. My mouth was dry. "That's her," I said softly. "But she wasn't in control. It's the disorder." He leaned back, sighing. "We'll need to verify your alibi, of course. Check your building's cameras, her car's GPS if it has it. In the meantime, given the circumstances and her lack of prior record, she'll likely be released on bail. But she'll be charged. Aggravated assault. Possibly attempted murder if the victim doesn't improve." The words were legal and cold, but they painted a future of courtrooms, of lawyers, of a life ruined. All because of something that happened while she was unconscious. They processed her, and because of the sleepwalking defense and my statement, they let her go with a court date. We didn't speak until we were back in my car. The first words she said were, "Did you feel it?" I looked at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes huge. "Yes," I admitted. "I felt the swing." She closed her eyes, a tear slipping out. "What am I?" "You're my sister," I said fiercely. "This is something that's happening to you. To us. We didn't ask for this." "But it's me," she whispered. "My hands. My body. I'm the one who hurt that man." We drove back to my place in a quiet that was full of unspoken terror. The next few days were a weird, suspended animation. We were both afraid to sleep, existing in a fog of exhaustion and fear. She was officially charged. Lawyers were hired, money was spent, and the story of the sleepwalking twin became a local news item for a day or two, which was its own special kind of hell. We stayed together in my apartment, a united front. But the connection had gone dead. Completely. Since the night in the alley, I had felt nothing. No phantom chills, no shared emotions, no sensations of movement. It was as if the channel had been shut off. At first, it was a relief. A desperate, grateful relief. Maybe the shock of the attack, the police involvement, had broken whatever was happening. Maybe it was over. But as the days passed, the quiet began to feel wrong. It felt like the calm before a storm. I held breath. We didn't talk about the bigger questions anymore. We talked about legal strategy, about doctors' reports, about building a defense. It was almost normal in a horrifying way. We were dealing with a problem the world could understand. A crime, an illness, a legal battle. It was easier than thinking about shared souls and nighttime monsters. Then a week after the alley, I came home from getting groceries. She was sitting on the couch, my laptop open in front of her. Her face was bone white. "What is it?" I asked, dropping the bags. "A message," she said, her voice thin. "An email. It came to my account." I came around and looked over her shoulder. The sender address was a jumble of random letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body of the message contained just one line, a web link, and below it 3 words. "You are not alone." We stared at it. A prank? A troll who'd seen the news? But it felt like more. It felt like an address. "Don't click it," I said, but her finger was already hovering over the trackpad. "What if it's answers?" she asked. She clicked. The browser opened to a forum. The design was old, plain text on a dark background. It wasn't a normal website. It felt hidden, a place on the internet you had to be looking for to find. The title of the page was Project Symbiosis Archive, and the top post pinned was a thread titled Subject Pair A and B Observation Log. With a feeling of ice water moving through my veins, I scrolled. The first entries were dated years ago. They were clinical notes. Subjects female twins age 10. Baseline connection appears strong. Frequent reported instances of shared sentiment and nonverbal communication. Ideal candidates. My breath caught. Age 10. That was when we got the Ouija board. The next entry. Catalyzing event introduced. Guided channeling device, planchette board. Encouraged to explore the nature of their bond. Subject A asked pivotal question. What connects us? Device response. Same soul. Significant spike in empathetic overlap noted in following weeks. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. We kept reading. The entries tracked through our teenage years, noting minor resonant events. Times one of us got hurt, and the other felt a twinge. Times we knew what the other was thinking. It was all stuff we'd laughed about, called twin intuition. This log called it data. The most recent entries were from the last few months. Parasitic drive amplification successful. Aggressive, self-preservatory instincts are manifesting primarily in Subject B during low consciousness states. Subject A continues in a receptive, observational role. The tether is functioning as hypothesized. Field testing initiated. The entry after that was a single line. Field test 3, urban conflict scenario. Result, target neutralized. Subject B's physical vessel performed adequately. Subject A's receptivity confirms full experiential feedback. Phase 3 complete. Urban conflict scenario. Target neutralized. The man in the alley. I felt dizzy. I had to grip the back of the couch. This was a log. A lab report. And we were the lab rats. "Who are they?" my sister whispered, her voice shaking with a new kind of fury. "Who wrote this?" We scrolled to the very bottom of the page. There was no name. Just a tagline, a sort of motto for the project. It read, "To divide a soul is to understand it. To harness a tether is to master the unseen." Below that, in the comment section of the last post, was a new message, posted just an hour ago. It was from a user called Observer_1. It said, "The connection is quiet now. Do not mistake this for peace. It is integration. The dominant aspect is consolidating control. The witness sees all, but soon may see nothing at all. You have questions. The answers are closer than you think. Look to the source. The first gift." The message ended. We sat there, frozen, the glow of the screen the only light in the room. The first gift. The Ouija board. It wasn't a toy from a garage sale. It was a guided channeling device. A catalyst. A gift. Given to us when we were 10. By who? I racked my brain. It was so long ago. A family friend? An uncle? Someone at a party? The memory was fuzzy, a childhood blur. But the log was real. The details were too specific, too accurate. Someone had been watching us our whole lives. Studying us. And they had done something to us. They had taken our bond and amplified it. Weaponized it. We weren't haunted. We were experimented on. The terror of the last few months twisted into something else, a cold, hard rage. We weren't victims of a ghost or a mental break. We were victims of a person. Someone with a plan. The observer. The quiet in my head, the lack of connection, wasn't a reprieve. According to them, it was integration. The thing inside her, the parasitic drive, was getting stronger, settling in. I looked at my sister. The fear on her face was mingling with that same dawning anger. "We find them," she said, her voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. We had a new goal. Not just to survive this, but to find the source. to find the person who did this to us. The legal problems, the court case, it all suddenly felt like background noise. The real battle wasn't in a courtroom. It was here, in this shadow war we never knew we were part of. We had answers now, but they were worse than the mystery. And we had a direction. We had to find Observer_1. We had to find the one who gave us the board. The game had changed. We were no longer just trying to hide from what she might do in her sleep. We were hunting the ones who made her this way. And as we sat there in the dark, planning our next move with a focus we hadn't felt in weeks, I realized the hook wasn't a question of what would happen next. It was a promise. We were going to find them, and we were going to make them explain exactly what they had done to us. The discovery of the forum changed everything. The fear was still there, a constant hum in the background, but it was now edged with a sharp, clean purpose. Find them. The observer. The person who had turned our lives into an experiment. We became detectives in our own horror story. We started with the only solid clue we had, the Ouija board itself. We called our parents, separately, trying to sound casual. Hey, remember that old board game we had as kids? The spooky one? Whatever happened to it? Our mom said she thought it got lost in a move. Our dad, after thinking for a minute, said, "Oh, that thing. I think it was a gift from that odd friend of ours. What was his name?" "Robert? The guy who was always into weird science and ghost stories. He gave it to you girls for your 10th birthday, I think." Robert. The name was a key turning in a rusty lock. A memory surfaced, vague and grainy like an old photo. A tall, thin man with glasses that reflected the light, making it hard to see his eyes. He'd come to a few barbecues. He was quiet, always watching people with an intense, curious stare. He'd ask us twins questions that felt like tests. "Do you ever feel like you're the same person? If one of you got hurt, would the other one know?" We'd just giggle and run off. He gave us the board in a plain brown box, no wrapping paper. He'd said, "This might help you explore your unique connection." We'd been thrilled with a new game. Now, the words felt like a sentence. Robert. We had a name. The next step was the digital trail. The forum was a ghost town except for that one log and the recent message from Observer_1. We tried to trace it, but it was like grabbing smoke. The site was protected, rerouted through layers of hidden servers. We weren't hackers. We were just two scared people with a laptop. So we tried a different approach. We created a new account on the forum. We called ourselves subjects__B. We posted a reply to Observer_1's message. "We are looking. We want to talk. Face to face. No more notes." We didn't expect a reply, but the next morning there it was. A private message in our rudimentary inbox on the site. It contained an address, not a street address, a set of map coordinates and a time, 10 p.m., 2 nights from now. The coordinates plugged into a map pointed to an old, decommissioned water treatment plant on the edge of the city, a place known for being abandoned and crumbling. It was a perfect spot for a creepy meeting. It felt like a trap. Of course it was a trap, but it was also the only lead we had. We spent those 2 days in a state of wired anxiety. We planned. We would go together. We would park a distance away and approach on foot. We would bring phones, recorders, anything to get evidence. We told no one. Who would we tell? The police would think we were crazy, trying to deflect from the assault case with a story about a paranormal conspiracy. Our lawyer would advise against it. This was ours to solve. The night arrived cool and clear. The moon was a thin sliver, giving little light. We drove in my car, parking a half-mile from the chain-link fence that surrounded the treatment plant. The place was a silhouette of strange, angular shapes against the night sky, old concrete towers and rusted pipes. It looked like a skeleton. We climbed through a hole in the fence, our movements quick and quiet. My heart was beating so loud I was sure it could be heard. We had small flashlights but didn't turn them on, letting our eyes adjust to the dark. We picked our way through weeds and broken glass toward the main building, a long, low structure with most of its windows gone. The coordinates led to a specific door, half off its hinges. We stopped outside, listening. The normal sounds of night insects and distant traffic. Nothing from inside. I looked at my sister. Her face was set, determined. She gave a single nod. We went in. The inside was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and rust. Moonlight sliced through broken windows and dusty beams. We stood just inside the door, waiting. "You came." The voice came from our right, making us both jump. It was a man's voice, calm and measured. A flashlight clicked on, not pointed at our faces, but at the ground, illuminating the legs of a folding chair. Sitting in it was the man from our memories. Robert. He was older, grayer, but the same tall, thin frame, the same glasses. He looked utterly ordinary, like a retired librarian. "Hello, girls," he said. Or should I say, subject A and subject B, the receptive and the active, the witness and the instrument. His words, so clinical, so cold, ignited a fire in my chest. "What did you do to us?" my sister demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "I facilitated," he said, as if explaining a simple recipe. "Your connection was always there. A beautiful, rare thing. A soul so strong it expressed itself in two bodies. Most twins have a bond. You have a tether, a literal, energetic lifeline between you. My research was always about understanding that tether. What are its limits? Can it be focused? Can it be given a task?" "The board," I said. "It was a key," he nodded. "A tool to focus your joint intention, to make you both consciously ask about the nature of your bond. That question, what connects us?" asked with genuine curiosity while both of you were in contact with the planchette. It was like sending a signal down the line. It amplified everything. Turned the volume up on your connection. After that, the minor empathetic events you'd experienced before became major. Shared sensations. Shared experiences. "You made her hurt people," I spat out. "I didn't make her do anything," he corrected, his voice still irritatingly calm. "I simply observed which aspects of your shared psyche were amplified. Every soul has facets. Light and dark, anger and peace, action and observation. In most people, these are balanced in one body. In your case, with the tether amplified, they seem to have polarized, settled into your respective vessels. Your sister's body, for reasons I don't fully understand, became the vessel for the more primal, self-preservatory drives. The instinct to lash out, to dominate, to protect the pair by any means necessary. It manifests when her conscious mind is offline. And you," he said, looking at me, "became the vessel for the observational, empathetic aspects. You feel what she does. You are the witness. It's a perfect, if volatile, system." "It's a monster," my sister cried. "It's us," he said simply. "A part of you that you've never had to acknowledge before, because it was buried. Now it's not. Now it has its own time to play." I stepped forward, my fists clenched. "You experimented on children." "I studied a natural phenomenon," he said, "and my study is nearly complete. The Phase 3 test was conclusive. The tether can transmit complex motor function and sensory data in one direction, from the active subject to the receptive one, during dissociative states. The potential applications are, a man is in a coma." I shouted, the sound echoing in the empty building. He paused, then nodded. "An unforeseen escalation in aggression. The parasitic drive is stronger than projected. It's why I contacted you. The experiment is entering a final, unstable phase." "What does that mean?" my sister asked, her anger giving way to fear again. "It means the dominant aspect, the aggressive drive currently housed in your body, is seeking full control. The quiet you've been experiencing, it's not peace. It's the calm before a storm. It is integrating, learning, getting used to the controls. When it moves next, it may not give control back. You could be submerged, permanently. And the witness," he said, turning to me. "If the active subject fully subsumes the conscious host, the tether could short out. You could be left with nothing, or you could be pulled under with her." The horror of his words settled over us, colder than the night air. He was telling us she could disappear inside her own mind, and I could be left alone, or worse, trapped with her. "How do we stop it?" I asked, my voice a whisper. He looked at us for a long time, his face unreadable in the shadows. "You can't stop a part of yourselves, but you might be able to reintegrate, to pull the polarized aspects back together, to balance the soul within the two of you again." "How?" we asked in unison. "A conscious joint effort, a reversal of the catalyzing event. You used the board to ask a question that split you. You would need to use a similar focus, together, to ask for union, to ask for wholeness. But the risk is enormous. You'd be inviting that aggressive drive into a shared space while you're both conscious and vulnerable. If it's as strong as I believe, it could overwhelm you both. It could take over completely." He stood up, folding his chair. "The decision is yours. Continue as you are, and let the process complete itself, with likely tragic results. Or try to force a reconciliation, with even higher stakes. My observation is finished. The data is complete. He began to walk toward a dark doorway at the back of the building. "Wait," I called out. "That's it. You ruin our lives and just walk away." He paused, not looking back. "I didn't ruin your lives. I revealed them. The monster was always there. I just turned on the light so you could see it." And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark. We stood there in that broken place, his words hanging in the air. The monster was always there. It was us. We drove home, not speaking, both lost in the terrible choice he'd laid out. Do nothing, and let the thing inside her take full control, possibly forever. Or try to fight it, to pull it back in, with the risk of it destroying us both in the process. There was no good answer. When we got back to my apartment, the feeling of helplessness was suffocating. We had our villain, and he had given us a diagnosis and a death sentence, but no real cure. We sat at my kitchen table, the ordinary overhead light feeling too bright, too fake. "We have to try," my sister said finally, her voice firm. "We have to try to put it back. I can't live like this, waiting to black out and hurt someone else. I'd rather we both fight." I looked at her, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew she was right. Letting this play out was not an option. We had to try, even if it killed us. "Okay," I said. "How?" "We don't have the board anymore." "We don't need the board," she said. He said a similar focus, something we do together with intention, to ask for union. An idea came to me, simple and terrifying. "We hold hands," I said. "We look at each other, and we both out loud ask for it to come back, ask for it to rejoin, to be whole again." It sounded like a prayer, a dangerous one. We decided to do it then. Waiting would only make it harder. We moved to the living room, sitting on the floor facing each other. We turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow from a streetlight outside. We took each other's hands. Her palms were cold. Mine were sweating. We took deep breaths, trying to sink them, like we used to do as kids for fun. "On three," I whispered. "We both say, 'Come back to us. Be one.'" She nodded, her eyes wide and scared. "One," I said. "Two. Three." Together, we spoke the words into the dim room. "Come back to us. Be one." Nothing happened. We sat there, holding hands, waiting. A minute passed, then another. I felt a flicker of foolishness. Of course it wouldn't work. It was just words. Then I felt it, a warmth in my hands where they held hers. It grew, spreading up my arms. It wasn't a bad feeling. It felt like completeness, like coming home. I saw a smile touch her lips, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "It's working," she breathed. "I can feel it. It's come. It's coming home." The warmth filled my chest, a golden, peaceful feeling. For the first time in months, I felt whole. I felt our connection not as a terrifying wire transmitting horror, but as a lake, deep and still and shared. We had done it. We had pulled the darkness back in. We held on to each other, crying with relief. We had faced the monster and made it part of us again. We sat like that for a long time, until the warmth slowly faded, leaving a normal, quiet comfort. We let go of each other's hands, laughing a little through our tears. It was over. Truly over. We had won. We made tea, talking in excited, hushed tones about the future, about maybe the legal case falling apart now that the sleepwalking would stop, about getting our lives back. The fear was gone, replaced by a giddy, exhausted hope. We went to sleep in our own beds that night, feeling safe. True, deep sleep. And that's when the hook slid into place. I woke up, not from a nightmare. I just opened my eyes. It was still dark, and I knew immediately that I was not alone in my mind. The connection was open, wider than ever before. But it wasn't a broadcast from her. It was a presence, a settled, patient presence sitting right beside my own thoughts. It wasn't violent. It wasn't angry. It was curious, interested, and it showed me a single clear image, projected right behind my eyes. The two of us, holding hands on the floor, smiling and crying with relief. And over that image, a new third feeling bloomed, one that belonged to neither me nor my sister. It was a feeling of cold, quiet amusement, the feeling of a hunter who had just watched its prey walk right into a snare. The warmth we had felt hadn't been integration. It had been a welcome mat. We hadn't pulled it back in. We had invited it into the front room. And now it was inside with us. All of us. Together. The feeling of that new presence in my mind, that cold amusement watching our relief, changed everything. The victory of the night before turned to ashes in my mouth. We hadn't fixed anything. We had made it worse. We had given it a seat at the table. The next morning, I watched my sister closely as she made coffee. She looked better than she had in weeks. There was color in her cheeks, a lightness in her step. She hummed a little tune. "I slept," she said, smiling at me. "Really slept. No weird dreams. No waking up somewhere strange. It's gone. We did it." Her joy was so real, so pure, it hurt to look at. Because I knew it wasn't gone. It was just quiet. It was sitting inside the connection we had just widened, waiting. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Not yet. Let her have a morning of peace. But I had to test it. I had to understand what we were dealing with now. While she was in the shower, I sat at the kitchen table and closed my eyes. I focused inward, on that space where I used to get the phantom feelings. Instead of reaching out, I just listened. And there it was. Not a sensation from her, but a presence in the link itself. A quiet, observing intelligence. It felt old and patient and deeply, unsettlingly familiar. It was like recognizing a part of your own face in the dark that you'd never seen before. I thought a question at it, directly in my mind. "What are you?" I didn't expect an answer. But I got one. Not in words. In a flood of understanding, of memory. It showed me the bird bath, not from my perspective of feeling the rock, but from its perspective. The cool night air, the satisfying crunch of sandstone, the rush of power. It showed me the cat, the quick, efficient jab to move a nuisance aside. It showed me the alley, the swing of the pipe, the perfect, focused execution of a threat. And overlaying all of it was a single, driving purpose: protect the pair. Eliminate threats. Ensure survival. It wasn't random violence. It was a brutal, simple logic. The birdbath was practice. The cat was a test. The man in the alley was a genuine threat neutralization. He had been following her for 2 blocks. She just hadn't known it. This aspect, saw the world in terms of danger and safety, prey and predator. And it considered us, both of us, its charge, its territory. It had been acting to protect its assets. Us. The understanding left me cold. This wasn't an alien invader. This was a part of us, of our shared soul, that had evolved into a ruthless bodyguard. And now, thanks to our little ritual, it was fully awake. And it was listening. I pulled back from the connection, my breath coming fast. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't a monster to be fought. It was a guardian that didn't understand laws or morality. It only understood survival. And it thought it was doing a great job. The day passed with a weird normality. We went for a walk. We talked about mundane things. I tried to act normal, but I was constantly aware of that new layer in the back of my mind, a silent passenger. I started to notice small things. My sister would glance at a person walking toward us, and a fraction of a second later, I'd feel a tiny, assessing flicker from the presence, a quick judgment of threat level. It was learning from her conscious perceptions, too. It was integrating, just as Robert had warned, but not by taking over. By merging. That evening we were washing dishes. She was scrubbing a pot, telling me a funny story about work from before all this mess. I was drying a plate, listening, smiling. Then, from the street below, there was a sudden loud bang, a car backfiring. We both jumped, but my jump was just surprise. Hers was different. She dropped the pot into the sink with a clatter, her whole body spinning toward the window, her hands coming up in a defensive posture. Her eyes weren't scared. They were sharp, alert, scanning. For a split second, she wasn't my sister. She was a soldier. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed nervously. "Wow, that scared me," she said, picking up the pot again. But I had felt it. In that moment, the connection had flared wide open. And I hadn't felt her fear. I had felt the Guardian's response, immediate, tactical, ready. It had pushed her body into a defensive stance before her conscious mind could even process the sound. It was sharing the driver's seat now. The legal process was moving slowly, but her lawyer was optimistic. The sleepwalking defense was strong, especially with my testimony and the history we were documenting. A psychiatric evaluation was scheduled. We talked about what she should say. "Just tell the truth," I said. "You have episodes. You don't remember. You're seeking treatment." She nodded, but she looked worried. "What if they ask about the connection? About you feeling things?" "They won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "It sounds crazy. Stick to the medical stuff." The night before her evaluation, we were both anxious. She needed to appear stable, treatable, a victim of a disorder, not a danger to society. We went to bed early. I fell into a troubled sleep, and I dreamed, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was the connection, fully active, showing me things. I saw through her eyes as she slept. I felt the Guardian's awareness, a low, humming watchfulness, patrolling the edges of her consciousness. It was sorting through the day's memories, assessing faces, places, sounds. It was learning the modern world. Then the dream shifted. I wasn't observing her anymore. I was seeing what it was planning. Images flashed, the lawyer's face, tagged with a mild potential obstacle. The judge tagged authority, unpredictable. The psychiatrist tagged analyzer, threat. It was categorizing everyone involved in her case. And then a plan formed, not in words, but in pure instinctual logic. A simple, clean solution to the legal threat. It involved a car, a late night, a patch of black ice on a road the psychiatrist took home. An accident. No weapon. No witness. Just an unfortunate tragedy that would remove a problem. I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled around me. It wasn't just reacting to immediate threats anymore. It was strategizing. It was planning preemptive strikes to clear the path for what it saw as its primary objective, our unhindered survival. And its methods were permanent. I ran to her room. She was asleep, peaceful. I shook her awake. "We have a problem," I said, my voice urgent. "A big one." I told her about the dream, about the Guardian's plan for the psychiatrist. She sat up, her face pale in the moonlight. "It wants to kill him? It wants to remove an obstacle," I corrected. "It doesn't think in terms of kill or not kill. It thinks in terms of problem and solution." "We have to stop it," she said. "But how? It's not like we can reason with it. It's not a person." I remembered the feeling of its logic, its cold, simple programming. Maybe we can't reason with it, but maybe we can give it a new order. A stronger command. "What do you mean?" Robert said we focused it by asking a question. We gave it a command to reunite, and it came closer. What if we give it a direct command about this? A rule it has to follow. It was a desperate idea. We were basically trying to reprogram a part of our own soul with a verbal command. But we had nothing else. We sat facing each other on her bed, just like before. We held hands. This time, there was no warmth, no feeling of peace. The connection felt busy, alert. "We need to be specific," I whispered. "We both need to think the same thing, hard." We closed our eyes. Together, we focused our intention, pushing it down the tether toward that watchful, strategic presence. We formed the command as clearly as we could. "You will not harm. You will not act unless there is immediate physical danger. You will stand down." We poured all our will into it. For a moment, I felt a pushback, a wave of confusion, then frustration. The logic of it didn't compute. The psychiatrist was a danger. The legal system was a threat. Standing down was illogical. We pushed harder, together, insisting. "This is the rule. You will obey." There was a shudder in the connection, a feeling of resistance folding, a sense of reluctant acceptance, like a weapon being put on safe. It wasn't happy, but it complied. The plan for the car accident dissolved from my mind's eye. We let go of each other's hands, sweating and exhausted. "Did it work?" she asked. "I think so," I said. "For now." The next day, she went to her psychiatric evaluation. I waited at home, a nervous wreck. Every minute felt like an hour. When she came back, she looked drained but relieved. "It was okay," she said. "He was thorough, asked a lot of questions. I told him about the sleepwalking, the blackouts, the fear. I didn't mention you. He thinks it's a severe dissociative disorder, likely brought on by stress. He's going to recommend treatment, not prison." It was the best news we'd had in months. A path forward that didn't involve cages. We celebrated with takeout, allowing ourselves to feel a flicker of real hope. Maybe, with the Guardian commanded to stand down, and with medical help, we could build a life around this. We could manage it. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a gentle nudge in the connection. Not a scary one. It was an alert. I focused on it. The Guardian showed me a memory from her day. A man in a coat who had stood too close to her at the bus stop after the evaluation. The Guardian had tagged him possible follower. It had prepared a response, a sharp elbow to the ribs, a foot stomp, a run. But it had not acted. It had held back because of our command. It was showing me its restraint. It was asking, in its own way, for approval. Or perhaps for the command to be lifted. It was adapting. Learning not just to assess threats, but to navigate our human rules. It was trying to communicate. This was the new normal. A constant, silent partner in our lives. A brutal guardian on a leash of our making. We had stopped a murder today. We had saved a man's life with a thought. But as I lay in bed, feeling its watchful presence like a familiar shadow in the corner of my mind, I understood the hook it had left for us. The question wasn't if it would break its leash. The question was, as it learned more about our world, our weaknesses, our complexities, would we ever be able to trust its judgment? And worse, as we relied on it more, would we ever want to let it go? We had a bodyguard now, but it lived inside our heads, and it had its own ideas about what keeping us safe really meant. Life with the Guardian settled into a strange, uneasy rhythm. It was like having a very smart, very dangerous dog that lived in your mind. It was always there, a low hum of awareness in the background of my thoughts. I learned to sense its moods, its flickers of assessment when a stranger walked too close, its quiet satisfaction when we navigated a crowded space without incident, its pulsing frustration during the long, tense meetings with lawyers. It hated the lawyers. To it, they were talkers, people who used words as weapons, and words were a threat it didn't know how to fight. We had to reinforce the command often, a mental whisper of stand down, when we felt its focus sharpen on the suited man across the table. My sister was adapting too, in her own way. She started taking self-defense classes. Not the sporty kind, but the practical, brutal kind focused on escape and disabling an attacker. She said it made her feel less like a victim. I understood. She was meeting the Guardian halfway, learning its language of movement and threat. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe parasomnia, a sleep disorder with complex, goal-directed behaviors. He put her on a mild medication to try and suppress the sleep-driving part of her brain. It made her groggy during the day, but we both slept better at night. The legal case was progressing. The district attorney was under pressure. The sleepwalking defense, backed by the psychiatric report, was strong. The victim was out of his coma, but had no memory of the attack. Without a motive and with a credible medical excuse, the case was looking shaky. A plea deal was floated. A guilty plea to a lesser charge, time served in a secure psychiatric facility instead of prison, followed by strict probation. It was the best we could hope for. We discussed it for hours. Taking the deal meant admitting guilt on a permanent record. But it also meant no trial, no risk of a jury seeing her as a monster, and a clear path to eventual freedom under supervision. The Guardian didn't like it. The idea of her being locked away, even in a hospital, registered as a major threat. I had to spend a whole evening mentally holding its focus, explaining in simple concepts of short-term confinement for long-term safety. It was like reasoning with a wolf about going to the vet. The night before she was supposed to give her final answer to the deal, we had a quiet dinner at home. We were both exhausted, worn thin by the constant negotiation, with the lawyers, with the doctors, with the thing in our heads. "I think we should take it," she said, pushing her food around her plate. "I just want it to be over. I want to do my time, get the help, and move on." I nodded. I agreed. The endless tension was eating us alive. "Okay," I said. "Then that's what we do." We cleaned up, and she went to take a shower. I sat on the couch, trying to relax, letting the day's stress drain away. I tuned into the connection, checking on the Guardian. It was quiet, contemplative. It was showing me images, a map of the city, the route from my apartment to the courthouse, the layout of the psychiatric facility from the brochure we'd been given. It was studying, planning, always planning. But it felt calm, accepting. I figured it had understood the necessity. I was wrong. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was in the connection fully, but not as a witness. I was an active participant in a waking dream. I was standing in my sister's bathroom. Steam from the shower fogged the mirror. I saw her reflection, but her eyes were wrong. They held the Guardian's flat, calculating focus. Her hands were moving, not washing, but writing. With a tube of lipstick, she was writing on the fogged glass. The words were big, red, sloppy. Not safe. Trap. Will not go. A cold dread washed through me. This wasn't a plan for tomorrow. This was a declaration of war tonight. It had been pretending to accept the deal. It had been lulling us into a sense of resolution. And now it was making its move. In the dream, her reflection turned and looked right at me, through the connection. The message wasn't for her. It was for me. It knew I was watching. Then the scene shifted. I was feeling her body move with that terrible, efficient purpose. She was getting dressed, all in dark colors. She picked up her car keys. It was going to run. It was going to make her flee, to avoid the trap of the hospital. If she ran, she'd be a fugitive. The deal would vanish. She'd be hunted. Everything would be worse. I fought against the connection, trying to push my own will back down the tether. "No. Stop. You will stand down." The pushback was immediate and fierce. A wave of primal defiance. Images flooded back at me, cages, needles, men in white coats holding her down, all culled from her own fears and from movies. To the Guardian, the psychiatric facility was a place of helplessness, of vulnerability. It was the ultimate threat. It would not allow its charge to be delivered there. It is the only way, I screamed in my mind, to keep her safe from prison. The logic didn't connect. In its view, a concrete cell was no different from a hospital room. Both were captivity. Freedom was the only safety. I felt her hand, my hand, turn the doorknob of my apartment. She was leaving. I had to stop her physically. I wrenched myself out of the dream, out of the couch, stumbling to my feet. The apartment was dark and quiet. Her bedroom door was open, the bed empty. I heard the faint sound of the front door latch clicking shut. I ran, throwing the door open just in time to see her back disappearing down the stairwell. "Wait!" I shouted, chasing after her. I caught up to her in the parking lot, grabbing her arm. She turned, and the look on her face was a terrifying blend of her own confusion and the Guardian's rigid determination. Her eyes were wide, scared, but her mouth was set in a hard line. "Let go," she said, her voice not quite her own. "I have to go. It's not safe here." "That's not you talking," I said, holding on tight. "That's it. It's lying to you. Running is the worst thing you can do." An internal war played out on her face. Her own fear and reason fighting against the Guardian's implanted certainty. "It feels so real," she whispered, tears welling up. "The fear, it feels like my own." "I know," I said, pulling her into a hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, sobbing. The Guardian's hold broke under the wave of her genuine emotion. I led her, shaking, back upstairs. We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we had for the ritual. This wasn't about inviting or commanding anymore. This was about negotiating a peace treaty. We held hands. This time, I didn't just send thoughts to the Guardian. I spoke out loud for both of them to hear. "We need to talk. All three of us." I focused on the connection, opening it wide, letting my sister feel my resolve, and letting the Guardian feel both our united fronts. "You are part of us," I said, my voice steady. "We understand your job. To protect. We accept that." I felt a pulse of acknowledgement from the Guardian. "But you have to understand our world," my sister continued, her voice gaining strength. "You see cages. We see a path. If we run, they will chase us forever. We will always be scared. If we face this, we do our time in the hospital, we follow their rules, and then we walk out free. No more chase. That is the safest way." We sent the concept down the tether. Short-term sacrifice for long-term security. A calculated risk. The logic it could understand. We showed it images not of fear, but of a future. The two of us, years from now, in a park laughing free, no one looking for us. The ultimate goal of its programming, permanent, sustainable safety. The connection thrummed with intense calculation. The Guardian was weighing the options. It ran scenarios, flight, fight, submission. It evaluated the odds of success for each. We felt its process, cold and lightning fast. Finally, a consensus reached us, not as words, but as a settled, reluctant agreement. It would allow the path of the deal. It would stand down, but with a condition. A single, clear imperative echoed back to us. Protect each other. Always. It wasn't just a command for itself. It was a rule for all three of us. We agreed. The tension bled out of the room. The Guardian's presence receded from the forefront, returning to its watchful post, but the feeling was different. Less like a warden, more like a partner. A dangerous, volatile partner, but one that had finally listened to reason. The next day, she accepted the plea deal. The following week, she was transferred to the secure psychiatric facility. It was a nice enough place, more like a dorm with locks than a prison. Visiting hours were strict, but I was there as often as I could be. The Guardian was quiet there. It approved of the routine, the clear boundaries, the lack of external threats. It saw the doctors as keepers, not immediate dangers. She worked hard in therapy, learning to manage stress, to build walls in her mind to contain the sleep drives. The medication helped. Months passed. The world outside moved on. My life became a cycle of work, visits, and the constant, low-level awareness of the connection. I could feel her boredom, her frustration, her moments of hope. I could feel the Guardian's satisfaction when a particularly annoying orderly was transferred to another wing. We were a system balanced, however precariously. The day of her release finally came. She walked out the doors with a single bag of belongings, squinting in the sunlight. She looked older, wiser, tired but clean. We hugged for a long time, not saying anything. Everything was said through the tether: relief, love, caution, hope. She moved back into her old apartment. We got her set up. Probation meant regular check-ins, a curfew, continued therapy. It was a leash, but a manageable one. We had dinner that night, a celebration. For the first time in over a year, there was no immediate sword hanging over our heads. We were out of the woods. We had survived. Later, as I drove home to my own apartment, I felt a deep, unfamiliar sensation: peace. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of stability. We had faced the monster not with fists, but with words and will. We had tamed the guardian, not by locking it away, but by giving it a better mission. We were whole in a messy, complicated way. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car. I sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I reached out gently through the connection, a goodnight check-in. I felt her, already asleep, dreaming a normal, boring dream about grocery shopping. And I felt the guardian, a sentinel in the dark, watching over her sleep. Its presence was calm, protective. It sent back a single, clear pulse, like a nod. Everything was as it should be. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers. As I drifted off, the last conscious thought I had was a simple, grateful one. It was over. We had won. But just as sleep took me, the connection, which had been a still pool, gave one last, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a plan. It was a question. A simple, curious query sent from the guardian's watchful mind to mine, accompanied by an image it had pulled from the depths of our shared memory. The image was of Robert, the observer, smiling his thin smile. And the question it asked, with the pure, logical curiosity of a child picking up a strange tool, was, what is his purpose now? The guardian's question hung in the back of my mind like a ghost. What is his purpose now? For weeks, I tried to ignore it. We had peace. We had stability. My sister was home, navigating probation and building a new, careful life. The guardian was a settled, if intense, presence. We had a system. Why poke the past? But the question was a seed, and it grew. Robert, the observer. He had walked away from us in that water plant, his data collected, his experiment concluded. He had seen us as a finished project. But what does a scientist do with a completed experiment? He writes his paper. He publishes. He shares the findings. The thought crept in slowly, chillingly. Our lives, our terror, the man in the coma, it was all data to him. And data has value. I started looking carefully online. Not on the normal web, but in the stranger corners I'd learned to navigate during our worst days. I used throwaway accounts, routed my searches through layers of privacy programs. I looked for mentions of tether research, parasitic empathy amplification, bipolar soul manifestation. The crazy stuff. And then I found it. Not on the old forum, which had gone dark. On a new site, sleek and professional looking, hidden behind a paywall and a membership questionnaire about advanced parapsychological studies. I couldn't access the papers, but I could see the titles. One title made my blood stop moving. Case Study A and B. Directed polarization of a shared psychic tether and its applications in covert operational security. The author was listed as R.S. The abstract was a single chilling line. A field demonstration of non-local operational execution via dissociative proxy, with full sensory feedback to a stationary observer. They had written a paper. About us. They had turned our nightmare into an academic article. And the words covert operational security and non-local operational execution meant one thing. Someone somewhere might want to use what he had learned. Not to understand souls, but to create untraceable soldiers. The peace I had felt shattered like glass. I didn't tell my sister right away. She was fragile, finding her footing. But I had to know more. I had to find Robert. I had to know what he had done with his knowledge. I remembered the way he talked, his calm, academic tone. He wouldn't have sold his research to some shadowy government agency in a back alley. He would have presented it at a conference. A very specific, very private conference. I dug deeper, using every digital trick I'd taught myself. I looked for private symposia on non-standard consciousness studies, for defense contractors with fringe research divisions. It was a needle in a haystack made of fog, but I had an advantage the normal world didn't. A direct line to a part of my own mind that thought like a predator. One evening, as my sister slept, I sat at my computer and opened the connection wide. I didn't just feel for the guardian. I focused on my memory of Robert, his face, his voice, his smell of old paper and faint chemical cleaner. I pushed that memory down the tether, toward the Guardian's analytical mind. I asked it, not with words, but with intent, find the threat. Find the source. The Guardian, always alert to the concept of a threat, engaged with a focus that was terrifying. It wasn't searching the internet. It was searching me. It combed through every sensory detail of my memories of Robert, every word he'd said. It analyzed his phrasing, his confidence, his arrogance. It saw him not as a person, but as a target profile. And then it showed me something, a memory I had forgotten. When he gave us the Ouija board at our 10th birthday party, he had been talking to our father. He'd handed our dad a business card saying, "If the girls ever have any more fascinating episodes, do let me know. It's my field." My father had laughed and tucked the card into his wallet. A business card. 20 years ago. My father was a pack rat. He still had the same battered leather wallet he'd carried for decades. A wild, desperate hope flared. The next day, I drove to my parents' house under the pretense of a casual visit. I helped my dad fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. As he worked, his wallet sat on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. When he went to the basement for a tool, I grabbed it. My hands shook as I flipped through the old, plastic sleeves. Receipts from 10 years ago, faded photos, membership cards to clubs that no longer existed. And there, behind a grocery store loyalty card, was a simple, cream-colored card. The ink was faded but readable. Dr. Robert Seger, Parapsychology Research Consortium. And below, a phone number and an old P.O. box address. No email, no website. It was a relic, but it was a start. Back home, I stared at the card. Calling the number was useless. It was certainly disconnected. The P.O. box was likely closed. But the name, Dr. Robert Seger, and the organization, Parapsychology Research Consortium, that was something. I went back online, now with a name and an official-sounding group. This time, the search yielded traces. Old mentions in archived newsletters from the 90s, linking the PRC to Defense Department grants for enhanced human perception studies. Obituaries for other members, calling them controversial visionaries. And one recent, very quiet mention in a blog about the history of psychic research. A note that Seger had been a keynote speaker at a small, private colloquium in Switzerland the previous year, hosted by a foundation called the Delphi Group. The Delphi Group's website was a masterpiece of saying nothing. It described itself as a forum for forward-thinking individuals to discuss the horizons of human potential. Its board of advisors was a list of names I didn't recognize, but their titles were things like former deputy director, advanced projects, and CEO Ether Dynamics. These were not academics. These were spooks and contractors. Robert hadn't just published a paper. He was consulting. He was selling his expertise. And we were his proof of concept. I had to confront him. I had to make him understand he couldn't do this. I crafted an email to the generic address on the Delphi Group's site. I kept it vague but menacing. Dr. Seger, regarding case study A and B. The subjects are aware of your continued interest. A conversation is required. Discreetly, or the data becomes noisy. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one 12 hours later. It was from a different address. It contained a time, a date, and the address of a private members club in the city. The kind of place with a doorman and no sign out front. The email was signed simply, R. We had to go together. My sister insisted. He's my monster too, she said, her jaw set. The Guardian, sensing a direct threat to the source of our torment, was a coiled spring of anticipation. It approved. The club was all dark wood and deep carpets. We were shown to a private room in the back. Robert was there, sipping mineral water. He looked the same, just in a more expensive suit. He didn't seem surprised to see both of us. You found me, he said, gesturing to chairs. I wondered if you would. You wrote a paper about us. I said, not sitting down. You're talking to weapons people. I'm talking to theorists, he corrected. People who fund research into the furthest edges of human capability. Your case is illustrative. It's our life, my sister snapped. You turned us into a case study. That man in the coma, is he an illustrative data point too? For the first time, a flicker of something like discomfort crossed his face. The escalation was unfortunate, but it proved the efficacy of the tether under extreme stress. The sensory feedback you received was flawless. From a research perspective, it was a breakthrough. I felt the Guardian's rage flare in the connection, a hot, black wave. My sister took a step forward, and I felt her body humming with its borrowed tension. Robert saw it. He didn't flinch, but his eyes grew sharper, more interested. Fascinating, he murmured. The integration is more complete than I projected. You've reached an accord. We're not your lab rats anymore, I said, stepping between him and my sister. You need to destroy your research. All of it. You need to stop talking about us. He smiled that thin smile. It's too late for that. The genie is out of the bottle. The principles are documented. The interest is significant. What interest? I demanded. He leaned back. Imagine a soldier who can undertake a mission while physically asleep in a bunker miles away, piloted by a handler with no physical link. Imagine an intelligence asset who can experience an interrogation firsthand to better prepare for their own. The applications for deniable operations are limitless. Your tether, ladies, is the ultimate secure, wireless communication system, and we now know how to create one. He had done it. He had broken our bond down into a blueprint. You can't control it, my sister said, her voice low. It's not a machine. It's a part of a person. A dangerous part. Control is a matter of conditioning and parameters, he said dismissively, as you've so crudely demonstrated with your stand-down commands. With proper training from childhood, with the right catalysts, a usable agent pair could be cultivated. Reliable. Focused. He was talking about making more of us, raising more twins to be weapons. The horror was so vast it was numbing. We had come to stop him, but we were too late. The knowledge was out. Why are you telling us this? I asked. Because, he said, putting down his glass, you represent a unique problem. You are the prototype, and prototypes are often retired, but you've proven remarkably resilient. You've achieved a stable symbiosis I considered impossible. That makes you even more valuable, and more dangerous to my sponsor's future projects. They would see you as a loose end. The threat was clear. We were a liability to the people who wanted to build what we were. So what do you want? I said. A bargain, Robert said. You leave me and my work alone. You live your quiet, monitored lives. You do not interfere. In return, I keep my sponsors from viewing you as a threat that needs to be cleaned up. I can cite your stability as a success, not a risk. He was offering us our lives in exchange for our silence, letting him go on to potentially ruin other lives. We looked at each other. The connection was wide open, humming with our shared fury, our shared fear, our shared understanding. We didn't need words. The Guardian's logic merged with our own. This man was the root threat, the source. Eliminating him would not erase the knowledge, but it would remove its greatest advocate. It would send a message. It would protect us, and it would be justice. A plan formed between us instantly, a three-way consensus. It was cold, clean, and brutal. We didn't speak it. We just knew. My sister's face went calm, the Guardian's focus settling over her like a veil. She took a step toward Robert. He finally looked uneasy, leaning back in his chair. This is a civilized place, he said, a warning in his voice. I know, my sister said, her voice perfectly even. And we're going to be very civilized. She reached out and picked up his glass of mineral water. She took a slow sip, her eyes never leaving his. Then she held the glass out to me. I took it, my hand steady. I took a sip as well. A shared drink. A shared moment. A shared decision. We put the glass down. We accept your bargain, I said. We'll be quiet. You keep your dogs off our leash. Robert looked relieved, then smug. He had won. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. A wise choice. You'll be left in peace. He walked us to the door of the club, the picture of professional courtesy. We shook his hand, one after the other. A civil goodbye. We didn't speak in the car going home. The connection was a torrent of synchronized action. The Guardian was accessing everything we knew about Robert, his habits, his health, his paranoia. It was designing a solution. Not a pipe in an alley. Something elegant, untraceable. Something that would look like the natural consequence of a man who played with forces he didn't truly understand. 2 days later, Robert Seger was found dead in his home office. The official cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A tragic, sudden stroke. The police found nothing out of the ordinary. His computer was gone, wiped clean by a sophisticated virus that triggered the same night. His paper files were in disarray, but nothing seemed missing. His sponsors at the Delphi Group would find his research notes corrupted, his conclusions unverified. The prototype had malfunctioned, the data lost. A dead end. We read the news in my apartment, sitting side by side on the couch. We felt no triumph. Only a cold, quiet finality. The root was cut. The Guardian was satisfied. The threat was neutralized. We had protected ourselves. We had become what he made us. That was a month ago. Life has returned to its new normal. My sister's probation officer is pleased with her progress. The therapy continues. We see each other often. We laugh sometimes. The connection is always there, a quiet hum, a third heartbeat in the room. The guardian is part of us, a settled, watchful partner. It is content. Its primary objective, our safety, has been achieved. The external threat is gone. But sometimes late at night, I lie awake and feel the tether, not as a link to my sister, but as a thing in itself. A channel that was opened, amplified, and weaponized. And I remember Robert's words, the principles are documented. The interest is significant. We stopped one man. We destroyed one copy of the blueprint. But the idea is out there now, in the minds of powerful, curious people who attended his talks, who read the early drafts. The genie is out of the bottle. We are safe. For now. But as I finally drift to sleep, the last thing I feel is not the Guardian's watchful peace. It's a new, faint signal on the line, a distant, static whisper that isn't from my sister, and isn't from me. It's just a flicker, a ghost of a thought that feels both familiar and alien, asking a question in a voice that is not our own. Can you hear us? Story number 5. So here I am, Mike, just your average guy trying to get through a Tuesday that felt like it lasted 1,000 years. The whole stupid party was actually my idea, if you can believe it. My friends called it a divorce party, a way to burn the bridges behind me after finally signing the papers that ended a 10-year marriage. It wasn't a fancy thing, just a bunch of my buddies from work and a few old college pals crowded into my little living room, the air smelling like pepperoni pizza and cheap beer. The mood was this weird mix of celebration and relief, like we'd all just survived something and needed to make a lot of noise to prove we were still alive. My best friend, the one who always knows how to lighten the mood, showed up with a bag full of gag gifts. There was a best divorce ever mug, a self-help book about being happily single, and then at the bottom of the bag, this thing. It was a Ouija board, but not some old wooden antique you see in movies. This was pure plastic, the kind you'd buy at a toy store, and it actually glowed in the dark. He tossed it on the coffee table with a laugh, saying maybe I could use it to contact a better husband next time. We all roared with laughter, the kind that hurts your stomach and feels a little too loud, covering up all the unspoken stuff hanging in the room. For a while it just sat there, a silly plastic rectangle next to empty bottles and crumpled napkins. The night rolled on, stories were told, more pizza was eaten, and that heavy feeling in my chest started to feel a little lighter. But then, as the clock crept past midnight and the energy started to dip, someone, I think it was my buddy from the gym, pointed at the board and said, "Come on, let's actually try the stupid thing." For a laugh. There was a moment of quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we all agreed, why not, it would be funny. We turned off the main lights, leaving just a single dim lamp on in the corner, and the cheap plastic letters and numbers on the board took on a soft, eerie green glow. We all crowded around the coffee table, sitting on the floor. There were 5 of us, me, my best friend, my gym buddy, my old college roommate, and his new girlfriend, who I was meeting for the first time. We put our fingers lightly on the heart-shaped plastic slider, the planchette, and the mood shifted. The tipsy laughter faded away, replaced by a focused, prickly energy. It didn't feel like a game anymore. It felt like we were all holding our breath together, like we were about to poke a sleeping bear with a live wire, just to see what would happen. The silence in the room was complete, a waiting kind of quiet. I felt a little stupid, but also a strange current of excitement. My best friend, acting as the spokesman, asked in a mock-serious voice, "Is there anyone there?" We waited, our fingers just resting there. For a full minute, nothing. I was about to call the whole thing off, to break the tension with a joke, when I felt it. A tiny vibration under my fingertips. Then, the planchette began to move. It wasn't a fast, scary jerk like in the movies. It was slow, smooth, and deliberate, as if being pulled by an invisible thread. It slid across the board to the word yes. A collective shiver went through our little circle. My gym buddy let out a low whistle. "Okay, it's working," he whispered, and his voice sounded different, less sure. My best friend, still playing the role, asked, "What is your name?" The planchette moved again, sliding from letter to letter with that same unsettling smoothness. It spelled out G-A-B. We all looked at each other. "Gabe? Who's Gabe?" my college roommate asked. No one knew. His girlfriend shrugged, her eyes wide. "Maybe it's just making it up," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. That's when I got an idea. a mean little thought fueled by all the leftover anger and wine in my system. I wanted to direct this weird energy to use it. I leaned forward and said, "Let's ask it about my ex. Let's see what she's doing right now." My best friend shot me a look. Are you sure about that look? But I just nodded. He cleared his throat and asked the board, "What is Mike's ex-wife doing right now?" The planchette didn't hesitate. It started moving again, gliding from letter to letter with a purpose that made my heart beat faster. It spelled out REGRET. The room exploded. My friends hooped and cheered, slapping me on the back. "See, she regrets it. She's sorry," my gym buddy yelled. For a moment, I felt a powerful surge of victory. It was like we had summoned proof, real cosmic proof, that I had won, that she was miserable somewhere thinking about her mistake. The mood turned giddy again, but it was a different kind of giddy, a nervous, thin kind of happiness. The air in the room felt colder, even though the heat was on. Emboldened by this, I pushed further. I wanted more. "Ask it what she'll do next," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. My best friend asked. The planchette moved again, but this time its motion felt different, sharper, more certain. It went straight to 3 letters, BG. "Beg," my college roommate said. "She's going to beg for you back." We laughed, but the laughter was hollow, forced. No one was really laughing anymore. We were all just watching that glowing piece of plastic like it was a snake about to strike. A heavy feeling settled back into my stomach, colder than before. We all pulled our fingers away from the planchette at the same time, as if by silent agreement. The spell was broken. "All right, that's enough spooky stuff for one night," my best friend said, standing up and switching the main lights back on. The sudden brightness was blinding, and the Ouija board just looked like a cheap toy again. We all busied ourselves cleaning up, talking loudly about sports and work, anything to fill the space where that strange energy had been. One by one, my friends left, giving me hugs and claps on the shoulder, telling me everything was going to be great now. Finally, I was alone in my quiet apartment. I looked at the mess, the empty bottles, the glowing board still on the coffee table. I shook my head, feeling exhausted and a little silly. It was just a game, a piece of plastic, and our own subconscious minds pushing it around. I had a big presentation at work the next day and needed sleep. I left the board where it was, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Sleep came quickly, a deep, heavy sleep. I was dreaming about nothing, a blank, dark dream, when a sound pulled me out of it. A buzzing. A persistent, angry buzzing. My phone on the nightstand. I fumbled for it, my eyes struggling to read the bright screen in the dark room. The clock said 3:07 a.m. A text message. I squinted, my heart sinking. It was from my ex-wife. What could she possibly want at this hour? I opened it, a knot of old anger and new anxiety tightening in my chest. The message was short. It read, "I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did it. Please forgive me for spilling the red wine on your mother's wedding dress tomorrow." I read it once, then twice. I sat bolt upright in bed, fully awake now. My mind raced. This made no sense. First of all, my ex was not a late-night texter. She was asleep by 10, like clockwork. Second, the apology was for something specific, something that hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow. And third, and most importantly, my mother's wedding dress wasn't here. It was safe in her attic, 200 miles away. There was no way my ex could spill wine on it. I stared at the message, the glowing letters feeling as ominous as the ones on the board had hours earlier. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept down my spine. It had to be a mistake. A drunk text meant for someone else. Or maybe she was having some kind of breakdown. That had to be it. The board was a coincidence, a silly game. This text was just a bizarre, guilt-ridden mistake from a person I didn't really know anymore. I put the phone face down on the nightstand, trying to slow my breathing. It was nothing, just a strange end to a strange night. I lay back down, pulling the covers up, telling myself to go back to sleep. But my eyes stayed open, staring at the dark ceiling. The words from the board echoed in my head. REGRET, BG. And now this apology for something that hadn't even happened. 3 data points. A pattern starting to form in the dark. I closed my eyes, pushing the thoughts away. It was nothing. I had a presentation tomorrow. I needed sleep. But as I finally drifted off, just on the edge of unconsciousness, one thought lingered. A hook in my mind that wouldn't let go. What if the game wasn't over? What if we had poked the bear, and it was just now waking up? For 3 days I managed to convince myself it was all just a weird coincidence. I went to work. I gave my presentation, which went fine, and I tried to forget about the glowing board and the 3 a.m. text. I shoved the board into a closet, throwing an old jacket on top of it, so I wouldn't have to see its plastic glow. The text from my ex-wife I just deleted, telling myself she had been drinking and texted the wrong person about some other drama in her life. It was easier to believe that than to consider the alternative. Life went on, or at least it pretended to. Then, on the 4th day, my boss called me into her office. She was a serious woman, not prone to smiling, but her face that day was like stone. "Close the door," she said. I did, my heart starting to thump a little harder. "Sit down," she instructed. I sat. She folded her hands on her desk and looked at me. "Mike, I need to ask you about the Henderson account." My blood, as they say, ran cold. Just for a second, the room seemed to tilt. The Henderson account. That was a project from over a year ago, minor client I had managed. At the end of it, I had made a mistake. A small, stupid accounting error, moving a decimal point one place, so that a $10,000 invoice looked like a $100,000 invoice. I caught it myself before any money was sent, fixed it quietly in our system, and never told a soul. It was the kind of slip-up that could get you a warning, or even let go if the client had complained. No one had ever known. No one except me. And I had told one other person during a late-night venting session about work stress. I had told my then-wife. My boss leaned forward. "We received an anonymous tip this morning, an email to the compliance department. It laid out the error on the Henderson account in precise detail. It said you tried to cover it up." Her eyes were piercing. "Is this true?" My mouth was dry. I could not believe this was happening. The board had spelled BG. My ex had texted an apology for a future mistake. And now, here was the consequence. The timeline was backwards and impossible. The apology had come first. The crime was being revealed now. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. Two weird things can be chance, but three is a pattern. A pattern with a terrible logic to it. I had to think fast. I couldn't lie. The details in the email were too specific. "It's true there was an error," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "It was a data entry mistake on my part. I found it and corrected it immediately, before any payment was processed or any report was generated. The client was never overbilled. The company never lost a cent. I should have filed an internal report. I see that now. I was embarrassed and I fixed it. That was wrong of me." I kept my gaze level, showing regret for the procedure, not for a crime. My boss studied me for a long moment, then sat back. The tip was detailed. It mentioned you confided in someone about it. Who knew? There it was. The confirmation. "My ex-wife," I said, the words tasting bitter. "I mentioned it to her in passing, over a year ago." My boss nodded slowly, a flicker of something like pity in her eyes. "Personal lives spilling into work is never good, Mike. This looks bad. I'm going to have to put a formal note in your file about the failure to report, and compliance will be watching. You're on thin ice. Don't make another mistake." I nodded numb. "I understand. Thank you for handling it directly." I left her office, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I walked back to my desk, my mind screaming. This was targeted. This was precise. Someone was trying to destroy my career, and the only person with the knowledge, and I assumed the motive, was my ex. A white-hot rage boiled up inside me. This was beyond a nasty divorce. This was sabotage. I waited until my lunch break, storming out of the building and into the parking lot where I could have some privacy. I pulled out my phone and called her. She picked up on the third ring. "Hello." Her voice was quiet, normal. It made me even angrier. "What is wrong with you?" I snapped, not bothering with hello. "What are you playing at?" There was a pause on the other end. "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb." I nearly shouted, pacing next to my car. "The anonymous tip to my company? The Henderson account? You're the only one who knew. First the creepy text in the middle of the night, and now this? Are you trying to get me fired? Is this some sick game to make me beg?" I threw the word at her, the word from the board. There was a longer pause. I could hear her breathing. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. All the normalcy was gone, replaced by a shaky, thin sound. A scared sound. "Mike, I don't know what you're talking about. What tip? What account?" Her confusion didn't sound feigned. It sounded genuine, and that somehow made it worse. "Stop it!" I yelled. "Just stop lying. You texted me an apology for something that hadn't happened, and now it's happening. You're doing this." "I'm not," she cried, and I heard a tremor in her voice. I swear I'm not. I got your message. I was confused too. I thought you were messing with me, and I don't know anything about your work. But, her voice dropped to a whisper. But what? I demanded, the fury still hot in my chest. But I've been sleepwalking. The word hung in the air between us, traveling over the phone lines. It was so unexpected, so bizarre, that it punctured my anger for a second. What? Sleepwalking, she repeated, her voice hollow. I've never done it before in my life. But since that night you had your party, I've woken up 3 times. Not in my bed. Once in the kitchen, just standing at the sink. Once in the hallway closet. And last night I woke up on the couch with my phone in my hand. And there was a text message drafted to you. I didn't send it. It was just sitting there in the drafts folder. I deleted it. I was so scared. My mind was reeling. The fury was cooling, hardening into a different, colder emotion, dread. What did the draft say? I asked, my own voice quieter now. She was quiet for so long I thought the call dropped. It said, I'm sorry for the broken window. We both were silent then. I thought about my car. Just yesterday morning, I had come out to find the driver's side window of my car shattered. Not broken into, just shattered, as if hit with a small, precise tool. I had blamed kids in the neighborhood and called my insurance. I hadn't connected it to anything. A broken window. An apology for a broken window. The dread solidified into a block of ice in my gut. This wasn't her. This was something else. The rage I felt toward her evaporated, leaving behind a terrifying vacancy. Mike, she said, her voice small and far away. I'm scared. I feel like I'm going crazy. Something is happening. Yeah, I managed to say. Something is. We talked for a few more minutes. Our tones completely changed. We weren't adversaries anymore. We were 2 people comparing notes on a shared nightmare. She described the feeling of waking up, disoriented and cold, with no memory of how she got where she was. I told her about the Ouija board, about the words it spelled, about the text I received, and now my work disaster. Saying it all out loud to her, the person I had blamed, made it feel more real, more inescapable. We need to see each other, she said finally. We need to figure this out. In person. Please. I didn't want to. The idea of seeing her again, of being in the same room with all this horrible history and new, unexplainable fear, was awful. But she was right. Emails and texts and phone calls wouldn't cut it. We had to look each other in the eye. Reluctantly, I agreed. Okay, my place. Tonight. 7 o'clock. I spent the rest of the workday in a fog, jumping at every email notification, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. When I got home, I cleaned up nervously, though the place was already tidy. I didn't know what to expect. At 7 on the dot, the doorbell rang. I took a deep breath and opened it. She stood there on my doorstep, and she looked terrible. Not messy, but pale and thin, like she hadn't slept properly in weeks. The confident woman I'd known was gone, replaced by someone who looked like a ghost. Her eyes were wide and shadowed. We didn't say hello. We just looked at each other for a moment, a world of confusion and fear passing between us. Then, without a word, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her hands were shaking. I found something else, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Today, after we talked, I was going through my phone, looking for anything strange. I checked my notes app. She unlocked the phone, pulled up the app, and handed it to me. Look at the drafts. I took the phone. The screen showed a list of notes. Most were normal. A grocery list, ideas for a project at her job. But at the top, there were 3 new drafts, all time-stamped from the early hours of various mornings over the past week, all unsent. My blood went cold again as I read them. The first one, from the night after my party, said, I'm so sorry for the text. I don't know why I sent it. The second one said, I'm sorry for the broken window. The third one, time-stamped from last night, sent a new wave of nausea through me. It read, I'm sorry for the flat tires. And then at the very bottom of the most recent draft, as an afterthought, 2 more lines were typed, simple and devastating. I'm sorry for the fire. I'm sorry for taking her. I stared at the screen. The words blurred. Her. Our daughter. We had shared custody. Our little girl was supposed to be with her mom this week. I looked up from the phone, my vision swimming. My ex was watching me, tears now streaming silently down her face. I didn't write those, she choked out. I would never. Not ever. I believed her. The terror in her eyes was the most real thing I had seen in days. The last of the walls between us, the anger and the blame, crumbled to dust. We were no longer ex-husband and ex-wife fighting over the past. We were two parents, standing in the middle of my living room, united by a pure, animal fear for our child. We were staring at the same terrifying script, and we had no idea who the author was, or how to make it stop. The game from the party was over. Something much, much worse had just begun, and we were both trapped in its opening scene. We stared at that note on her phone, the words, "I'm sorry for taking her," seeming to burn themselves into the air between us. For a few seconds, neither of us moved or spoke. The only sound was the low hum of my refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we both moved at once. "Call your mom," I said, my voice rough. "Now, see where she is." She was already dialing, her fingers trembling so badly she misdialed twice. I grabbed my own phone, my mind racing in horrible directions. Our daughter was supposed to be with her mother's parents for a few days, a pre-planned visit. While she called her mom, I called my own parents, who sometimes did pickups from school. My mother answered, cheerful. "Hi, honey. How's your week? Is Lily with you?" I asked, cutting her off, not caring about manners. "What? No, of course not. She's with your ex's parents until Thursday, remember?" she said, her voice now laced with worry. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, fine, just checking." I lied, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'll call you later." I hung up. Across the room, my ex was talking fast into her phone. "Mom, put her on. Right now. I need to hear her voice." There was a pause that felt like an eternity. Then, her face crumpled with relief, and she held the phone out to me. I could hear the faint, sweet sound of our daughter's laughter, followed by a loud, "Hi, Mommy." I sagged against the wall, the tension draining out of me so fast I felt dizzy. She was safe. She was at her grandparents' house, 2 towns over, exactly where she was supposed to be. My ex finished the call, her own legs seeming to give out as she sank onto my couch. "She's okay," she whispered, more to herself than to me. "She's okay." But the relief was temporary, a thin bandage over a gaping wound. The note was still there. The threat had been made. The script had introduced a new character, our little girl. We spent the next hour talking in low, urgent voices, trying to make a plan. The anger was gone, replaced by a frantic, shared purpose. We agreed that the sleepwalking, the notes, the apologies, and the events they predicted were all connected. We decided we had to treat it like a hostile force, something we could maybe track and outsmart. So, we set up a horrible new routine. It was my ex's idea. She would call me the second she woke up from a sleepwalking episode, no matter the time. She would read me the apology text she found already typed in her drafts folder. That way, I would have a warning. If the note said flat tires, I could check my car. If it said something else, I could be ready. It was a gruesome early warning system, and it made me feel sick to agree to it, but we had nothing else. The first call came 2 nights later. The phone buzzed on my nightstand at 1:15 in the morning. I snatched it up, already wide awake with fear. Her voice was thick with sleep and terror. "It's me," she said. I woke up in the kitchen. My phone was on the counter. "There's a note." "Read it," I said, switching on my lamp. She took a shaky breath. "It says, 'I'm so sorry for scaring the dog.'" A cold knot formed in my stomach. I didn't have a dog, but she did. A little terrier named Buster that our daughter adored. "Go check on Buster," I said. "Right now. I'll stay on the phone." I heard her moving through her house, her breathing quick and shallow. I heard a door open, then a small, confused whine. Then her voice trembling. He's in the bathtub, in the guest bathroom. He's just sitting there in the dry tub, shaking. He won't come out." My blood went cold. The dog was unhurt, but he was traumatized. He had been moved deliberately to a strange place in the middle of the night. This wasn't just about property damage anymore, like my car window. This was a violation of her home, a demonstration that this thing could get inside, could touch the living creatures within. The sense of safety was completely gone. I started keeping a log after that, a notebook by my bed. I wrote down the time of each call and the exact wording of each apology. 1:15 a.m., scaring the dog. 4:30 a.m. that same night, her dog was found cowering in the bathtub. It was a pattern, but a backwards, insane one. The apology always came first, then the event. We were living in a world where cause and effect had been flipped upside down. For a few days, things were quiet. No calls. The quiet was worse. It felt like waiting for the other shoe to drop, a shoe you knew was made of something terrible. I jumped at every sound in my own house. I started checking the locks on my windows 3 times before bed. I looked at the closet where I'd stashed the Ouija board with a new kind of hatred. Then last night the call came again. This time it was 2:03 a.m. Her voice was a bare whisper, choked with tears. "Another one," she said. I was in the living room. The TV was on, just static. The note says, "I'm sorry for the figure at the window." My breath caught in my throat. "Figure at the window? Your window?" "I don't know," she cried, the fear breaking through. "It doesn't say whose window. Yours? Mine? The nursery at my parents' house? I don't know. Stay where you are," I told her, my own voice tight. "Do not go looking out windows. Turn on all the lights in your house. I'm coming over." "No," she said quickly. "Don't. What if it leads you here into something? What if that's part of it? Just stay put. Be careful. Check your own house." We hung up. I did as she said. I turned on every single light in my apartment, flooding the rooms with a harsh, unforgiving brightness. I went to each window, my heart in my mouth, and peered out into the dark courtyard of my complex. I saw nothing. No figures, no movement, just the sway of tree branches in the wind and the faint glow of distant streetlights. I stood guard in my living room until the sun came up, feeling exhausted and jumpy. Nothing happened. I finally fell into a fitful sleep on the couch around 7 in the morning, thinking maybe, just maybe, it had been a false alarm. A generic, scary phrase that wouldn't come true. I was wrong. My daughter came home from her grandparents that afternoon. My ex brought her over to my place for my scheduled evening with her. It was a normal, blessed slice of normalcy. We ordered pizza, we watched a cartoon movie. She told me all about feeding ducks at the park with her grandma. For a few hours, the shadow lifted. I read her a bedtime story in the small spare room I'd fixed up for her, tucked her in, and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack the way she liked. It was later, maybe 11 o'clock, and I was just about to head to bed myself when I heard the soft pad of little feet. Her door opened wider, and she appeared in the hallway, her favorite stuffed rabbit dangling from one hand. She rubbed her eyes with the other. "Sweetheart?" I said, kneeling down. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" She shuffled over to me and leaned her head against my shoulder. Her voice, when she spoke, was small and drowsy, but the words were clear and they turned my bones to ice. "Daddy," she murmured, snuggling closer. "There's a sad man standing in our backyard." Time stopped. I froze, my arms around her. My backyard was a tiny, fenced-in patio, barely big enough for a grill and 2 chairs. A motion sensor light was supposed to come on if anything moved out there. It was dark. "A sad man?" I managed to say, keeping my voice calm and soft. "Where, baby?" "By the big bush," she whispered. "He's just looking at the house. He looks really sad, Daddy." I carefully stood up, lifting her with me. I carried her into the living room, away from the windows that faced the backyard. My mind was screaming. The apology from the night before. The figure at the window. Not my ex's window. My window. My house. And the entity, the thing, the whatever it was, hadn't shown itself to me. It had shown itself to my daughter. It had made sure its primary audience was watching, and it had used my child as the messenger. The performance was escalating. It wasn't enough to scare us from a distance anymore. It wanted to be seen, up close, by the people it was torturing, and it wanted me to know it could get to her, could whisper things into her innocent world. I held my daughter close, her head on my shoulder, as I walked to the front of the house, to a window that faced the street. With my free hand, I slowly moved the curtain aside just an inch. I looked out into my front yard, my eyes scanning the shadows. I saw nothing. No one. The street was empty and quiet. The sad man was gone from the backyard, if he had ever been there at all. But the message had been delivered, loud and clear. The game had changed. The script now had a starring role for my little girl, and the thing writing it was no longer content to stay in the shadows. It was stepping into the light, and it wanted a front row seat for our terror. I rocked my daughter gently until she fell back asleep in my arms, her breathing soft and even, completely unaware of the storm swirling around her. I knew then that we couldn't just be reactive anymore, waiting for the next apology, the next horrible surprise. We had to find out what this thing was, and we had to find a way to fight back. The warning system had failed. It was time to go on the offensive. The days after my daughter saw the sad man were filled with a new kind of tension, a constant low-grade buzzing in my nerves. We increased security. I installed new locks on my doors and brighter motion sensor lights outside. My ex did the same at her place. We talked every day, Our conversations no longer about our past, but about our strange, shared present, comparing notes, checking on our daughter, trying to find a pattern in the madness. The sleepwalking episodes and the apology notes had stopped for a little while, which should have been a relief, but it wasn't. It felt like the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat too loudly. Then the call came, but it was different this time. It didn't come in the dead of night. It came at 11:07 on a Tuesday evening. I was still awake, watching some forgettable TV show, trying to distract myself. When my phone rang and I saw it was her, my stomach tightened with the usual dread. But her voice wasn't the thick, sleepy mumble of the sleepwalker. It was choked, raw, and completely, horrifyingly awake. "I'm in my car," she sobbed, the words tumbling out in a rush of pure panic. "I don't know how I got here. I was on my couch, watching TV, and then I was just here, in the driver's seat. My car is running. Where are you?" I asked, already standing up, looking for my shoes. "I don't know," she cried, and I could hear the genuine, disoriented terror in her voice. "A street, with houses. It's dark. Wait. I see a street sign. It's Maple. I'm on Maple Drive." My blood turned to ice. Maple Drive was 2 blocks over from my street. "Okay, listen to me," I said, my voice as calm as I could force it. "Turn off the car. Right now. Take the keys out of the ignition." "I can't," she whispered, and the fear in her voice deepened. "Why not?" Because my hands are on the wheel, and I'm holding them there. I'm not doing it, Mike. My hands are just stuck. I'm telling them to move and they won't." A new layer of horror settled over me. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was possession. This was being awake and aware and trapped inside your own body, a passenger while something else drove. "Look around," I instructed, my mind racing. "What else do you see? In the car with you?" I heard her ragged breathing, then a small, strangled sound. There's a red plastic gas can. On the passenger seat. It's full. I can smell it." The world seemed to shrink to the size of the phone in my hand. Gasoline. An arson kit. And she was parked 2 blocks from my house. The script had escalated from broken windows and scared dogs to fire, to physical, violent destruction. The prop was purchased. The stage was set. My house. My life. Maybe with me in it. "I'm coming," I said, already grabbing my jacket and running for the door. "Don't hang up. Just keep talking to me. I'm so scared." She wept into the phone as I fumbled with my own keys and burst out into the cool night air. "I can't move. It's like I'm frozen. What if it makes me? What if it makes me get out? What if it makes me do something?" "It won't," I said, though I had no reason to believe that. I started running down the sidewalk, my phone pressed to my ear. "I'm almost there. Just keep looking at the street sign. You're on Maple and what?" "Maple and Cedar. I'm at the corner." I knew that intersection. It was a quiet, tree-lined corner, dark at this hour. My lungs burned as I ran, the streetlights casting long, jumping shadows ahead of me. I turned onto Maple, my eyes scanning ahead. And there it was, her silver sedan, parked under a large oak tree, but parked crookedly, the front tires up on the curb as if it had been stopped in a hurry. The engine was off now, the car dark. I could see the dim shape of someone inside. "I see you," I said into the phone. "I'm here." I approached the car slowly, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The street was empty. The houses were dark. As I got closer, I could see her through the windshield. She was slumped forward, her forehead resting on the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. And on the passenger seat, just as she described, was a bright red plastic gas can, the kind you buy at any hardware store. I reached the driver's side door. I tapped on the window. She jerked her head up. Her face was pale and streaked with tears in the dim light. Her eyes were wide with a terror I had never seen before, not even in our worst arguments. She looked at me like I was a ghost. Slowly, as if her joints were rusty, she reached over and unlocked the door. I pulled it open. The smell of gasoline was stronger now, sharp and chemical. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice low. She just shook her head, a quick, jerky motion. She couldn't speak. She held up her hands. They were trembling violently. "I couldn't. My hands." She stammered. Then, when I saw your face, they let go. I helped her out of the car. She was unsteady on her feet, leaning against me for support. She felt thin, insubstantial. I guided her away from the vehicle, over to the curb a few feet away, and we both sat down on the cold concrete. She hugged her knees to her chest, rocking slightly. I looked back at the car, at that menacing redkin sitting so casually on the seat. It was proof. Tangible, physical proof that this was real, that it was moving beyond thoughts and notes and into the world of action. I was on my couch, she repeated, her voice a monotone of shock. I was watching a baking show, and then there was a blink, like when you change a channel on TV, and for a second the screen goes black. I blinked, and I was here, in the car. The engine was running. My hands were on the wheel, and I knew I was supposed to drive somewhere, to do something. But you didn't, I said, trying to sound reassuring. You stopped. I didn't stop it, she said, looking at me, her eyes haunted. It stopped. It parked the car. It turned off the engine. It left me here like this, with that thing next to me, to show me, to make me see what it wanted me to do. As she was speaking, my phone, which I was still holding, buzzed in my hand. A new text message notification flashed on the screen. I looked down at it automatically. It was from her. The timestamp on the message said 10:45 p.m. 22 minutes ago. Before she called me. Before I found her here. My breath caught. I showed her the screen. She stared at it, her face going, if possible, even paler. The message was short. It read, "I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do. I can't stop it." We both looked from the phone's glowing screen to her car, to the gaskin visible through the window, then back to each other. The understanding that settled over us was colder than the night air. This was the mechanism. This was how it worked. Her sleeping self, or the thing controlling her, would write the apology and timestamp it. It would then use her body to set the stage, to acquire the props, to move to the location. Then, her waking, conscious self would find the evidence, would react with terror and confusion. And that reaction, our fear, was the point. It was the fuel. We were living in a closed loop. The entity planted the script. Her body performed the setup. We discovered it and felt horror. That horror fed the entity, giving it the energy to write the next, worst scene. We weren't just victims. We were the battery powering the whole terrible show. We have to break the loop, I said, the words sounding hollow even to me. How? She asked, the simple word filled with a bottomless despair. I didn't have an answer, but we couldn't leave the car and the gaskin here. What if the loop decided to restart? What if, in another blink, she was back behind the wheel? Give me your keys, I said. She handed them over without a word. I walked back to her car, the smell of gasoline making my eyes water. I opened the passenger door, grabbed the red plastic can by its handle. It was shockingly heavy. I carried it away from the car, setting it down on the sidewalk. Then I got into the driver's seat of her car. The interior still held the faint, sweet smell of her perfume, now mixed with the acrid gasoline scent. It was a disorienting combination. I started the engine, backed carefully off the curb, and drove the 2 blocks to my house, with her following slowly on foot. I parked her car in my driveway behind my own. By the time I got out, she was there, standing under the porch light, looking lost. I went back for the gaskin, carrying it like a bomb, and stored it in my locked shed out back. When I came back to the front door, she was still standing there. "You can't go home alone," I said. It wasn't a question. She nodded, a tiny movement. I let her in. We didn't talk much. I got her a glass of water. She sat on the edge of my couch, staring at nothing. I took the spare blanket from the linen closet and gave it to her. "You can have the bed," I said. "I'll take the couch." "No," she said, her voice firmer now. "The couch is fine. I don't think I'll sleep anyway." I didn't argue. I got a pillow for myself and lay down on the floor nearby, not wanting to leave her alone in the living room. We lay there in the dark for a long time, the only sound our breathing. The events of the night replayed in my mind on a loop. Her terrified voice on the phone, the crooked car, the red can, the text with its damning timestamp. The entity had shown its hand. It wasn't just a ghost in the machine. It could manipulate physical objects, make purchases, control a human body like a puppet. And it was confident enough to show us the script ahead of time, knowing we were powerless to change it. Just as I was finally drifting into an uneasy sleep, her voice came softly through the dark. "Mike!" "Yeah. Thank you. For coming. For not thinking I'm crazy." "I know you're not crazy," I said. And I did. I had seen the proof with my own eyes. We were both sane people caught in something utterly insane. "What do we do tomorrow?" she asked. That was the question. The loop was broken for tonight, but the writer was still out there, and it would be angry its scene was interrupted. "We find someone who knows about this stuff." I said, the idea forming even as I spoke. Not a doctor. Something else. Someone who understands things that operate like this. A psychic? She asked, doubt clear in her voice. Or a medium. Or a paranormal investigator. I don't know, I admitted. But we can't fight this with locks and lights. We need to fight it on its own turf. We need to understand what it is. There was a long pause. Then, from her spot on the couch, she said, okay. It was a small word, but it was an agreement. A plan. For the first time since the party, we weren't just waiting and reacting. We were going to try to take a step, however shaky, into the dark to meet the thing that was hunting us. As I closed my eyes, the image of the gas can seem burned onto the inside of my eyelids. We had stopped tonight's performance, but the show wasn't over. The writer was still in the shadows, and it would be drafting a new script, one that would account for our interference. Tomorrow, we would go looking for answers. The only question was, what would be waiting for us when we did? The next morning was awkward, filled with the kind of stiff politeness you have with a stranger sharing your space. We made coffee, avoided each other's eyes, and spoke in short, practical sentences. The shared terror of the night before had bonded us, but the daylight made our history feel too close, a minefield we had to tiptoe around. We both knew what we had to do, however. We needed information, and normal channels had failed us. I started the search online at my kitchen table while she took a shower. I looked up everything I could think of: sleepwalking and premonitions, entity causing specific events, hauntings tied to a person. Most of it was garbage, scary stories, and fake psychic ads. But one phrase kept popping up in stranger, more obscure forms: thought form attachment. The idea was that strong negative emotions like rage, grief, or bitterness could, under the right conditions, create a kind of psychic parasite. This thing would then feed on those same emotions, growing stronger by creating situations that caused more of them. It sounded insane. It also sounded exactly like what was happening. My ex came out, dressed in her clothes from the day before, her hair damp. "Find anything?" she asked, hovering near the table. I showed her the screen, summarizing the concept of a thought form. She read over my shoulder, her expression unreadable. "So you're saying, we made this?" she finally said, her voice flat. "Our divorce. Our anger. Maybe not made," I said, trying to be careful, "but maybe gave it a way in. Amplified something that was already festering." She walked away, wrapping her arms around herself. "That's a horrible thing to think." "It is," I agreed, "but it gives us a place to start. These forums mention people who can help. Specialists. Not all of them are frauds." We spent the next few hours making calls. It was demoralizing. The first 3 people I spoke to sounded like carnival barkers, promising instant cleansing for $500. My ex had better luck. She found a woman, based in a city about an hour's drive away, who didn't advertise at all. She was referred through a chain of message boards, described only as a sensitive who worked with relational echoes. She had a waiting list, but when my ex described our situation in a voicemail, the specific apologies, the timestamps, the physical manifestations, the woman called back within 20 minutes. Her name was Elena, and her voice on the phone was calm, measured, and tired. She agreed to see us that afternoon. It felt like our first real break. While we prepared to go, my ex had another idea. "If it's using my sleep, maybe we can catch it in the act. Not just the aftermath." I was wary. "How? You setting up a camera?" "Exactly," she said. "If I'm going to be a puppet, I want to see the strings." She was too scared to go back to her own house, so we rigged up a makeshift system in my guest room. We used my laptop, setting it on the dresser, and starting a video call to her phone, which I would keep with me. That way, I could watch the live feed. She also set her phone to voice record all night. It was a strange, invasive intimacy, but we were past caring about privacy. We left for our appointment with Elena in the early afternoon. Her place was not what I expected. It wasn't a mystical shop full of crystals and incense. It was a small, tidy office in a professional building, next to a dentist and an insurance agent. Elena herself was a woman in her late 50s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She looked more like a friendly librarian than a psychic. We sat in her simple office, and we told her everything. Starting with the divorce party, the Ouija board, the words it spelled, the text messages, my work disaster, the dog in the bathtub, the figure my daughter saw, and finally, the previous night with the car and the gasoline. We showed her the log I kept, the screenshots of the text timestamps. She listened without interruption, her hands folded on her desk, her expression growing more and more grave. When we finished, the room felt still. She leaned back in her chair, letting out a long breath. "You didn't summon a ghost," she said, her words precise. "Not in the traditional sense. A ghost is a remnant of a person. This is different. You amplified what was already there. The rotten core of your relationship, the resentment, the betrayal, the unfinished fury. That night, with that board, you weren't talking to the dead. You were shouting into the wound. And something in the wound shouted back. You gave the rot a voice, and now it's using yours." Her explanation, so clear and clinical, was more frightening than any tale of demons. She was saying the monster was made from us. "What is it?" my ex asked, her voice small. "You can call it a thought form, an egregore, a psychic mold. The name doesn't matter. What matters is its food source. It feeds on the emotional energy between you two. The more toxic, the better. It's not trying to kill you. It's trying to keep the story going. The story of the bitter ex-husband and the vengeful ex-wife. It creates events that make you blame each other, fear each other, which creates more of the energy it eats. So how do we kill it? I asked, the word feeling too violent for the quiet office. You don't kill mold by staring at it, Elena said. You cut off its moisture. You stop feeding it. You have to break the narrative. You have to act in ways it cannot predict. Ways that don't fit its story of two enemies. She gave us some basic advice. Stay in the same physical space as much as possible to dilute its focus. Try to practice genuine, even if difficult, forgiveness, and avoid any action that plays into the roles it has assigned us. It sounded impossibly hard, but she also gave us a specific ritual to try, a formal, mutual release of blame to be done at a neutral location, a place with no history for either of us. We left her office with a sliver of hope, but it was a fragile thing. The drive back was quiet, both of us processing the idea that we had, in some way, created our own haunting. When we got back to my place, it was early evening. We were exhausted, but there was a new determination between us. We had a theory and a plan, however flimsy. Then we remembered the video feed. My ex's phone had been recording the guest room all day. With a shared sense of dread, we sat at my kitchen table and opened the video file. The first few hours were boring. Just an empty, sunlit room. Then, around noon, the video showed my ex entering the room to grab a sweater she'd left there. Nothing strange. We fast-forwarded. Then, at 3:17 p.m., while we were sitting in Elena's office, the video showed the door to the guest room opening slowly. My ex, on the recording, walked into the room. But she walked differently. Her steps were slow, deliberate. She wasn't sleepwalking. Her eyes were open, but they had a vacant, distant look. She walked straight to the center of the room, then turned and sat down in the desk chair, facing the laptop camera directly. She just sat there, staring. Not at the room, but straight into the lens, as if she could see us watching her through time. A smile spread across her face. It was a smile I had never seen before. It wasn't happy or sad. It was knowing. Cold. Then, she began to speak. Her voice was her own, but the cadence was wrong. Too even, too calm. "You're looking for answers," the thing using her mouth said to the camera. "Good. It's more fun when the audience understands the play. You went to see the wise woman. She told you about the food. But she didn't tell you my name, did she?" On the screen, her head tilted. "You asked that first night. You asked the board who was answering. Your friends, the drunk ones, they asked again after you went to bed. They were brave. Or stupid. They asked for a name." She leaned closer to the camera, her face filling the screen. "It's Kayan," she said, spelling it out. "Kayan. Not family. Kinship. The tie that binds. And you are so very tightly bound." The recording showed her leaning back, that cold smile returning. "The wise woman is right about one thing. I do love your story, but she's wrong about the ending. There's only one ending I want. Only one finale that will be satisfying." Then the thing, Kayan, looked right into the lens, and for a terrifying second, I felt it was seeing me right there in my kitchen, not a recording at all. "I want her to see you break. I want her to watch you become the monster she already believes you are. And then, when it's perfect, when it's real, I'll take the little one, the final piece of the bond, my masterpiece." The recording showed my ex's body standing up, the smile fading, her eyes blinking back to their normal, confused haze. She looked around the room as if lost, then shuffled out, closing the door behind her. The video ended. We sat at my table, the screen dark. The air had been sucked from the room. We had our name, Kin, and we had its goal. It wasn't just feeding. It was directing a play with a specific, horrifying climax. My complete destruction witnessed by my ex, and then the taking of our daughter. The entity had just delivered its villain's monologue, and we had watched it on demand. My ex was crying silently, tears of shame and horror streaming down her face. "I don't remember any of that," she whispered. "I was making lunch. I felt a little dizzy. I sat down for a minute, that's all." I believed her. The recording was proof that Kin didn't need sleep anymore. It could take her any time, for short moments, and leave no memory. It was getting stronger. We had gone looking for answers, and we had found them. We had a name. We had a motive. And we had a deadline. Kin had laid out its entire plan. The feeling of hope from Elena's office was gone, crushed under the weight of that cold, smiling performance. We knew what we were fighting now. We knew it was intelligent, cruel, and had a taste for drama. And we knew it considered our daughter the prize. The chessboard was laid out, and we had just seen our opponent's final move. We just had no idea how to stop a game that was rigged from the very start, played with pieces of our own shattered past. The video of Kin speaking through my ex left us in a state of paralyzed horror for the rest of that day. We played it once more, just to be sure we heard it right, then deleted it from the laptop. Having that thing's smug face on my hard drive felt like an infection. Elena's advice about starving Kin now felt naive, like trying to put out a forest fire with a squirt gun. This wasn't just mold. It was a director, a playwright with a cruel sense of irony, and a very specific finale in mind. But Elena's other idea, the ritual of release, was all we had. A formal, spoken forgiveness at a neutral site. It felt like a Hail Mary pass in a game we were already losing by a mile. But we were desperate enough to try anything. We decided to do it at dawn the next day. We needed a place with zero history for either of us, so we picked a small public footbridge in a county park about 30 minutes away. It crossed a slow-moving creek, surrounded by woods. We'd never been there together. It felt neutral, quiet, and away from prying eyes. Neither of us slept that night. We stayed in the living room, with all the lights on, talking in low voices about everything except the task ahead. We talked about our daughter, about funny memories from when she was a baby, about anything that was pure and untainted by what came later. It was the longest conversation we'd had in years that wasn't about lawyers or schedules or this nightmare. It was almost nice, in a heartbreaking way. A few hours before sunrise, we got ready to go. The sky was just beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised blue when we pulled into the empty park lot. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet leaves and pine. It was utterly still. No birds, no wind. We walked in silence along the gravel path that led to the bridge, our footsteps crunching loud in the quiet. The wooden bridge was old but sturdy, its railings painted a fading white. We stopped in the middle, leaning on opposite rails, looking down at the dark water below. This was it. The idea was to speak our piece, to formally forgive each other for the real, human hurts, to cut the emotional cords Kin was feeding on. We had practiced what we would say, but standing there in the cold, pre-dawn gloom, the words felt silly, impossible. How do you forgive someone for helping to create a psychic monster that wants to kidnap your child? But we had to try. I took a deep breath, my breath forming a cloud in the air. "I forgive you," I started, the words feeling thick and clumsy. For the things said at the end, for the anger, for letting things get so bad that something like this could even find a home. She was looking at the water, her profile pale in the dim light. She nodded, swallowing hard. "I forgive you too," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "For the same, for the distance, for the silence when there should have been talking, for the part of me that wanted you to hurt, because that's what started all this." We had more to say, a whole script we'd planned, about releasing each other from blame and moving forward as allies for our daughter's sake. But before I could form the next sentence, we heard a sound that froze the words in my throat. Tires on gravel. Slow, deliberate. A car was pulling into the otherwise empty parking lot. We both turned to look back down the path. A police cruiser, its headlights off, rolled to a stop next to our cars. The driver's door opened, and an officer got out. He was a big man, his uniform seeming too crisp for this hour. He didn't approach us right away. He stood by his car, looking at ours. Then he started walking slowly down the path toward the bridge. My ex and I exchanged a glance. This couldn't be a coincidence. Kin knew. It had to. The officer reached the foot of the bridge. He stopped there, one hand resting casually on his belt near his holster. His face was neutral, professional. "Morning," he called out, his voice echoing slightly in the still air. Mike Tanner? That was me. Yes, officer? I said, my heart starting a slow, heavy thud in my chest. He looked from me to my ex, then back to me. Sir, I need you to ask your friend to step away for a moment. I need to speak with you. My ex looked at me, her eyes wide with a fresh, familiar terror. I gave a tiny, helpless shrug. She slowly walked off the bridge, stopping on the path a good 20 feet away, hugging herself against the cold. The officer walked onto the bridge, his boots thumping on the old wood. He stopped a few feet from me. He didn't look angry. He looked serious. Sir, where were you last night between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.? I blinked. I was at home. All night. My friend here was with me. We were both there. He nodded slowly, as if he expected that answer. Can anyone else verify that? Neighbors see your cars? Any deliveries? No, I said, confusion mixing with the dread. It was a quiet night. We didn't go out. Why? What's this about? He studied my face for a long moment. There was a fire last night, sir. A structure fire. A detached garage on Oak Lane, about 2 miles from your residential address. It was reported at 12:17 a.m. Oak Lane. I knew that street. It was in my neighborhood. My mind was racing, trying to see the trap. That's terrible, but I don't see what it has to do with me. The officer's expression didn't change. A witness came forward. They were out walking their dog late. They reported seeing a silver sedan, matching the make and model of the vehicle registered to you, ma'am, he said, glancing toward my ex. Parked near that address around 11:45. They noted the driver was acting furtive. When they saw the news about the fire this morning, they called it in. We also recovered a partial license plate from some security footage in the area. It matches your vehicle. The world seemed to tilt. The gas can. The apology for the fire. Ken wasn't just going to make her set a fire at my house. It was going to frame her for one somewhere else. And it had used the time we were planning our countermove to do it. The ritual, the attempt to break the bond, had given it the perfect opportunity and the perfect alibi for us being together, which now looked like collusion. Officer, that's impossible, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We were together. All night. We have proof. We were recording. I stopped. I couldn't explain the video feed without sounding insane. Recording what, sir? He asked, his eyebrow lifting slightly. Nothing. I mean, we were just at home. Talking. You can check our phones, the location data. They'll show we never left. Phone data can be left behind, he said, his tone implying he'd heard every excuse in the book. The witness was certain about the car. And we have an active fire, started with an accelerant. We'd like you both to come down to the station to give formal statements. And sir, he looked at me with a gaze that was suddenly much harder. We'd like your permission to search your property. Specifically any outbuildings like a shed. The shed, where I had locked up the red gas can. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. If they found that, with her car identified near the scene, it was over. It was a perfect frame. Kin had written a new scene, and the police were now characters in its play. Do you have a warrant? I asked, the words automatic, learned from TV. We can get one, he said evenly. Based on the witness statement and the partial plate, it won't be a problem. It's easier if you consent. I looked past him to my ex. She was crying silently, shaking her head. She knew about the gas can in my shed. We both knew what this meant. If I said no, it looked guilty, and they'd come back with a warrant anyway. If I said yes, they'd find the evidence KIN had planted for them. We were checkmated. I want to call a lawyer, I said, my voice sounding hollow. The officer nodded, as if this was the most predictable thing in the world. That's your right. You can do that at the station. For now, I need you both to come with me. You're not under arrest at this time, but you are persons of interest. Please don't make this difficult. There was nothing to do. We walked back up the path, a cop following each of us, it felt like. We were placed in the back of separate squad cars. As my officer closed the door, I looked out the window at my ex being led to the other car. Our eyes met for a second across the parking lot. All the fragile understanding we'd built, the shaky alliance, crumbled under the weight of this new reality. The law didn't care about thought forms or psychic parasites. It cared about witness statements and physical evidence. And KIN had just provided both. As the car pulled away, taking me to a place where logic and evidence ruled, I realized this was its masterpiece. It had moved the game from the shadows of our private horror into the bright, unforgiving light of the real world. Our attempt to break the story had only given it a better plot twist. We were no longer just battling a monster. We were battling the justice system, and the monster was holding all the evidence. The bridge, the forgiveness, the hope of dawn. It all felt like a distant dream, a silly fantasy. The real story was just beginning, and we had been cast as the villains. The police station was a blur of harsh fluorescent lights, stale coffee smell, and low, serious voices. They put us in separate interview rooms, small spaces with scuffed tables and walls that seemed to absorb sound. My mind was racing, trying to find a foothold in this new legal nightmare. A detective came in, a man with a tired face and sharp eyes. He went through the routine, my rights, the witness statement about the silver car, the fire. I told my story, the same one I told the officer. We were home all night. I gave him my ex's name to confirm. I didn't mention the gas can. I asked for a lawyer. Everything slowed to a crawl after that. I sat in that room for what felt like hours, my thoughts spiraling. They would get a warrant for my shed. They would find the can. How could I explain it? That I took it from my sleepwalking ex to prevent a fire she was being compelled to start? It sounded like the plot of a bad movie, or a desperate lie from a guilty man. My lawyer, a brisk woman named Carla who specialized in criminal defense, arrived eventually. I told her everything, the whole unbelievable story. She listened without interrupting, her face a professional mask. When I finished, she let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," she said. "We do not mention any of that. Not to the police, not to a judge, not to anyone. You sound insane, and insane people go to prison. We stick to the facts we can prove. You were home. She was home with you. You have no knowledge of any fire. You have never seen a gas can. You have no idea why a witness would place her car there. It must be a case of mistaken identity. But they'll find the can in my shed," I said, my voice tight. "Then we have a problem," she said bluntly. "But we don't admit to putting it there. We say we have no idea how it got there. Maybe someone is framing you. We'll need an alternative theory. But for now, we say nothing." It was agony. Following her advice felt like surrendering to Kin's narrative, but I was out of my depth. The detective came back in with my lawyer present. He informed us they had obtained a warrant for my property. My heart sank. He left again. More waiting. During this time, Carla managed to get an update. My ex had been questioned separately. She had also asked for a lawyer and was sticking to the same story. They had not arrested either of us yet, but they were holding us. The break, when it came, was from an unexpected direction. Carla's phone buzzed. She read a text, her eyebrows lifting slightly. "They're pulling security footage," she said. "From a hotel." "A hotel?" I asked, confused. "Your ex," Carla explained. "Her lawyer is smart. She told them that your ex has been experiencing severe stress and sleep issues. So much so that she checked into a hotel 2 nights ago to try to get some rest, away from her own home. She gave them the hotel name and the time she checked in. The police are pulling the lobby and hallway footage to verify her presence there last night." A flicker of hope, thin and desperate, sparked in my chest. She had checked into a hotel after the gasoline incident, too scared to be alone. I hadn't even thought about that alibi. But if the footage showed her in the hotel lobby or hallway during the time of the fire, it would be a physical, digital alibi that contradicted the witness who saw her car. It took another hour. The detective returned, his expression unreadable. He looked at me, then at Carla. "The security footage from the sunrise and shows your client," he said, nodding at me, "entering the lobby with the female at 9:47 p.m. last night. It shows them taking the elevator. Hallway camera shows them entering room 214 at 9:52 p.m. The next time the hallway camera picks them up is at 7:08 a.m. This morning, when they left together." He paused, his jaw working. "The fire was reported at 12:17 a.m. The witness placed the car at 11:45 p.m. He looked at me. "You're saying you were both in that hotel room from before 10 until after 7 this morning?" "Yes," I said, the word feeling like a stone dropping. "The entire night." The detective sighed, rubbing his forehead. "The witness was certain, but digital footage doesn't lie. We'll have to re-interview the witness, check the plate again. There could be a similar vehicle." He looked at Carla. "You're both free to go for now, but don't leave town. This is still an open investigation, and we will be executing that warrant on your shed, Mr. Tanner. Today." They let us go. We walked out of the police station into the late morning sun, squinting like prisoners released after years inside. My ex looked hollowed out, her face drawn. We didn't speak until we were in my car, driving back to my house. a squad car predictably following us to oversee the shed search. "The hotel," I finally said. "I forgot you were even staying there." "I almost forgot too," she said, her voice monotone. "I was so focused on the bridge, on the ritual. But my lawyer asked about my whereabouts for the last 72 hours. It just came out. We got home. The police were already there, waiting with the warrant. They went straight to my backyard. My ex and I stood in the kitchen, watching through the window as an officer in gloves opened my shed door. We saw him look inside. He paused. He called another officer over. They both looked. Then they began a thorough search, moving my lawnmower, my tools, boxes of old junk. They were in there for 20 minutes. Finally, they came out, dusting off their hands. They walked over to the lead detective, who had stayed by his car. We saw the officer shake his head. The detective's shoulders slumped slightly. He walked to the back door and knocked. I opened it. "Mr. Tanner," he said. "We searched the shed. We found no gas can, no containers of any accelerant." I stared at him, unable to hide my shock. You didn't?" "No, sir. We did not." He studied my face, seeing my genuine surprise. "Are you sure that's the correct shed? You don't have another storage unit?" "No," I managed to say. "That's it." He nodded slowly, clearly frustrated. The witness was shaky, the alibi was solid, and now the physical evidence they expected wasn't there. The case was falling apart. "We'll be in touch," he said, and left with his team. We watched them drive away. When the last car was gone, I turned to my ex. "The can is gone." "Can took it," she whispered. "It planted it to set the scene, then removed it when the scene was over. It only needed the witness. The can was just a prop." The truth of it hit me. Kin was meticulous. It wasn't just a force of chaos. It was a storyteller who cleaned up after itself, leaving only the clues it wanted found. It had given the police a compelling story with a witness, but had carefully removed the evidence that would have made it airtight. Perhaps because a perfect frame would have ended the game too quickly. It wanted us in the system, under suspicion, living in fear, not locked away where its food supply would be cut off. The rest of the day passed in a numb haze. The legal threat had receded, but the victory felt empty. We were still chained to this thing. That evening, my ex, too scared to go to the hotel or her own house, settled back into my guest room. I noticed something different about her. The constant, jumpy anxiety was gone. She moved slowly, calmly, but her eyes were empty. "It stopped," she said as we made a quiet dinner. "The sleepwalking, the blackouts, the urge to write notes. It's just gone, since they took me to the station, since I became a suspect." She looked at me, her gaze unsettlingly direct. "It's happy, Mike. It got what it wanted. You look at me now, and you see a potential criminal. The police see a person of interest. I'm the villain in your story. The monster. It's resting. It's satisfied with this chapter." Her words made a terrible sense. Kin's goal, as it said on the video, was for her to see me as a monster. But the reverse was also true. The perfect narrative had us as toxic, destructive forces in each other's lives. Now, the legal system had validated that story. The entity had woven its fiction into the fabric of reality. It could take a break. The thought was more frightening than any midnight episode. A restless enemy you can track. A satisfied one is planning its next move in the quiet. The next day, she decided she had to go back to her place to get more clothes, to check on her dog, to try to reclaim some piece of her life. I offered to go with her, but she refused. "It's resting," she said again, as if trying to convince herself. "It'll be okay." I let her go, a knot of worry in my stomach. An hour after she left, I realized she'd forgotten her phone charger. Knowing she'd need it, I drove to her house. Her car was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked. I let myself in, calling her name. No answer. The house had that still, empty feel. I found her charger in the guest room where she'd been staying. As I turned to leave, I noticed the television in the living room was on. Not to a channel, but to that buzzing, flickering gray and black screen of pure static. It was loud in the quiet house. I walked over to grab the remote off the coffee table to turn it off. As my fingers closed around the remote, the static on the screen changed. It didn't go to a channel. Instead, the rolling gray bars seemed to coalesce, to pull together, forming a blurry, shaky image. It was like looking through a smoky, distorted lens. But I recognized what I was seeing. It was a room with pale yellow walls, a white crib, a mobile of little stars and moons turning slowly in a non-existent breeze. It was a live feed from the nanny cam in my daughter's bedroom at my ex's parents' house, where she was staying for the week. My blood froze solid in my veins. I could see the edge of the crib, the pattern on the rug. The view was from the corner of the room, high up, just like the camera was placed. The image was live. I could see the mobile turning. Then, the bedroom door in the video opened. My ex's mother walked in. She bent over the crib, out of view for a second, then straightened up, holding my sleeping daughter, adjusting her blanket. She kissed her forehead, laid her back down, and tiptoed out, closing the door softly. The screen remained focused on the quiet, sleeping child in her crib. The message was clear, and it was not one of rest. Kim was not satisfied. It had just been setting the stage for the next act. It was showing me it had access. Not just to our minds or to our homes, but to the most sacred, private space in our lives. It could watch our daughter anytime it wanted. The performance was no longer just for us. It was preparing for its finale, and it wanted me to know that the star of the show was already on set, sleeping innocently under its gaze. The static suddenly snapped back, filling the screen with its mindless roar. I stood there in the quiet living room, the remote limp in my hand, the buzzing filling my head. The legal danger had passed. The immediate threats had paused. But in that moment, I understood we were not even close to safe. We had been given a brief intermission, and the director was backstage, showing me the set for the final scene. The house was quiet, but the noise of that static and the perfect, horrible image it had held echoed in my mind, a promise of horrors yet to come. Seeing my daughter's room on that static-filled television screen broke something inside me. It wasn't fear anymore. It was a cold, clear rage. Kin had crossed the final line. It had moved our little girl from a vague threat in a note to a real-time image on a screen, a sleeping pawn in its game. I didn't just want to survive this thing anymore. I wanted to destroy it. I drove back to my place, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. The fragile, scared alliance with my ex wasn't enough. We needed a weapon. I called Elena, the woman from the office. I told her about the video, about Kin's message on the laptop, about the police and the vanished gas can. She listened, and for the first time, I heard real urgency in her calm voice. "It's asserting dominance," she said, "showing you it as ultimate access. It's also revealing a weakness. It's obsessed with narrative, with being the author. It can't resist a dramatic reveal. That's a flaw. You have to stop fighting it on its terms, trying to outsmart each event. You have to break the story itself." "How?" I asked, desperate. "The story it wants is simple. The two of you as enemies, your love for your daughter as the thing it corrupts and ultimately takes. To break that, you have to do something that makes no sense in that story. You have to act in unison, not as scared allies, but as a united front. You have to perform an act of genuine, undeniable connection that its toxic energy cannot digest. It feeds on your broken bond. You have to show it a bond it cannot comprehend." She suggested we formalize it, not as a hidden understanding, but as a deliberate, spoken ritual in the heart of a place that symbolized our old life, to reclaim it. It was risky. It would be a direct challenge. But we were out of safe options. I called my ex and told her to come back to my place now. She heard the tone in my voice and didn't argue. When she arrived, I told her about the television, about Elena's advice. She looked more tired than scared now, a soldier who has seen too much of the front lines. "So we do another ritual?" she asked, skepticism warring with hope. "Not a ritual to send it away," I said. "A ritual to change us, to stand together in the one place it thinks belongs only to bitterness." We decided on the backyard of our old house, the one we had bought together, the one she had kept in the divorce. It was the physical source of so much of our shared history, good and bad. It was Kin's natural habitat. Going there together, on purpose, felt like walking into a lion's den. But that was the point. The next evening, as the sun began to set, we stood in that backyard. It felt strange and familiar all at once. The rose bush I had planted was still there, overgrown. The patio stones we'd laid together were cracked. The energy of the place wasn't welcoming. It felt watchful, waiting. We followed Elena's instructions. We stood facing each other. We held hands, a contact that was both awkward and electric after so long. We didn't speak forgiveness this time. Instead, we made promises. Out loud. "I promise to stand with you against this," I said, my voice firm. "Not as your ex, but as Lily's father. My anger at you is gone. There is only the threat. We are on the same side." She squeezed my hands, her eyes glistening. "I promise the same. No more blame. No more past. There is only now, and protecting our daughter. We are one front." It felt melodramatic, standing there in the fading light, but as we spoke the words, a shift happened. It wasn't magic. It was a decision, made real by speaking it into the air of this charged place. The watchful feeling didn't leave, but it changed, becoming more focused, more attentive. We had just rewritten our roles in its play from adversaries to partners. We finished. Nothing dramatic happened. No wind, no sounds. We just stood there, holding hands in the quiet backyard. It felt both powerful and foolish. We went back to my apartment, the new agreement hanging between us, a fragile shield. For 2 days, nothing happened. No texts, no episodes, no strange sights. The peace was deeper than before, more unsettling. It felt less like Kian was resting, and more like it was thinking. On the third morning, my ex was staying in my guest room again. I was making coffee when I heard a knock on the front door. Not the doorbell, but a slow, deliberate knock. I looked through the peephole. It was her, but she hadn't gone out. I could hear the shower running down the hall. I opened the door slowly. She stood there, but she was different. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that was completely awake and present. She wasn't sleepwalking. She was shaking. In her hand, she held a single sheet of printer paper, crumpled at the edges. "It came to me while I was awake," she whispered, thrusting the paper toward me. I was making tea. I blinked, and this was on the kitchen counter. I didn't print it. It was just there. I took the paper. The text was in a plain, standard font. It was another apology, but the worst one yet. It read, "I'm so sorry for what happens at the custody hearing. I know it will be the final break. I am so sorry for taking her away from you forever." The bottom dropped out of my world. The custody hearing. It was scheduled for next week. The final legal battle over our daughter. The last bitter piece of business from our divorce. It was the perfect setting for Kin's finale. A public, official scene where our hostility would be on full display, ending with one of us losing our child, perfectly mirroring its goal to take the little one. It had written the ending it wanted, and it had delivered the script to us in broad daylight, confident we were powerless. My ex was watching my face, her own terror mirrored there. "It's not resting," she breathed. "It's just been writing the last act." I looked from the paper to her terrified eyes, to the open door behind her leading into my apartment. I thought about Elena's words. You have to do something that makes no sense in its story. The story demanded we go to that hearing. It demanded we fight, that we play our parts as enemies in a courtroom, giving it all the bitter energy it craved, culminating in a judge's gavel that would tear our family apart, fulfilling the apology's prophecy. The story did not demand what I did next. I didn't say a word. I reached out, not for the paper, but for her hand, the one that wasn't holding the door frame. I took it. It was cold. I pulled her, gently but firmly, across the threshold into my apartment. She stumbled forward, surprised. I closed the front door behind her, turning the deadbolt with a solid, final click. The sound echoed in the hallway. We stood there, just inside the door, in the dim entryway. She stared at me, confused, the paper still clutched in her other hand. "Then we don't go," I said, my voice low and steady. "We write our own ending." The words hung in the air. "We don't go." It was the ultimate refusal. It was tearing up the script.